Cooper. Do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, we embark on the first season of The Save with 7 teams in European competition. The dilution will be mad. It's like when you get your orange juice out, you stick too much water in it, and it tastes of fucking nothing. Hopefully that doesn't happen to us, though, and hopefully the 4 teams in the Champions League will actually get us some points. In other news, I've been offering players out. Part exchange is actually working. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków and... Look at him. Successful streamer. Briefly. Limber that one up. You see, you got to stretch it out beforehand. Right. Get them points out. Ooh. I feel limber. I feel ready. Where's my prediction outcomes? Hey. There was a decent amount of, like, believers, but I need to keep track of this because it's usually about 60-40. Start off kicking. No. Is the short answer. But I think that's less about him and more about the system, to be honest. Oh, did he mess up the intro? No, he won't. Love to see it. Orange juice already. I mean, I haven't had orange juice, but I have had citrus syrup holy this morning. I thought I'd try, not citrus, apple. Citrus apple holy this morning. Thought I'd mix things up a little bit as I hadn't actually tried that flavour yet. So I figured, hey, what perfect time to do so, and... dearie me. Misread the prediction. So in a way, you messed up the intro. Is that what you're saying? What a segue that was as well. Call me two-wheeled. So apparently it's also capital prescription not being renewed. No. Right. So, actually, went down to the pharmacy yesterday, had my last pill, went, right, this one, they better have the damn thing there. I'm in, ready for violence. Because, you know, that's the kind of man I am. Go in. Yep. There you go. I'm like, cool. What I do find always funny about the pharmacy down there is that they always look surprised when someone comes in and asks for their prescription. They're like, in here, in this place, a pharmacy. Oh, I don't know, let me go check. I'm like, what do you mean? It's the strangest thing. It's like their first day on Earth every time. It's like some weird, like, solipsistic environment that nothing else exists outside of that room. And every time there's a new person comes in, it's like a sitcom set, almost. That's the best way I can describe it. It's a very strange experience. Where the medication is? Oh, no. We don't do that kind of thing here. But I interest you in a leg brace. And to be honest, possibly. Oh, don't know if you actually heard that. The volleys probably would have heard that click, honestly. But oh my God, what a game. News the new Burnley manager. Wait, Scott Parker gone. I genuinely did not see that. I thought that would have rolled through my footballing feeds, but apparently not. So I take it fantasy is still not working properly, because this is the weird thing. On my screen, as far as I can tell, it should be open. And there's people in it. And that's where I'm confused. It's odd. It's very, very strange. I think there are some, like, teething problems with it sometimes, but maybe just refresh the page. I find that sometimes when I start a new one before stream, I have to put the squads in and it won't let me log out. So then when I try to actually publish the session, it then makes me log in a second time, which is always a bit strange. But yeah, it seems to be working a bit better now. You've got a bit of time. We've got a game straight away. Well, you've got a bit of time. We've got a game straight away, but don't worry. If there's one skill I have, it's the ability to stall. So worry not. I'll give you a little run through the squad as well to make sure that everyone's kind of knowing who is what, basically. Because I haven't really done a huge... So basically the way it works is it's 4 players, 1 attacker, 1 defender, 1 striker. Oh, thank God I didn't explain that during the intro. It was a striker, a goalkeeper... Nope. There's literally 3 options, Matt. Defender, midfielder, attacker, and then a captain, which can't be one of those 3 players, but can be any other player. But we had like a shortened session, if you like, on last stream, because we only had 1 game. Oh, my points back in it. And I don't blame you for that one, honestly. I really do not blame you. You get 5 transfers as well, because I've set it up as if it's a season, but we can do it over the course of 1 stream. That way a bit more moving around and whatnot. Let me just show you the squad and tell you about any injuries we have as well, in case that would be useful for you. I think we're pretty good on injuries in terms of basic stuff. We've got... Okay, no, not entirely. They're mostly short-term injuries. So Michael Feeler, as is ever the case with Michael Feeler, is out again. Jediva is also going to be out, but not for long. And then also Jersey. Jersey Kowalski is also going to miss, unfortunately, today's game against Liverpool. Oh, you're right, F1 standings, of course. So, this is how it stands. Final day of the month, essentially. There's only a few people that can technically dethrone Dazza's position right now. Really, Dan, Mushroom Man, Will, Choppy... Andrew, technically, if... Oh, wait, no, it'd have to be a tie if Andrew or Ruggiero got the dub. But, you're not far off. Technically, my name is in there because I was using it as a dummy name, and that's how I know how many people are actually in it. So if you ever see me on the list, you'll know what's happened. It's got a little bit wrong. Mutual consent. I'm not sure it was that mutual. Something tells me it's always mutual consent, isn't it? But there we go. And I got the correct match days on it this time. Not let me into it. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone gets a chance to get in. I think it's just being a bit temperamental this morning. We won't go into the first match until people are actually loaded in properly. Because I know how many people are usually involved, so we'll make sure that it's... Yeah, it was weird, because it was saying it was open the entire time, but then when someone said it was locked, I then locked it and re-unlocked it to see if that would make a difference. I don't know. Very strange. Oh, dear. And apparently it's also a Twitch partner anniversary thing today. Now, Twitch usually give you like a week window or something where you can choose when the anniversary falls, but I didn't really pay attention to that this year. Last year I picked it so it specifically fall on the stream day, and this year we just got completely lucky that it happened to. I literally logged into Twitch this morning. It was like, oh, lovely news. Yeah, I think just refresh until it works is probably the basic idea with that kind of thing. You'll note that I've gone a lot further from the end of last stream because I wanted to sort of try the tactic out long term, try a few little tweaks in each game, and that way we could probably just get through the season a little bit faster. It still took me a very long time. I think I was there for about 3 hours after stream playing through this because obviously I was watching all the games to sort of get an idea of what I'm doing. And ignoring the last 2 results here, because I actually think that we're unbeaten, and the games that we haven't won have been wild in the sense that it's proper FM nonsense type of matches. So Jagiellonia are at home. Yeah, 3.5 XG to 0.97, 1-1 draw, as you do. This one here, Corona Kielce away, that was a little bit more of not an even game, but still not a particularly sensible one. And this one here, obviously, I was rotating the team for the game against Liverpool. Our Champions League draw is a little bit fun this time. We've got Liverpool, obviously, away. Dinamo Zagreb, I want revenge there. Anderlecht away. Shakhtar away. Tottenham at home. We like a bit of Tottenham at home. Napoli away. Revenge again. Sheriff Tiraspol. Bayer Leverkusen. There is so many storylines and narrative going on. Feelers out. Basically, every player that's out injured at the moment is only out for a maximum of about 5 days. It probably could be in Poland, actually. Let's see. Don't know if the game's smart enough to do that. It's got Donbass Arena in there. Dangerous. Although, you'd like to think by 2034 that they probably will be playing there. Still haven't found those matchups yet. No, unfortunately not. But like, Liverpool... Okay, that's Liverpool. Dinamo Zagreb, we want revenge for them knocking us out of the playoff round all those years ago. Anderlecht, expensive Belgians. Shakhtar, they're fun. Tottenham, the Champions League final. Napoli, last season. Sheriff, they're fun. Bayer Leverkusen, beat us in the group stage last season. There's so many options here. Do Burnley that? Do you know what? It can't play any more defensive football. In theory, it couldn't do. Stuck on the last login code. Make sure it's the right login code. That could be crucial, yeah. Maybe try, clearing a browser cache or using an incognito tab or something. That would probably do something similar, I suspect. But yeah, I can't do any opening or closing of it anymore because that's just how it is. People seem to be filing in now. We've got 17 in there now. Would you believe Anwar Naeem is the most picked player? I know. Crazy. Who could have predicted that? The man who has absolutely lit up the league this season. There was a spell where... So he got 1 in that game. 1 in that game. None in that game. A hat-trick in that game. 2 in that game. None in that game. None in that game. None in that game. He's scored a lot of goals this season. I believe he is actually our top scorer at the moment, if I can just check into our stats screen. That one. Yes, he is. And all that for 4 XG. For a man that can't actually finish. It's not a bad John or Alvarez. So John's been starting at the moment, but that's because Alvarez had an injury, so it's kind of been a bit of both. But you can see that John's rating, 2 goals, 3 assists. He's creating a shitload, which is a good sign. Alvarez is obviously goated as well. So we're just going to rotate around the two of them. But I think John kind of gets the role right now, especially as I've given him a new contract. Beat Venetti. Yes, you can. So you'll note that Venetti hasn't exactly lit the world on fire yet. I've been messing around with all sorts of different things with his striker settings, and what we've almost accidentally created is a strikerless tactic that has a striker in it. I'm starting to be convinced that I could sign the worst player in the entire database, put them as a striker in this team, and it would not have any negative effect on us whatsoever. To be fair. Hello, Rakini. How are you, my friend? Hope you've been well. 8-month injury in it. Yeah, £20 million was a lot of money to spend on him, but he's very good. He's very good indeed. But the 2 goals he scored, one was a tap-in, and one was a rebound tap-in. And I think the issue is, basically, I've managed to figure out most of what's right with the tactical setup, except for the striker. And even that was looking better in the last couple of games, basically. Fix the weird thing with subs. Oh, what was the weird thing with subs? What, where it, like, removed points and stuff? Because I don't actually know, honestly. All I know is that it does seem to be working better now, as people seem to be able to get in. Yeah, clears the points are previously scored. Now, I don't know if that was on purpose or not. Pick lower division sides that have come through rather than the same sides all the time. Hang on. Wish what would pick lower division sides? Forgive me. But yeah, so we've got... I built another view because I wanted to have a look at something because we're shooting an awful lot. And I realised who was shooting an awful lot. Montparnasse has had 48 shots this season. And he has shoots less often on his player instructions. The game. I guess I'm not sure I understand what you mean, though, when you say the game. Pick lower division clubs that have come through... Pick them for what? Sorry, I'm sure I missed the message further up the screen. But Twitch chat is an absolute bastard to scroll, unfortunately. An intake player that did really well for you. How oh my god. Do you know what? If Jersey is even vaguely like this guy, I'll be very happy. He's not going to be, but allow me to dream for a moment, chat, if you will. It's not great there. Forward involved in play. Yeah, that's been the thing. So I'll show you what I actually changed about the tactic, because I basically spent the entire period of the, 8 league matches played, just changing around the DLP role, positioning and stuff, trying to get the centre-back, the DLP, and the striker to work, because everything else has been fine. Yeah, I hate this, because bear in mind, look, watch half of these columns don't need to be as wide as they are, but for some reason, the game considers that to be the width of the column, even though there is no reason why it would need to be that thick. It's the dumbest thing. And you'll note that as I do this, more and more of these things appear. But yeah, I basically built a map, a screen that just shows the shot data for the team. Montperouse has a lot of them, Anwanim has a lot of them, Jens has a lot of them, and that makes sense. Bonetti does get a decent number of them, in fairness, and he has had a few injuries as well. You know!
Another month of the most average FM content from a very fit, high IQ streamer.
Oh, you must be watching someone else. Thank you very much, though, for the 3 months, not for the 3 months, for the 28 months at tier 3. That is wild. No, Fila is here, but he's currently injured and has spent a lot of the start of the season injured. He's right down there at the very bottom. Did play 75 minutes, but that's about it. He seems to be in this weird spell where... It's weird, he's not injury prone, but he behaves like a player who is. It's an odd one. Montperouse can't really improve any more than he has, I don't think. I'd be willing to bet that he's pretty much maxed out in terms of his PA. He has to be, right? The only thing that could maybe improve on him would be his consistency, and ultimately I think at 23 it's probably unlikely to change a great deal anymore. And if this is him inconsistent, then I don't know what isn't. He has underperformed his XG quite a bit, as he is the biggest XG haver on the team, so to speak. And where I can find the XG chat. Yeah, so you can see there, 7.1. So he does need to be taking a few of these, and a couple of these are pens as well. Vanetti has been getting chances, though. So 3.47 isn't too bad. And a lot of that, I think, has come in the last couple of games, although I did have to start Duru for one, because Vanetti missed 2 weeks with an injury, which is why his minutes are a little bit lower than some. Actually, it's not too bad. Hello, Benny. Mainly coursework for the last few weeks. Ooh, how's that going? I remember trying to do all that shit when I was at uni, and we had this, like, weird thing where it was term, Christmas, then normally it was a term, then it was an Easter bit, and then more term. But my second year in uni, for some reason, they just bundled it all into the April bit, and then I finished uni in, like, April. It was really weird. Take the compliment, damn it! I can't. It's not possible. As Padilla. Padilla was probably the most injury-prone player that never got injured. 100%. Oh, what song did it put through? McCreamy. I cannot wait to hear what that song sounds like, Don. My life is about to be changed. His anticipation's gone up. Damn. Okay. Actually, that makes sense. Because anticipation is one of the things you can train quite easily. Apparently so, Scouse Raw. 6 years as a Twitch partner, which is mad. Which also means that COVID was 6 years, or that bit of COVID at least was 6 years ago. Jesus Christ. I blinked and I just turned 30, and now I'm 36. Life comes at you fast, and also slow at the same time somehow. So that's basically the way things are breaking down. I'll show you the tactical setup in a minute. I haven't made a great deal of signings, to be honest. I was looking at some, and I mostly just hoovered up amateur guys and freebies for the most part, and I did make a few outs. I'll show you those first, actually. It's mostly just more loans for the most part. However, I did a couple of part exchangey boys right at the very end. Oh, sorry, I did make one sale. Cassidy's gone to Arsenal. We weren't really using him, and his contract was going to expire at the end of the season anyway, and I figured Arsenal came in to £22 million for a player that we paid nothing for. I figured that was probably a good use of our business. And the weirdest one, Eldrick Barnes to Manchester City for £5 million. That might be the weirdest transfer I've done in the whole of FM26. He had a release clause, apparently. They came in, triggered it, and not just them. PSG also triggered it, if I recall correctly, which is so strange to me. But maybe he was right all along, and he actually is good. Player traits actually I think player traits make a huge difference, like a massive difference. The best example of that was on my Stockport save when I signed a new winger and it broke my tactic because of one player trait that the guy had. And once I figured it out, it was perfect and we could just adjust around it. But it took me ages to figure out exactly what was going on with it. Sport law article to hand. Oh, mate. So, I mean, I did law at uni as well, and having to do that kind of shit was... The worst one for me was the EU law lessons. That was the dullest class I've ever sat in my entire life. And it was partly just because the lecturer was the dullest person in the history of the world. But how do you make that interesting, right? Still not to be your parent. There you go. How's it going, Limerick Dad? Hey, if our scouts can lie to us, then their scouts can lie to them too. But we got 5 million out of the deal, I suppose. But they're giving him 30 grand a week, which is even weirder. Evaluate his actual growth. Not so... His mental attribute growth is truly staggering, to be honest. Like, technicals are going up nicely as well, and actually physicals aren't too bad too, but it's that mental attribute growth that is absolutely wonderful, to be honest. And I'm really hoping we see something like that on guys like Jersey, who I've been playing a lot. Oh, Janine on Sunday, shit. Wait, where's it gone? There we go. on your Sunday run. Do you know what you did to it, or is it just a case of it hurts and I'm resting it type of situation? Compulsory module, yeah, me too. We had like contract law in practice it was called or something, which was actually kind of chill. This is the song that Don requested. Thankfully, I've been hearing my own voice in my ears and therefore haven't had to listen to it. So what I do feel like is, Voddies, this is one of these situations where you're not missing anything. Also, Voddies, how do you feel about the videos going up earlier? Because I've started downloading them manually after each stream. Yesterday, or on Tuesday's stream, I'm pretty certain the VOD went live at like 4:15. It was basically an hour after the stream went out. I was able to put the VOD straight out because it was so fast. It might not always be as early as that, but YouTube was just like zoom. So I'm going to try and do that after every stream. Might not always happen, but that's my plan. Don't multi-stream. It's mostly just because I haven't figured out exactly how I would integrate all the different chats and everything yet, and the situation with the music and things. It's on my to-do list, but the to-do list do ever groweth. I'm also not sure where I would live stream it, whether I'd put it on the main channel or on the second channel, or whether there would be any benefit to doing that, or whether I'd just be sort of dividing the audience. It's a tough one to say. But the main thing for me is it's the situation with the music and figuring out how to combine my chats and stuff in some way. Because I know I can do that now and Twitch don't care, but I want to make sure I did it in the right way. So I wouldn't want it to basically change and worsen the experience for the viewer. That's how I make sure I do it, basically. Right, so yeah. I did sign a couple of guys, mostly just random freebies, as you can see here. I found a guy called Peter Bourgeois, who I just thought the name was kind of fun. And he was a freebie, so we brought him in. And he's a Belgian as well. Don't see a lot of Belgian amateurs these days anymore. We got random guy from... that is Portugal, right? Oh, thank God for that. I thought that might have been Spain. More of these random freebies. This dude here, who I only really signed because New Caledonia International. Like, he was obviously in the Natty Cap thingy, but I thought New Caledonian International. And crucially... oh, fucking hell, it was Spain. We're going to get caught out with that sometimes. I did not think that was I thought it was a French club for some reason because New Caledonia. Oh well, it is what it is. He's not going to be that good, is he? That's such a shame. I thought it might have been a New Caledonian club or something. These guys here, though, these are, what's the word? Part exchange ones. So we've signed them from Polish clubs, but what we sent back was Fabrice Facone and a guy called Guido. Part exchange is a really good system, specifically in one case. You know when you do a transfer room out and it says the club is interested in the player and you offer the player to the club through transfer room out, and then you get the thing saying no offers for this player or clubs decline to make offer, and I'm like, why? You said you're interested. Then you hover over the player and it still says the team are wanting that player. At that point, part exchange them. Part exchange it out the wazoo. The downside, though, with the new system, part exchange you can't do for any player that is outside of the position that the player you're bidding on is in. So if you're bidding on a centre-back as part of the part exchange, you can only offer them centre-backs, which is a little bit annoying. Because you're offering a replacement now as opposed to pure old part exchange. So you do have to be careful there. But it's usually quite an easy one to work around. But either way, yeah, that's definitely a system that I want to employ more in the future to try and really push those loans through. Yeah, I thought that they've definitely changed it. Because I went onto the thing, and when you go off a replacement player, the only players listed, a deadline day thing. Oh, it could be. I was on deadline day when I was doing this, so it might be a deadline day only feature. If so, amazing news. That's the thing. New Caledonian players don't come along very often, so I was willing to just sign him up anyway. I did sign up this guy as well. I know he's from a Spanish side, but he is Polish, so I thought that at least we could bring him home. And his name is Kamil Małkowski, because he's not too bad, actually. And I realize he might be slightly Spanish scourgy, but I feel like we're allowed to sign him because he's at least Polish in the process of doing that. And yeah, he's gone out on loan as well. That's the thing. I feel like the Spanish scourge should have the exemption for that, because statistically, there's 2,000 of them. Most of them actually aren't going to be the 170 plus guys. Most of them will just be maybe above average for their sort of system. And if we find some fun nationalities, it'd be quite fun. We're rescuing our Polish brother. It's good. Interesting, James. In that case, that's good to know. But it also means that it does still work, crucially. And they do seem... I tried to force through like 3 signings to the same club, but basically the way it works, from what I can understand, is they pretty much won't accept it unless it's got players that they're already interested in, for the most part, on deadline day. Although occasionally I was able to slip one through. It's all very like mishmash as to what works and what doesn't. I don't think we've ever figured it out, really. So that catches that stuff up. Now, one last piece of news, and it's bad news, unfortunately. We actually only have 6 teams in Europe this year. That's the bad news. In the sense that we have 7 teams in Europe, but we no longer have 7 teams in Europe because somebody fucked it. And what makes it worse is that they fucked it, but are currently winning the league. They're top of the division right now, and actually have scored the same number of goals as us. Hello, Inferno. Enjoy the rest of your day, my friend. Yeah. And what makes it even worse, the Dutch curse was broken in order for it to happen. They lost 1-0 at home to PSV Eindhoven, and then lost on penalties in the second leg after winning in the Netherlands. When I saw them draw PSV, I was a little bit concerned, because that is a little unlucky. But then I also thought, well, it's fine. It's the Dutch curse. They'll be absolutely fine. And then they weren't. Won the game of the night, so I guess they take some points with us. But losing the Europa Conference League team sucks, man. Because they have a goalkeeper called Dominic Chunga. I like that. But yeah, so unfortunately, we've lost Piasklewice this year, and that's going to cost us a lot of points. Lost the penalty shootout 3-0. You're right, they did. Let's ignore the fact that two of the players that missed are on loan from us. One of them is now a Polish international as well. We were bound to have some bad... The guy called Jari Ringerling. You know I have to. Just in case. I was wondering if our guy had regenerated potentially. Sadly not. So yeah, they've unfortunately dipped, which means we are down to 6 teams this year. This is going to be a tough year for points. The only thing that could really save us is some magic from our teams in the Champions League, of which we have Motor Lublin, God help us, Jagiellonia Białystok, and further up, we've also got, where are they? Górnik Zabrze. Those are our 3. They will join us in the Champions League this year. Actually, now would probably be a good time to predict this. How many points do you think they will get collectively in the group stage in the Champions League? And that's without me looking at their fixtures. Because I reckon, collectively, I think they're going to surprise a few people. Now, if they've got 4 points each, it would average out to 12. I actually think one of them's going to massively carry, and it's going to be like 16 points between them, which is not a lot, but I think one of them will get through just by sheer force of will. Just on account of the fact that there's enough of them that there's only that many places that can get knocked out anyway. Yeah, I think one of them is going to get like 1. One of them will get like 3, and the other will get like 13 points. And I have no idea who that's going to be at this stage. But that's probably how I suspect it's going to break down, unfortunately. And obviously in the Europa League, we've got, I think, Arca and Brookbet. Of course, no longer managed by Marta. If you missed last stream, she's left. Their new manager is Carlos Cuesta, who was the manager at Parma and was also a coach at Arsenal. Oh, if they all got top 8. Have we ever had another side get a top 8 berth in the Champions League before? I think maybe in Malta, one team did one time. Maybe Sweetie did it once. I think Dundalk actually did it once too. Maybe on the Irish side. Oh no, they got to the semi-finals. Marseille in Europe. I think they are because they were bidding on our player, or like, rather they were interested in lots of our players. So I assume that they are in Europe. They are in the Champions League, in fact, yes. So we could, in theory, see them go up against a Polish side, in fact. Let's just check their fixtures. There's a statistical chart. I mean, they're not playing us, but Roma, Shakhtar, Tottenham, Bayer Leverkusen, Motor Lublin, there you go. So yes, they are. They're going to play Motor. Imagine if they were in the Europa League and they played against Smarta's old team. Okay, so last thing before we get to the game. One more thing for the fantasy. You can still get in right now. What are we doing right? Just make sure that's still popping off. Nice, good. I'll give you one more chance while I look at the team selection. So, you'll note that the shape has changed ever so slightly. I decided that we were still struggling with these 2 roles. And obviously that's a lost cause for the time being. But that's the one I'm really still unsure about. This, however, this works. I offset Kowalski slightly and move Lucinho so that he's back to being an advanced wingback again. And now they sit next to each other much better. The reason I offset the striker was for the same reason as well, because I noticed that the striker and Montperouse were getting each other's way a lot, but offsetting the striker to one side or the other seems to solve that problem. I only moved him to the left because he's left-footed. Still not sure what I want to do with the striker. I've tried every single role and they just do not seem to be able to get what I want out of them. But if I could just show you the last couple of games where I actually played the different system at the back, you'll see Uche, who was playing DLP in this game, 7.3 rating. Abdullahi as the central centre-back, 7.4. Creeping up in the right direction there, which is nice. I think I did it in this game as well. Yes, I did. It's behind my camera, but you can see that Hertha Dart, or you can't. 7.1 in that game. So it's definitely progressing in the right direction there. Still not sure about the striker, but yeah, I have no idea, honestly, what we're going to do with that. Oh, go on, Hadrian. Going to play Diakite. So, this season, he gets his chance, because he actually does like big matches. However, I was just looking around the database, and I found a goalie at... I can't see all his attributes yet. I realize there's only one E in Etienne, isn't there? Basically, Son Etienne's goalkeeper looks kind of okay. If I could just find him. This guy here. I don't know that much about him yet, but I could just... Basically, I did a little bit of an attribute search. And I can see communication, command of area, area reach is good. One-on-ones is excellent. Reflexes is 11 to 15, which is the one thing that lets him down slightly. But he's 23, one France cap. He would cost us probably about 55, 60 million quid, though. And ultimately, I'm willing to do that if he could be the man for the job once I've scouted him properly. But that is a lot of money to get together, potentially. Dickerlick. Oh, wait. Imagine if he was actually good. I'm assuming it's... Oh, he's from Vanuatu as well. Things you'll have to see. So yeah, he's the only goalkeeper I could see that kind of... They all seem to have some issue with them. I was only looking at like under 23 goalkeepers because there could be something that's a bit higher, but I'd rather bring one through a little bit. And every single one of them seemed to have some glaring issue that I could see. And he was the one guy that when I kept twisting all the numbers around, kept coming up over and over again. It's just the reflexes on him that were a little bit sussy, which is why I want to see. If he's got minimum 14, maybe I'm happy with that, and maybe we do try and just get some money together and splash the hell out on him, potentially. How much money have we got? 62 million, which probably would be a lot, but we could probably sell some guys to make up for it, right? He's only 19. Oh, wow. Christ, I'm so used to... Oh, 7 free kicks. You know what to do. You know what to do. Make it happen. Some of the best names are the ones you stumble upon to when you're not actually really looking for the funny names. I mean, albeit we were searching for Amaricio. We were searching for penis when we found Amaricio penis, but still. Okay, I didn't set up the game for this because I was capturing footage and I couldn't actually go into this menu yet. So, let me just get rid of Tomashevic, who's unregistered? Well, shit. He's going to kick off about that. I may be able to re-register him again after Christmas because I think we lost a player since I did the registration because such is life. Let me do that. And then... Oh, he is in the squad. That clear unavailable feature as well, which I... Although, I don't think that's going to remove them, is it? No. Because technically they are available, but unfortunately not today. So that's okay. Jens will drop back into that spot as well. We will bring someone else in place of Kowalski, which will be... Probably Dusan, I guess, or Joao Carlos. Actually, yeah, Joao Carlos, but swap them over because that's how they were flourishing last season as well. You got one as well. There you go. Oh, nearly the same age. Lancelot, do you actually... Right, one sec. Before I go into this game, remind me and I will look up Lancelot because I want to see if we've got one of our own. Oh, I loaned out Sikiru, that young Nigerian centre-back as well, to Legia because I think he probably is a future first teamer for us, but a season on loan can't do him any harm. Abdullahi, I guess, for the left-hand side. Is he left-footed enough for that? All right, fam. I did turn off Bepinex as well because I realised it was just glagging things out to an absurd extent. I think that's what I'm going to go with. Obviously, the rest of the team is still going to have some gaps in it. Got a space on the bench there. In fact, 2 spaces on the bench. So let's add back in 3 more players. Which is basically everyone left. Herrera, guys who aren't really fit yet, I suppose, and Piakorski. An Australian guy called Banjo. God damn it. Undercover Brazilian name searcher. I don't think I have, actually. Either that or when we tried, it was harder to look up in 26 for some reason. I forget. Let me just check Banjo first. Oh, older Banjo, but it's not quite the same as pure, straight-up Banjo, is it? I think the intensity is basically saying, hey, you need to chill. I suspect it's so you're likely to get injured, which is why... Maybe that's what's broken Michael Feeder. Lancelot. No way! We've got one as well in Scotland. Lancelot Lorimer. In fact, it's in multiple name pools. It's in both Colombia and Scotland with a slightly different spelling with the double T's on the back. Lancelot Lorimer. And he's a goalie. That's a name. Where is he from? Elgin. How elegant of him. Yeah, he does have the Colombian flair with the extra T on the end of it as well. Right, okay, now we're going to get into the game. So, let me just lock the fantasy picks. Since I think we've got enough of those in right now. Attacking possession, yeah, absolutely. One sec. It looks like shit, I realise. We're still unsure what I'm doing with the striker right now, so just ignore the fact that he seemingly has been banished to a little corner by himself. I may move him to the right-hand side. The plan today, basically, is make him work. That's our mission, along with winning Champions League matches, is to try to make that striker role actually work. The rest of the team, I'm really happy. The other thing I changed, I put more direct passing on the DLP. Because when I moved him out to the side, I found that he was interacting too much with the player that's too close to him. Whereas if you put him on more direct passing, he tends to have the ability to spread the play way more and actually looks for the spaces a bit more. And I think that's why his rating has gone up too. Because he's dragging the team towards one way and then shifting the play to the wide positions. That is one of the things I like about that. And it allows the space for Lucinho into this role as well. Anyway, right. That should be it. Let's get cracking. A book editor? I just read them. The amount of typos you see in books anyway. They need to get some new book editors, I would say. Pog was reading a book the other day. I know, crazy. And an entire page just repeated itself, like in the middle of the next page. It was really very strange. That's more of a printing error, I suppose, I suspect. Rotation play. I guess so. It's not as easy because you have the sort of in possession, out of possession stuff, but then you've also got the positional play within that, which is weird because I've noticed that despite my fanfare towards the in and out of possession things for 26, my tactics have been somewhat orthodox, as I do still seem to have a tendency to build things through the in possession approach instead, rather than being like having players playing ridiculously different positions in and out of possession. So maybe that's something I should look into more, because I feel like I've almost fallen back into that. Have they got anyone fun in their team? Obviously they've got the fake pole up front. Lancelot Lorimer just sounds, I don't even know what he sounds like. He sounds like a fantasy character, which obviously he would be. But even then, also, I'm pretty certain all the other Polish sides are playing at the same time of us right now. Free roll. I don't think you can put that on a striker. I think I've basically tried out every striker role imaginable. I tried target forward, I tried false nine, I tried a DLF. I put him back to channel forward just to sort of stretch the play a little bit, see if it would work. But for today, I'm just going to sort of show you how it works in its current state, and we can kind of go from there. Now, obviously, against Liverpool, away from home, this level of aggression is going to be a little bit like PSG Bayern last night, where neither team is really going to try and defend against the other. They're essentially just going to be like, right, we're better than you, or we think we are at least. And as a result, because we've got everybody in their half right now, look at the players they're leaving forward. But that should have provided gaps for us too. Joao Carlos down the wide areas. He's got plenty of support from Hjerte Dahl. Jensi boy! Oh! Sorry, not last night. Night before. I was watching it the night before. What a strike from Jens Hjerte Dahl, and we lead at Anfield in under a minute. Big Jens. In fact, this is almost going to be exactly like the Bayern PSG game, where neither of us can really afford to sit back and defend because the teams you're playing against are too good, and you'll just end up sacrificing the tactical advantage in the game. We're going to try and outscore them. And I like this as an approach. Outscoring our opponents is way more fun than just trying to sit back and defend against them. Right. Other match days. Oh no, they're all playing tomorrow, it turns out. You love to see it. Anyone who's Captain Jens is good in my book. Getting like a school child. What's the name? We're going to concede off this, aren't we? Dicky Lubitz. That is sensational work. Much better. Oh, hello. Breakaway chance now with the Momp. Look at the players surging forward now. You can really see who's got the work rate, can't you? Montparus is one of them, surely. Cuts it back. Really? FM. That sucks. That is a proper debate out of... He's about to pass the ball back to someone, surely. Well, Bradley Barker is doing okay, but notice Lucinho's rating. It's staying far more in line with the other centre-backs in the team. And Vanetti as well, 6.8. For a striker in this system, he's suddenly not losing rating. I find that he still doesn't get involved as much as I perhaps like, but it does seem that moving him off centre seems to improve his rating. And I guess it's probably just because he's finding more space. That might be a penalty. I think it's just outside the box. For the other five. Yeah, I think I need to get out of that mindset. I think it's because I'm still stuck in the 24 brain. Hello, man. Oh, thank you, man. No penalty. That makes sense. We'll take that. I do still find that the central midfield, the channel midfielder, can be a little bit sketchy in games and does kind of go missing, but he always just seems to pop up with something at the end of the day. Oh, go on, build it out. Thing is, even if we took a 2-0 lead in this game, I would totally feel like... Oh! What is that? It's 2-0. Looking to take one quickly. Origi! Except it's the other way around. Sorry, corner taking quickly Origi there. What is... Okay, sure. That's not normally how we do a short corner, but Montparus has just gone, fuck it. I'm going to just whip this in instead. Oh, a manner to the near post. How is that? I've not seen that one. Just straight up fantasy, Mandar. Oh, I think it's locked at the moment, but I'll open it back up again after the match. Holy Christ. Yeah, I have watched the highlights of the games. I kind of wish I'd actually watched the Bayern game, but I predicted 3-2. I was right at half time, I guess. That is such good football from us. I mean, we're conceding way more shots than we would do against like a league opponent, of course. So we are going to definitely give up chances, but we're taking our chances today as well. And that's part of the fun. It's a hugely risky approach, but I think when it pays off, we can obliterate teams. It's going to be great on the aggregate scorelines when it's like 7-4. I'm a big fan of this. And remember, last year with our old tactical style, we came to Anfield, drew 1-1. Oh. Ah, no, I've never seen that highlight style before at all. Because it's a short corner we take, but it must be to do with the way that Liverpool's AI defending is set up from set pieces and Montparouse's decision making. I imagine a combination of those two things has allowed for that to happen. And Diakite's made a couple of saves here. I dare say there could be crazy things on afoot. So what I found, Bolskov, is that apparently, from the tests that I've seen online on various websites, FM Korea being mainly, the only position that matters for role suitability is the in-possession position. It doesn't seem to affect the player too badly whether they can't play the role out of possession, which would explain why our system, where we dropped a load of players back from CM to DM, if they can do the position in terms of their attributes, then the game doesn't seem to care too much out of possession, but in possession it does seem to care for weird reasons. Thanosy, thank you very much for the follow. I realised there was another follow earlier that I missed, I think. Right as I was about to get started. Mr. Willow Tiger, I see you there. Thank you so much for the follow. I don't want to miss any. Oh, see you later, Adam. Oh, by the way, when Kernraid comes in later, inevitably, he's going to be in for a lovely treat because he's finally got a club that isn't Benfica and isn't Wisła. He finally got a deal on the last day of the transfer window. About the ENS, how it's crucially popular. Really? How would they manage to attribute that? Or is it just like, I guess they do like surveys with people, like, how did you get into this, I guess? What is that formation? It's the future, Marvel Racer. Benfica B, no, it's not. It's actually a Polish side. Last day of the window, they just randomly offered him a contract and he accepted it straight away. So that's kind of a good sign. I believe it was Radomiak Radom he's gone to. You should be able to, but I feel like you won't be able to pick your team actively. Oh, I think it's actually still open. Apparently you could have done. I forgot to lock it. So welcome in. Right. We've done really well here. Put some more pressure on the goalkeeper, I realise, and maybe with a better goalie that would make more sense. But so far, not appalling. And Vanetti's still on a 7 point or 6.7 or whatever. We'll have a look at the match stats afterwards to see what kind of chances he's actually creating, or not creating, but getting. He seems to be getting a decent number of shots, but the two chances he's actually scored have been a bit. One was a tap-in from the literally from the goal line, basically, and the other one was a rebound tap-in from the 6-yard line, so it's not entirely representative of him creating loads. We've actually really stepped up. Anwar's been a bit quiet today, but he's up against much better players. The other thing I really like is that despite Kjotadal being so close to John, he still doesn't seem to affect John's rating, mostly because he seems to be looking this way with the ball. Vanetti's left-footed, really left-footed, which is why I've got him on this side. But I might potentially... I'm not opposed to moving him to the right-hand side. I just feel like he can't be central because it gets in Montparouse's way too much when we have the transitional plays. I find them in each other's pockets too much. So I felt like he has to be off one side or the other. No, do I make a sub too early? Nah, maybe not. Hold on a little bit further. We seem to have got better in the second half. Duru had an injury as well at one point, I think. But he is kicking off, to be fair, about a lack of football. In Norway? Oh. So basically, yes, you can. But you'd have to wait for the expiry of that loan. So basically, if you accidentally only do a 1-year loan, it's fine. It just means that when you come to extend the 1-year loan, you can then do the trick there and you get 2 years from that point onwards. Don't worry about it. I did the exact same thing earlier in this save. While I was busy talking to chat and the game accidentally went past June 2nd. So I had to do an entire extra set of loans. So it's locked at the moment because we're mid-game. And I unlock it again after the match just to stop people coming in and like being able to pick players based on the game that's currently ongoing. I believe, anyway. It was a good intro today. It was. I did a good job, friends, for once. Let's get Duru on, along with many of the other players that we've got as options up here. Maybe get Paolo off for Obera. I like having defensive... I like having depth in our central midfield. And honestly, Naeem's tired too, and we don't want to risk an injury to our lad. Let's move Duru to the right-hand side for a bit. See if that changes anything, because I think he's right-footed anyway. Hello, Jose. But sort of, yeah, mostly it's just because I played a shitload of the league games off stream, because I figured that, you know, that sort of stuff is much of a foregone conclusion, and I'm still trying to figure out the best way to show it in the recap. But I think the way I'm going to do it is little clumps of league matches, sort of summarized in a paragraph or two, where I can riff it a bit more, and then show like crucial moments. So I basically just, the league games we played so far is essentially just going to be a supercut of Naeem scoring over and over again, because he's been the man leading the team in goals and I think even assists this season so far. I mean, Montperu should have more. He should already have about 7 goals this season, but he'll get there. It's that consistency. If we grabbed a 3rd goal here, I think this is sort of a proof of concept in many ways as well. Coming to Anfield and actually winning and looking really aggressive and good. Oh, go on, one more. Oh, okay, patience, nice. Oh, he's going to go all the way. Oh, what a save. Food poisoning. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I would not wish that on any... Food poisoning sucks. I guess the only positive about food poisoning is it's one of those things that once it just... You actually do get it out of your system, all of a sudden you're just like, oh, I'm suddenly fine now. Whereas a lot of illnesses, you don't get that kind of sudden relief, I guess. But, yeah, not great. Wouldn't want it. A bit like toothache. Wouldn't want to wish that on people. From gastro, yeah, I bet that Pog had that a few years ago. It was really, really nice. I don't think I've ever had that, thankfully. I mean, how do you know, I guess, right? It's like you go to the doctors with it. You're too busy. You wouldn't be able to leave the house in order to do so. Did Martin just push him over? Nice. But Daz, your lead at the top of the F1 leaderboard is very, very substantial, to the point where I think there's only like 6 people that could technically overtake you, and they would have to win outright today with you getting 0 points, pretty much to make that happen. Montperu, and it's offside surely against Duru here. No? Montperu? Hey, he's surely going to be offside. He has to be. Cool signings. The biggest signing we made was a £20 million striker. This guy called Beat Vanetti. That's going to be disallowed, isn't it? Yeah. Of the ticket taker. No, I didn't. Disallowed goal. Pushing another... Hang on. Pushing another player? Wait, that wasn't disallowed for offside? Okay, that's different. I assumed it was the Duru run that was offside, not... Okay, weird. FM doing weird things again. I've never seen a push there, particularly when there wasn't one. Beat Vanetti is indeed Swiss. Yes, he came in from Basel for 20 million quid. We like him because he's a slightly different profile of striker. Rather than being an out-and-out speed merchant with good finishing, he has more of a technical side of his game as well. So he's not quite as fast, but he's got really good passing and vision and things like that to help link the play up. Because the idea was basically that we wanted a link-up striker now with this new style of play, and we felt that he'd be the perfect man for the job. So far, we still haven't actually managed to perfect the role yet. But it's a good name. Oh, Montperu. Here we go. One more goal. Give it to him. I want revenge. Nice if Coffee could actually do something off this right-hand side here. Just take him on. There we go. Loads of space for Coffee. Pull it back. Oh, okay. Pull it back to our player. Next time, though, bud. Just bang it. The game's over. Just bang the shot. Coffee. Oh, dear. I mean, he scored, but it's miles offside. Probably your best bet there, Daz. Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, worst heartburn. Oh, Jesus. Rennie? Rennie's the one for heartburn and stuff, isn't it? I forget. Why are they even checking this? He's about 1,000 yards offside. Duru's quite literally goal hanging like he's playing in like school PE lessons. Yeah, Diakite is still weirdly untrustworthy, but maybe we'll see if Maid Marion could be any better, and then all the Robin Hood jokes can come out. Gaviscon, yes. Sorry, Gaviscon. It feels like a fireman came in my mouth. That's Gaviscon, right? I remember those adverts. We've done well out of that. We were lucky. Liverpool had chances in this game. Diakite actually saved some shots. That's a good sign. I'm happy with him. I can't do anything except credit him for his performance in that game. We kept a clean sheet. Yeah, that was their tagline at one point, I swear. You're about Aston Villa and myself. There are some very strange players signing for... Speaking... Thank you so much for reminding me. Right, you're going to like this. I'll have to do the points in a minute. Guess who Goalkeeper signed? I'll give you a clue. He used to play for us until last season, and he was released. Right. Imagine. In fact, Goalkeeper have been very busy. They've made some very interesting signings. They got Manu on a free. Some other guys, they spent £12 million on Alberto from Brookbet, and also Job Bellingham. 28-year-old Job Bellingham is at Górnik Zabrze. I mean, Love to see it. No, Fela's still here. He's just been injured for basically, it feels like forever. He's still technically injured right now, but he's sort of in like, you know, the yellow era of injury. Oh, wait. What was the lookup? Amazing Bellingham. Wait. 1 second. I will get the points as well for the fantasy game there too. Wait, I feel like I recognise this name. No, maybe not. I thought maybe I'd scouted him before. Amazing Bellingham plays for Solihull Moors and he's from Hereford. Amazing Bellingham! Imagine being this dude and having the first name Amazing. And as you say, from being from that kind of, well, I say being from that kind of area. He's obviously from Hereford, but still, that's dope. Ben. Oh, that's a 0, Matt, not an O. Or is there a dot? Ah, FM. Well, yeah, I mean, it is in the English name pool, it would seem. It doesn't seem like that he is in the save. Just make sure I spell that exactly correctly just in case, but apparently not, no. Yeah, there's so many good. Blessing, Amazing. There's tons of them. It's fabulous work from the game. Second game. Wait, your goalie's already scored a direct free kick? We see like one direct free kick maybe a season. I think we've actually had one this season. It was Montparnasse. Right, let me go back to that and grab the points out of that because it is a clean sheet. I assume man of the match bonuses as well. Be weird if we didn't. Yeah, Montparnasse was man of the match in this game, in fact. No one came off the bench and did anything useful, so it's just going to be these lads here. Love to see that. Grab that. Copy that. Unlock that. Paste the screenshot in. Get those stats being read. Yeah, the fact that there's just so many Bellingham references today, basically. It's... Get him on pens as well. We need to see how many goals he's going to get this season. So we'll have clean sheet bonus, man of the match award for Montparnasse. It's a good points haul from Momper. Did John get taken? Oh, he did, didn't he? Yeah. So Hjertedal's got a decent points haul. So does Raul Carlos and Montparnasse in this game. Bang. First round of points. Oh. Okay. Error applying points. JSON pass. Unexpected end of data at line 1, column 1 of JSON data. That's concerning. I think it has still done it anyway. But let me just check. I think it has done it. Just want to make sure that it's actually attributed them properly. Mana. Abdullahi, did he get some? I believe it has done it. Yeah. It seemed to work. How strange. Yeah, you can see the points. So I think it has worked. It just got randomly glitched out. Hopefully nothing's gone wrong there, but I wouldn't know how to fix it even if it did. Now it looks like those are all the correct points. So already a ton of points on the board. That is the current situation. Oh, I forgot you could log in through YouTube as well. I've actually not seen that symbol before. How'd you get 1 point in the game? I wonder who got the point in that one. Has the assist as goal scorers? Does it? You're right, it does. And... oh, man. Right. Okay. How do I fix this? Jesus Christ. And does it have the goal scorers as assisters as well? Right. Bloody hell. I don't know how to fix this on the fly. I can adjust the points down, but I don't know who to actually do it for. Is it just those things that are wrong? Because I can flip those over. Because, yeah, it's got ratings bonus there. Goal for Raul Carlos when he didn't have one. And then... yeah, Jens gets the assist instead of it. So, yeah, okay, I'll swap those two over. So, basically... but how many points am I taking away? Forgive me, chat. So, Jens loses 5. And gains 3, I think? I don't know. Jens loses 5 for start. That'll do that. Man, I got an assist, not a goal too. Yeah, it's those... it's basically flipped them over. So, Jens loses 5 points. Like that. And then I'll just assign him a goal instead. So, once that takes that... has that done it? Right, so now it's 4. There we go. Right, then I give him the goal. And that should then up that. Now that's not updating. I'm confused. No, it won't let me give him a goal. Yeah, I don't know what's going on now. I can't... what I'll do is I will give him the 3 points back for the goal myself, and then hopefully it will have fixed itself by the time we come to the next screenshot. Montparnasse obviously got an assist, didn't he? So he would lose... Oh my god, sorry. Doing this off the fly is a bit more difficult. Montparnasse assisted Mana, didn't he? So he didn't get a goal. So he loses 3. And he actually gains more. So he actually gains 2 points. Is there a reset score button? I don't know. From what I can see, I don't believe there is. Not to my knowledge. And I don't know if it would do the same thing again anyway. So then there was Mana who got a goal instead of an assist. So we will... That's the same. He actually gets the same number of points. Discard just discards that. It doesn't discard this. Re-upload... Well, yeah, but the points have already been applied. So it wouldn't discard the points. It would just discard the screenshot. And then the last one was what? João Carlos. Forgive me, chat. And he got an assist instead of a goal, which means he actually gains 2 points. There we go. Right. That should hopefully now be fit. Why is that not? Now it's not letting me update João Carlos. That is unfortunate. I now can't seem to update João Carlos's points manually at all. Let me refresh the page. Forgive me for this, chat. This is not ideal. Manual scoring. Oh, now he's got 13 somehow. What the... How has he got 13 now? That's probably because it's counted both of them. I was trying to give him 9, wasn't I? There we go. Let's see if that fixes it. He has a dial changed. I think I changed him manually, right? Is that now fixed? Excuse me one sec, chat. Yeah, so that should now be having the correct data for that game. Hopefully it gets fixed for the next one. And it was just a weirdness the way it interpreted that screenshot. Oh well. The frog one. Cherry Cheetah. I don't think I've actually had Cherry Cheetah, as it happens. The frog one. Is it Fruity Frog, the frog one? Right, there we go. It's not the end of the world, exactly. But I do want to make sure I get it right as right as I can, at least. They need a little bit of a rest. That's okay. Right, there we go. Lucchesi's... There we go. Sick. Right. Did it? I thought I actually corrected a lot of the misspellings in this. That's obviously going to happen sometimes because of OCR. Not sure until you refreshed. Ah, okay. Sick. That makes sense. Because sometimes it updates it in real time when I do the manual changes, and then sometimes it doesn't. Or normally it does, but I guess on that occasion it probably counted it twice, I suppose, because I probably sent 2 different inputs to it, so we probably doubled it. Right. Motor Lublin have already got a Champions League win. It's happened already. I mean, the fact is, it's still such a great system. There's bound to be little issues here and there, but I've managed to fix it. Hopefully, it's probably just from the way that I put that screenshot in. It gave me like a JSON error when I actually input it, so I suspect that that's probably what's caused it to sort of ripple down. At that point, I probably should have just discarded it and re-put it in as it happens. What a win! Holy shit. Of all the streams as well. We do, but I'm doing it manually. Basically, I'm awarding F1 points based on it. Wait, we had Galonia in there as well. Oh, I did. Sorry, I didn't even see that. That's fine. I think I'll just be a bit more careful with it. So I'll do it. If there's a JSON error, I'll discard and redo it, and then I'll just give it a second to sort of let it trickle down, and then it should be all right. I think I've managed to fix that one manually anyway for the time being. Now that I know that I have to refresh the page, then it should be no problem. That's not a bad result for Gornik. They were 2-0 up. They deserved to lose. Let's not beat around the bush here, but the fact that they were 2-0 up against City is hilarious. And the fact that Erling Haaland, who must be 1,000 years old now, okay, 34, it took him, oh, yeah, that's not ideal. Particularly as he assisted both goals. I don't think he's one of ours. Twisted ankle. No biggie. Awesome. Thanks, man. Also, damn, you just like... I assume it's probably just because someone just tells you when these things happen, right? Or you can probably see it in the system, I guess. But yeah, nevertheless, thank you, man. That's awesome. Hello, Dan. Nah, no worries, man. Dog. Scored 2 goals in fantasy. But does he have the points as if he scored 2 goals? Or is it just that it's saying that? Because if he's got the points for as if he's got 1 goal, then it shouldn't be an issue, right? Let me have a look. It says he has 9 points on my screen. Was that what he was supposed to have? Right. How's someone got negative points, though? Oh, that could have been because of substitutions, to be fair. Because they only have Joao Carlos in their team, and maybe they made substitutions, because you do get negative points for doing that, do you not, perhaps? Yeah, I don't really know what more I can do, because, I mean, Jens has got 9 points, which I think is the correct amount. But if it's attributing 2 goals to him, that's possibly just because of the manual adjustments, in fairness, on my end. So I think we'll just have to accept that's a bit of a balked one, maybe. But I think most of it's pretty much fine, I'd say. I'm doing great, Dan. A bit flustered there, but we're good. So 2 more wins for Champions League points for Maltese? For Polish sides already. I mean, what was it I predicted? 16 points for the teams in Europe. Well, they've already got 6 of the 10. Sorry, 10 more required. Existing scoring points. I don't know what's happened with that then. So forgive me. Because I don't think I can change individual people's scores as it happens. That might get randomly reset and fixed as we refresh through, perhaps. Sub Mountain back in. That would probably work, yeah. Wow. A guy called Hardy bagging a hat-trick for Anderlecht. Typical. Belgium League, yes, I have. It is extremely fun. I managed a team called Seraing in Belgium on F124 on my last journeyman save. And they're obviously in the top flight and fell all the way down to the 3rd tier under Dirk Kuyt as a manager. And he nearly got them relegated from the 3rd tier of Belgian football to the amateur leagues. We took over and then lost out on... What was it we lost out on promotion in? It was one of the most heartbreaking ways I've ever lost out on promotion. I think it was it games 1 or some bollocks? It wasn't goal difference. It wasn't head-to-head or goal scored. Yeah, it was games 1. We lost out on promotion on games 1. We had the better goal difference, the better head-to-head, the more goals scored, less goals conceded, but it was games 1. Because we'd drawn a few more. Like, I was fuming. And then the following season, we absolutely stomped the league, but then got handed a negative transfer budget, which wasn't amazing, unfortunately. Right. Okay. Oh, yeah, Mushroom Man. How's Mrs. Mushroom? How's Mushroom Lady doing? And Babby? Or has that still not happened yet? Oh, I literally just saw. Still waiting. So it's been like 4 days now? 5 days? Jesus, I don't know if I'd be able to handle that level of anxiety, if I'm honest. I'm glad you're here, honestly, just because hopefully it's like slightly a distraction from that. Right, so we got Europa League on Thursday, which is where we're at now. How did our boys get on? Not seeing any dubs, concerningly. Arca drew. And Brookbet lost. 3-1, in fact. To who? Red Star? Lads, that's not a good result by anyone's understand. That's a good result. Away at Hertha. Losing 3-1 to Red Star is a shameful result, given that Red Star last year conceded 9 goals against Polish sides in 2 matches. Nah. Has the Marta... Maybe Marta really was the reason that they were doing so well, because that's the sort of game I would expect them to play really well in and just comfortably win. We don't have a game at the weekend, I don't think, which means we actually... Or do we? No, I think we're good. I think we can go straight through to the next Champions League match. Don't know why we don't have a game at the weekend. Gomez is improving really nicely as well, by the way. Really happy with what he's starting to look like. Some of his technicals are still a little sussy, but that speed is lovely. Other European teams now. We can sort of check that, I think. Unless they've changed it. There is like a stat, isn't there, about like wage spending. Which should be, unless they've taken it away. Finances, here we go. So salaries per annum in the Champions League, at least. We are on 83 million. I imagine we're going to scroll for a wee bit. There we go. Motor are spending 11 million a year. Gornik, 7.8 million. And yeah, basically they're all really close together. But it's not a lot of money they're spending. Now, obviously, some of their players are being subsidized by us. But regardless, they are not spending a lot of money. Together, they're spending, what, 30 million, if that. Now, in the Europa League, it might be a little bit better. I'll say better. It might be a little bit more favourable to them. Well, it might not be, though, actually, because there's some pretty good sides in the Europa League. So where's the Polish... Yeah, Man United. Jesus Christ. Wow, Athletics, huge wage bill. And we've got Arca and Brookbet to look for. So there's Brookbet, 13 million. So they're actually spending more. And then Arca are spending 9.7 million. So the Europa League guys are spending a good amount. It does make you wonder who the biggest wage spenders are in the extra class outside of us then. I'm assuming it's Legia still, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if Rakov are up there too. Haven't really looked at that side of the finances. Yeah. Oh, of course, Krakow. Wow. So yeah, Legia are miles clear of number 3. Cracovia at 16 million. But then it's Korona Kielce at 14 million. They're newly promoted. Damn, okay. Champions League juggernaut and win, say, 3 in a row. I wouldn't switch clubs. That's never something I really do in building a nation stage, just because I find it less fun. However, there is a caveat here that still wouldn't require that. But you'll note that Pushchini Mitsa, they are still our affiliate side, and I can still funnel them loan players. But they're in the top flight now, which means, in theory, if we could give them enough players over the course of this year to maybe keep them up, there's a chance that they could literally become like Alpha Tauri, Toro Rosso to us, as in an actual competitive top flight team in this case, and be a proper puppet club. They'll be like Vichy France, but in the top flight of Polish football, where we've never really had that opportunity before. So I wonder if that is a way of us doing that sort of subtly on the side. I could actually change their name. We could use an EDT thing to change their name. Maybe for later. That's funny, actually. They do need to stand up. I guess it does, Lewis, and I realize at this point that the analogy somewhat falls down a little bit there. So maybe I should distance myself from that. Oh, dear. Yeah, like a Nepo Baby club. I was just happy they finally got promoted. They are still considered the worst team in the league, so I have a horrible feeling they may not last that long. But we'll do everything we can to pump them up, maybe in January, and see what happens. Yeah, super nearby. We could rename them Wisła B. People are always asking, like, hey, where's Wisła B? Can they get into the playable leagues? And I'm like, technically, yes, but unlikely. They can, can't they, technically? That's my one regret. I wish that we'd maybe waited a teeny little bit longer and activated the 3rd and 4th tier in Poland, just for more depth. It was nice having that extra 3rd tier in Malta for more clubs to have access to. And it would have been cool if we'd had that, but ultimately, it's not the end of the world. But also, our loan farm is back up to basically the same number as last year, I think now. 279 in the end is where we got to. If our first 11 be loanies. Oh, I think their first 11 of loanies might already be the case. I forget exactly how many players they have on loan from us, but it is an absurd amount. So I think there's a strong chance that their likely 11 in games at this stage is probably already loanies. Let me just check their first, their lineup from their last match, which is against Cracovia. It won't be all, I wouldn't have thought, but it might be pretty close. The downside is me remembering who's who, because I don't think it should. So he's on loan from us. Excuse me. He's not on loan from us, unfortunately. He's one of their own players. He's definitely on loan from us, because it's Nelson Aguilera.
Sometimes chaotic genius. Spurs should appoint you.
Oh, well, I don't know if I'd want that job, honestly. Maybe for the exit money. Thank you, Waterford Wizard, for the 2 months at tier 2. That is so kind of you, man. Hope you're having a lovely... Who am I kidding? It's going to be dope. Tomorrow's going to be even better, apparently. I'm so excited. It's proper beer garden weather. And they've got Bari here, who's on loan from us. Then Jabi's definitely on loan from us. Palacios is not on loan from us. Well, okay. Del, he sounds like he's on loan from us, yeah. Samfo 100% is. Roman, he is. Lukov is. And Ukros is. So of their starting 11 in the last game, 9 of them are on loan from us, which means at any given day, there probably is a chance they'd field an entire loan 11. In Belgium. A B team in the playable leagues eventually. I don't believe you can request it. I think you should already have a B team most of the time. And if you don't, you might be able to request it, but I don't think it would go into the... Well, it could go into the playable leagues, but only depending on how many leagues you have switched on and how far down they go, because I don't know exactly where the B teams play in the Belgian pyramid. The livery this weekend, I have not. Have you got a picture? It's weird that F1's back. It almost feels like the season just finished. 6-year contracts that I know. I mean, I'd still take him at Fulham. I genuinely would. It's... Appears to be winning again. No, they finally... Hey, they've lost to... Amazing. Come on, lads. You can do this. I want them to stay up. They must stay up. And beating the team that are top of the league, let's just ignore us in there, is a one way to do so. Yeah, the reputation is the crucial thing. That's why we haven't seen any reach the second tier. Also, note here, we're underperforming our XG by nearly 5 goals, despite the immense amount of goals we're scoring at the moment. So, if we can find the right players to make this tactic click, holy shit. Just start taking our chances. It's crazy. Yeah, I did some of the re-rolling stuff in the past. But it does take a very long time, as you say. Waterford Wizard, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Limerick Leprechaun. Isn't that you on a different account? I respect it. It's like the Obama medal meme. Or am I being really confused? Because that will happen quite a lot. Wait, what have Brookbet done? Are they being bad? Oh, shit. They kind of are, aren't they? That is not what we want. How bad are they expected to be? Oh, no, they should be okay. But it is a little bit worrying that they've started so poorly, because you know how Poland be. When one of these teams randomly starts poorly, they just seem to never recover a lot of the time. Circle Bruges. They've got some good players, actually, to the Bruges boys. We've still got about 500 lads on the scouting as well, so I've been sort of going through that as best I can. Trying to narrow down some of them a bit more. I think there's still some older ones in here as well. Yeah, but most of those are... Ah, there he is. Maxime Marion. That was my guy. Have we got more information on him yet? Oh, okay. Now I'm more interested. How many gifts and subs again? Maybe. They're nice like that. Yeah, it's such pot luck, and the reputation is the biggest sort of factor in all of that. Oh, I don't hate that. It's very yellow. I know, crazy observation there. Nothing gets by me. But yeah, this is the goalkeeper that I liked when I could see what I could see, but now I can see more. It is a bit Jordan, actually. Yeah. I like it. We need a bit more yellow on the grid. The question is, I suppose, because he's got reflexes as well. Can we see his big match information or not yet? I would need to know. Actually, can you see big matches on players that aren't yours? I think you can, right? Provided you've got them fully scouted, if I remember correctly. But I would need to confirm that. I'll have to scout him and then prioritize him as well, just to make sure. We're down to 400 now, actually. We'll prioritize his report again, because we're not in a window right now anyway. But I'd be tempted, honestly, to dump a stupid amount of money onto a goalkeeper like this if we can. Then we'd have a guy that I think would be stable enough if he's got big matches. And, I mean, ultimately, the attributes he's got, I like. Even if that's 15, I'm kind of happy. If it's any more than that, amazing. Agility would be nice to have as well. And his decisions and concentration are exceptional as well. Like, things I don't normally look for as much, he does seem to have. Potential looks decent. I mean, he's only 23. Obviously, as a goalkeeper. I like him a lot. He's on a lot of money, though, and it would be a problem there, I suspect. But we'll see. I'll find that out. Because the way I looked at it is we could spend a lot of money on a goalkeeper for a bit, have a guy, and then that would then allow us to spend our time looking for the young guy, the Socorro type of fella. And we'd have a guy that's perfectly stable for many years, in fact, to allow us the freedom to do so, I suppose. Finding the players way cooler than the games. I don't know. I actually think the match engine is really good. Like, I actually really do enjoy the games most of the time. I like making changes and actually seeing the things I do have an impact in the game. I've had more fun building tactics this time around than I have on recent FMs for sure. Wait, I didn't do the scouting. There we go. No brainer. Yeah, I think if I was going to do that, I'd want to make sure I had him done first and then Diakite goes. Just in case, because we don't want to be stuck with nobody. But he looks like a sort of player that I'd be willing to dump. Probably end up being mid-50s. High 50s on him, which would be a massive bid for us at least. But we might at least be able to get him an international cap clause, because he does still only have the one cap for France, which means France have obviously got some goat in front of him. This was the other guy that we really liked all those years ago, Kuzmic. I'm not sure he's developed as much as I was expecting. So we may have dodged a bullet on him potentially. Right, what's left in here? Any extensives? Not a lot, but there's a few. Oh, there was also what looks to be a crazy generation of players coming through at Bodder. Not just these guys, there's more. There was a guy whose name was like Kruta or something. He may have already disappeared from my player search list. I was just looking to see who the best players we had scouted in the game were. There's actually some quite good ones in here. Very expensive though. Team report scout. He may have already lost off this list. Yeah, they have. But that's okay. They'll come back round. There was some really good players out of Norway that I'm quite excited to see what they look like, because there might be some genuine monsters in there. Because it looks like Bodder have had a crazy couple of youth intake years. I mean, that guy we got from them in the summer was good enough. Convert a no-nonsense fullback to a ball-playing centre-back in possession. So I think what's happened there is the quick pick thing. That happened with me a few times, where I would do a quick pick, and then my assistant would change some of my roles around. It was very strange. And I suspect that's what's happened there, because that happened to us while we were building this tactic, as it happens. That's my guy, but I've already sent him around again, right? He's at Real Madrid. He's 7. Oh, he's minimal knowledge. Right, what's the ones that we've got full knowledge of? Is there anyone worth a look, really? 18. Real Madrid, Porto B. Probably not, actually. The other guys, freebies, maybe? There's a couple in there. No one amazingly standing out, particularly as they're all minimal, which means they'll probably drop down anyway. There's still some good players in there, though. Potentially. And a few Spaniards to probably avoid in there as well. So many good Nigerians in this save. We seem to find like 1 or 2 a year. Hello, Shadow Plays. Cleared health-wise in terms of what they were looking for. That's good. High risk. Told to take I wasn't supposed to take. There's nothing can't require medication. Yes, that's unfortunate. You think they wouldn't prescribe you medication for something? I mean, I know that's what the whole point is. You throw stuff at it and see if it works, and then they can sort of diagnose based on whether it gets better, I guess. But still. But are you sort of slightly more, I guess slightly more satisfied probably isn't the answer, because ultimately the answer of it isn't that, doesn't actually, I suppose, tell you what it is, right? And I know how frustrating that was for me back in the day when it was like, oh, we've worked out that it isn't this thing. It's like, cool, right, now what? Because often it was a case of, we know it's not this, but they never seemed to be like, right, now we're going to take these steps to try and work out what it is. It was always like, oh, well, we know it isn't this. You're welcome. And then they would expect you to just leave. And it's like, I feel like we maybe could dig a little deeper here. Like, Pog's been having the same problem with her skin for years, trying to get them to take it a bit more seriously. And finally, since we moved here, the doctors have been a bit more sensible about this and are actually trying different things out to try to figure out what's going on, which is good. This isn't doing something stupid. Yeah, I don't know then, Watford's would. Because basically, the game won't change them, as far as I know, without some kind of input from the player. Like, they literally will not do that. But there are several buttons that if you click them, sometimes it will just change things like that. Quick pick is the one that caught me out, but there are other things that cost you too. But as far as I know, the game doesn't actually change your rolls around if you don't click that. I swear we never seem to play on the same day as all our Polish friends, for whatever reason. Is there like a rule with that? Or probably just pot luck at this point, isn't it? Right. Let me just check on the points, because we didn't actually look at the European points this season. It's probably not a lot just yet, and it's going to be a tough-ass year. As things stand, this is just a stabilisation year for us at this point, because we've got 7 teams in Europe, but we've actually only got 6, even though... Oh, it does say 6. If we could just get... I don't even know what the target is for us this year. We need to go relatively deep ourselves and just hope that we don't get absolutely screwed by the performances of our Champions League teams, really. These are the sort of years that you're always going to get. I guess on the plus side, we're not in any real danger yet of falling out of the top 4 again. Although, a good year for France could maybe put the brakes on that a little bit. But I think we'll be okay for the time being. And as long as the other thing is, with them being in the Champions League now, they'll at least be able to strengthen because of that, because they've got Champions League money, Champions League reputation, and all that sort of jazz. Right. What do I do this time? Do I move him to the other side, perhaps? For the memes? Maybe make him back into a target forward, but slightly offset instead? Because the one thing I didn't do was I didn't try offsetting them while we were using the other roles. So I wonder if it's maybe... The offset is the right idea, but it's the wrong role with the offset, perhaps. I don't know. That's my latest attempt at something interesting. Has anyone recovered yet? Kowalski's now back. So he'll probably get back on the bench, at least. Probably in place of Piakovsky for the time being. And Kwasi Alpud is also back. I just prefer him to Abdullahi. Doesn't really seem to do the job. Nor I had to do it against PSG. I don't know. I saw him having a fight with the ball boy, which was quite funny. Signed training to my assistant. Oh. So we do have assigned our training to our assistant, but I've noticed this year there has been a lot more tiredness, but I suspect it's because our tactic is so intense. We are definitely going to have some... even when we were playing once a week, it was still doing it, basically, which was very weird. Channel forward there. I mean, he was a channel forward. I want to try target man for this game. We'll try the channel forward idea, because that's what he was last time. Offset on the left-hand side. But obviously I don't think I had to stay wider on him. I might just try... let me just make sure I've not got any other instructions that are going to interfere. No, that's fine. I want to try target forward, offset to the right this time. Because then maybe Kyoto Dahl can find balls over the top with his long passing that I've now got him doing, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I used to like wrong-footed... Actually, I used to like wrong-footed inside forwards, weirdly. Where I'd play a right-footed inside forward on the right-hand side... So they'd cut inside, but still be playing across the goal. Tactical intensity, I think, is part of the reason. That's, his name's Thomas Hernandez. He's a very, very tall Spanish man. He's 6'7" and has 20 jumping reach. I think he... Oh, no, it's Gomez that was 6'8", right? Give one of the bar on social media about to hold for it. Really? Oh, I don't think I can actually show this on stream, but that's funny as hell. I do quite like the random bits of shithousery in football that you see. It was quite refreshing just seeing the highlights of that PSG Bayern game, because it reminded me that, oh yeah, football is actually really fun sometimes when it's not just low block versus other low block and people are sort of trying to play a little bit more. The one thing I noticed really, and this is again just from an Adam Clary video, was the sheer number of dribbles attempted and completed in that game. It was schoolyard in a way, but in like the most fabulously fun way to watch. So no, I'm not here on Sunday because it's a bank holiday weekend and I'm off seeing family and stuff this weekend. Opposite the other summit, yeah, in it. That's just good time to bring that up actually. But yeah, I owe Pog a weekend. Because it's a bank holiday. Some friends of mine that are coming up to Essex to see family, and they've not been up this way in years, so they're going to come and see us as well on the Sunday, which would be nice. Maybe have a barbecue, depending on what the weather's like. I'm going to go see my parents tomorrow and stuff, and go to the pub. And if the weather's holding up like it might do tomorrow, then it is going to be the most perfect Friday evening beer garden weather, basically. Gibraltar! Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. That's a hot place. See, look, I'm linking in. I mean, it's not, because Gibraltar isn't a place. Or is it? Is the question. Part-timer indeed. Live barbecue stream? I don't even have a barbecue yet. I'm waiting to see the only way to Essex. There's so many ways to Essex. That's the thing. All roads lead there, I've heard. It's a bit like the Silk Road, but instead it's just cocaine. Off of a key in a toilet. That's Essex. Sorry, Essex. I can always tell when I've crossed into like Essex. It's like the vibes just change immediately. Right then. Dino Zagreb played against Arca, I think it was, in the knockouts of the Europa League last season. But more importantly, I want to batter them because of what they did to us several years ago in the Champions League. Whole of last year. No, he hasn't. Man takes one Sunday. The last Sunday stream I missed was my birthday, and that was March 7th. Ultimately, I work 6 days a week most of the time, and I do try to balance things as best I can. I know that it's like not work or whatever, but it is because it's my job. And if I don't, I know that I will just burn out massively. And so I have to be careful with that and promise Pog that I would protect those things, you know? Red brick house and slightly darker asphalt roads. Yeah. Once you get past Epping and into like Loughton and places like that, that was nice. It was a wonderful pass, and it's just nice to see Vanetti scoring. This is the kind of opponent I'll be interested to see how we do. Yeah, you just got to take advantage of like the way that situations present, right? I'll sometimes go 6 weeks without a... Oh! Come on, baby! Jens is back. That's such a lovely goal. It's 2-0 inside 4 minutes. I'm getting Jules Gordon vibes here. Jens is having a day, my friends. All that reminds me, I need to lock the fantasy points. Make sure no one's accidentally going and straighting out for Jens like a cheaty bastard. That is such a lovely ball. Oh, 2 goals for Jens already. What a guy. Marshall, if I've watched last night, who had an Essex accent thicker than Liverpool. Yeah, it's... But this is the thing, you wouldn't even know that I was from Essex because I just grew up in the bit that's just way more neutral in terms of accent. You can only really tell because I'll just drop letters on certain words sometimes. But that's about it. Oh, go on, another one? Wait, surely not. I'm guessing it's going to be an offside or it's going to count as an own goal. It could be 3. I think that's going to get given. I don't see how he could be offside there. Yeah, it's given. No, it's not given. It's been ungiven. That was his 0th goal of the season. Take points off. I actually think we might be able to, Tuny, because I think our pressing style, and by that I mean our lack of press... What? Oh. Yeah, he's in the goal. I think it actually hits him, to be fair. That was why I got confused, because it was Vanetti's shot. But yeah, it hits Kusiapol. He's definitely offside. I thought he was just in the line of fire, but yeah, he absolutely is. Very pronounced glottal stop. Yes. Oh, yeah, I 100% do. Literally the way I just said... What did I just say? It's... Yeah. I suppose that's one of the... is that one of the hallmarks of like southern England, especially when it gets slightly closer to London as well? Just as the M25. Yeah, pretty much. About... Well, not now, obviously, but like back then, half hour, maybe, at most. Like, Do you remember there was a person on stream back, this is like 4 years ago, that was like obsessed with calling me posh for some reason. And I never quite understood it because I was just like, fine, whatever. But it was just the strangest thing. And they just would not leave it. Like, they just kept bringing it up over and over again. I was like, you know, you do you, Chief. But like, this seems like projection is all I'm saying. Right. Yeah, certainly not like the feeler one. That was bad. Pronounced got too. I think it's this whole sort of area. Yeah, I mean, being a Fulham fan, of course. It's... You get Victoria Sponge on entry. The entry which you would have gained for free by signing up to a fun run. Matto to speak posho. Let me get my received pronunciation out for you, chatto. I think that Fulham's pressing style, which is very, very languid and actively quite deactivated a lot of the time, might actually work quite nicely against the way that Arsenal have been playing recently and the way that people have been beating them, as it is now 3. Naeem's grabbed his first of the day and his 8th of the season. Fear we're not in the same tax bracketo. My friend, I'm only just in a tax bracket. Horrifying. I'm not going to show the whole highlight here because this is literally the entire thing. I don't think I'd be opposed to that, James, honestly. It would be weird at first, but I think I could learn to live with it if we were playing well. Which, yeah, I would love to not be in a tax bracket. I actually live in the Cayman Islands. I'm non-domiciled, you know. Hello, Harv. Speaking of people who are way more Essexy sounding than me. I realise that's not where you're from, but still, you sound it. What's that language? It's because I'm overly verbose, you see. He's in again. He's in again. He's should have been in again. That little interchange there is exactly what I wanted. And it's now weird that we're starting to see it more frequently as of this last little tweak. Vanetti's been much better today. Goal and an assist. Anwar's getting linked up beautifully now. Maybe it is that we've given Anwar more space. See, the Vanetti's dropping into the little spot here and linking up with the little triangle. But now notice, with him being offset, before, when I had him central, he'd have been like there. But now we've basically got like a front 4 in possession. Because that's John, isn't it? Yep. This is exactly what I wanted. The slight offsetting play. Oh, he's done it again. The link up between those two is, oh, hello. Anwar's just trying to find a shooting angle, isn't he? Johnny boy! He's missed the target. This target man offset to the right could be the move. Perhaps. Also, it makes the tactic look even worse, and I'm hugely on board for that. John struggled a little bit today, but he has missed a chance there. Lucinio's rating's higher. This feels like we might have cooked. Like, properly cooked. I collectively have time to spare. Ooh, what were your favourites? I'm curious now. Because that would actually be quite a fun, like, thing to do if a random stream we end up accomplishing a load of things too soon. Or, like, you know, we've got some time to kill. I'm curious now. Because there's some weird stuff in there. There used to be more, but I actually had to delete a load of them at one stage because of Twitch's rules regarding copyright changed. So back then you had copyright music in the clips. You didn't really get claimed because they weren't doing it back then. But then they said basically, listen, if you've got copyright music in your clips, we will start retroactively claiming it. So I had to delete loads of them. That is a really good first half from us. Like, spectacularly good. Basically everybody, other than John, and that's because he's missed the chance, has played exceptionally well in this game. That's exciting, man. Get the dub at Anfield. Dominant against Zagreb. I want more. More goals, please. Mingueza, Stones, and Sancho on freeze. Jesus. Wait, is Sancho really available for free now? I always lose track of what contract he's even under and with who at this stage. That was one. That was the most recent one, I think. I think that might be the newest quote added to the bot. I'm trying to think of old school clips that are maybe a little bit under the radar. So, like, there's obviously the really obvious ones. You've got the he's broken his spine chat, stuff like that. The a personal favourite of mine is the one from African Adventure where I'm showing you the letter that Pog's friend, who was a teacher, got sent by a kid in his class as a thank you note. That one I particularly enjoy. Oh. Matt Wilson of Bar in Soho. God, I don't know what that one is. That sounds like something Chaser would have clipped. And it'd be like 3 seconds long. See that in Shadow Place. Have a good day, man. Yeah, I'm trying to think back now. There's 6 years of them. It's my 6th half. Did you know it's my 6-year Twitch partner anniversary? I know. They let me have a partnership and everything. And that's blocked. Oh, the Pebbles one? That was good, actually. Oh, go on. 4th goal now, and it kind of kills it. Montparusi's all the way through, and he's hit the crossbar as well. He is actually having a generationally underperforming season, considering he's one of our top scorers still. He probably should already have nearly 10 goals, and at some point, Pebbles 2 foots is about Malta. Ah, here we go. Right. This is one for the Lore Masters. Game starts there. He's on the pitch less than 10 seconds. He's on the because it wasn't a game that we were actually actively participating in, was it? We just saw the red card and went back to trying to figure out how that had happened. Because it was like a substitution, then the red card immediately, and he was literally on the pitch 10 seconds. The play starts, 2 foot someone sent off. And that was his first game after we'd signed him. Incredible work. Hello, Michael. How's it going, my friend? Mike, sad news. I went to Topgolf with you, without you at the weekend. I felt weird, felt icky. But at least I had my Topgolf card prepared. Yeah, we thought it was a bug, but it just wasn't. I went to a different Topgolf as well. I cheated on Addleston Topgolf with Chigwell Topgolf. It was actually really good. I was really impressed with it. Vibes were good. Warmest day. However, they'd accidentally, you know, they got like the outdoor heating things that go across the top of the Topgolf thing. They had the heating on outside. It was literally 22 degrees already. We were cooking. Ah, yes. This one. Better room than half the man you used to be. Better. I am thinking about changing this room around a little bit and maybe going for a bit more of a natural light kind of vibe, because I feel like I have quite a dark camera on everything. And I actually feel like the natural light is kind of nice, and I think it just looks a bit better now. I think gone are the days of needing like lots of LED stuff, and now I might just build the backdrop a bit more and just go with a more natural look, perhaps. Thoughts? And it means I can actually see. That'd be nice. Oh god, this one. This was the leg waxing stream.
Shit. God, I'll tell you exactly how I feel about that in a second. I think it's absolutely... Ah! That's how I feel about that.
What the fuck? Imagine you joined just now. Yeah, so that was like height of COVID, and I went into COVID weighing about 11.5 stone, and by the time that like 2022 had rolled around, I was like 15 stone. So, because I just stopped exercising essentially. Never do that. My suggestion to you. Pog was having a lovely time there. Why was it I was waxing my legs? I've actually forgotten the reason I was waxing my legs during that. And what's this one? Wait, what? Why are you on free... I didn't put him on free kicks. Okay. Sure. Vargas. Sven is just doing... He's living his own... Wait, why are you still on the pitch? That was when Sven ended up on free kicks while he was playing in goal as an outfield player and got an assist while playing in goal as an outfield player from a free kick he took. Yeah, wild. It was so bizarre. The law began to the hands of every... Yeah, because if he can do it, they can do it too. Right, Johnny's come off. I'm going to give Vanetti the... Actually, I will take off Vanetti just to see if Duru can at least... not flourish in the role, but look competent in the role, I suppose. And it also feels like perhaps it could be time for a bit of an analysis off of my man Kowalski. And maybe even Molski. We'll get both of the skis on. Get Abramovich in as well instead of Paolo, and that will do it. Why won't you score? That sounds an awful lot like Tenerife. Why won't you score sounds very Tenerife coded. I'm assuming it was during that period where we... Or was it... Hang on, I'm going to have a quick little looky here. Don't want to distract too much. Oh,
Never
Magdi!
going to pass this. He's going to drive all the way through and finish this past Potter, and he's missed the fucking goal.
I should remember what this was. This is when we were trying to throw the cup final to Goodyear, wasn't it? And they kept missing the chances.
In goal. You don't have to try that hard, bud. Right, Radincic to show them how it's done. Finds Kernaz. Right, he's got bodies around him. Radincic is in again. Oh,
they refused to score against us, basically. We were trying to let them win the cup final, and nothing we did would allow it to happen. Oh, God. That was... I might not have even been Octotrek. That might have been We Want This, perhaps, by that point we were playing. Because if it was Malta, it was probably just around the sort of FIFA World Cup kind of time. And I think that was when we started playing We Want This. Oh, they hit the bar twice. I think you can go deeper than that. You got to go really deep. Like, back to, like, Norway days. And even then, back to the Unialda Madeira save. Back when I had a different set of overlays and everything's a little bit weird. I think my first ever Twitch clip, proper one, was the one where my player fell over the referee. It was very strange. He actually got knocked over by a referee. I've never seen it happen since. Probably like Robbie Savage style. It was a terrible overlay. I think I just bought it off the internet because I just needed something, because the one I had before that was much worse. It was one that I made myself. I don't know if anyone in chat even remembers the original streams. And I'm not talking the Admanavaka streams. I'm talking the... trying to think of an example. The Jason Bourne stream. The Pompey streams. Those ones. Back in like 2015. Duru. Oh, go on. Go on, Ifeanya. Hey! It's an assist for Duru. We take that. I think that works. That channel's looking much better. Look, if you say sorry, bodies. I think it is just because... I actually don't know why. I'm always cognizant. I want the VOD's experience to be good as well. And I realise that obviously, because of the VOD, you don't hear the music a lot of the time. And I wonder if, like, sometimes if I'm doing something that's really chat-specific, sometimes that can be a bit of a, like, you know, it's not as interesting if you're just watching it from afar. So I totally get that. But it's a tough thing to balance, I suppose, right? New FM leaks. Oh, I'm not even going to press it. I'm not. I refuse. Probably YouTube videos. Yeah. That was how it all began, basically. Don't overthink it. Telling me to not overthink something. Bold. See if it pays off. I've never met a situation I couldn't overthink. It's not possible. I will overthink my way out of doing things that are really obvious and really I want to do them. It's part of the problem. I'm not as bad now, but I'm still pretty bad. I'm actually a little bit annoyed at us there, considering we started so well in the first 16 minutes and then just kind of didn't. Yeah, I mean, I maybe should have... I don't think I could have underthought that any less, as it happens. That was a real shooting from the hip type of decision on old VRL, I must say. Oh, dear. Yeah, Pompey was... Those were halcyon days. That was literally 12 years ago. Oh, this is the bitter one, right? I'm assuming.
The only downside is... Hang on, which... Actually, I know what I can do. I'll just turn off Togo from the apply all filter. So...
Solid move. It was fucking Binner, Chateau.
Come on!
Haha.
It was all because of Binner, Chateau.
It's all because of Binner. Still, not the longest stream I've done anymore. We finally beat that last year, I think. Right, that's good. We'll have these guys. Hopefully it will work this time. And if not, I will analyze it on the fly. We'll get it going. I miss African Adventure. It was so good. I want to find a way to make that happen again. Right. Fantasy points. Let's see if this one's a bit more... unlock it now. Unlock that. Paste the fantasy points in. And we will see if this one does it a little bit differently. I think the problem was, with the previous one, I don't think I could have done much about it because the JSON error occurred when I hit apply points. So that's where the issues start to happen, I think. We do get a clean sheet. Presumably we get man of the match award because we won 4-0. So this should be a relatively large point stump for some people, I suspect. There'll be quite a lot of points on offer in this game. Basically the entire first team, it would appear. Nobody's actually... The points have been spread out quite a lot, in fairness. So clean sheet added some points. And then obviously man of the match points. Did Anwar Naeem win man of the match in that game? Bloody hell, he did. He only got one goal. He wins man of the match. It's a big day for Mr. Naeem. Right. Hopefully this is going to work this time. Let's see. Ah, shit. Wait, did it? The question is, I now don't know if it's actually... I don't think it's applied them, right? Let me just check. I'll refresh the page. Ah, it did. Which means I suspect that it's likely... The problem is, I don't know what it's now attributed to what. Vanessi gets a goal. Alvarez gets a goal. I think it looks okay. Naeem gets a goal. I think that actually is correct this time. I think it's just got the JSON error, but I think the actual points have been allocated correctly. Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's okay. Weird. Still got the error, but I think it actually did allocate it correctly. Jesus Christ. 80 points at the top. You've got the same lineup, haven't you? Ooh. Gotta get in there, Molotov movement. Right. Matt comes off a ghost. What the... Oh, is this the Club in Soho one? Surprisingly low on Willies. Because of course. Oh my god, look at the size of him. What?
I just did it the wrong way around. You won't know what I mean.
One, I'm massive. Two, what the hell am I doing? Christ on a bike. Right, good result for us. We've actually kept double clean sheets in Europe now. That's just on there forever now. Exactly, yeah. Horrifying times. Click that one. There we go. Cool. Sometimes I just say things. They're there forever, and I forget that in many ways because, yeah, Twitch clipping used to be like much more different, I think, because I think if I recall correctly now with Twitch, right, in the past you could just hit the clip button and it would make a clip, and that's it. But now you actually have to name the clip and do all that sort of jazz before, because I noticed that I think it was around the start of last game cycle, the Twitch clips number just nosedive because you do have to do like more stuff, right? Obviously we have like a !clip command which just kind of does that, but I think that weirdly put people off clipping things. Was it? Oh, okay, because I noticed that specifically at the start of 24 game cycle when Twitch made some changes, the number of clips per stream just dropped off, and it's stable ever since then, but it felt like it was a technical change on Twitch's side, because I swear in the past you could just click clip and it would just make one, and then you could name it yourself if you wanted to, but you didn't have to. Maybe I'm imagining that. I feel like they definitely made it harder for people. Visited far. You do sometimes see that on like old VODs and stuff, like a little bump in the timeline where it shows you the watch history. Right. Solid start for us. I mean, we can't ask for more than that. Did that just say Southampton are playing Arca Gdynia? Oh, it's the Europa League, isn't it? Use the random shit. That's true, yeah. They're like, no one's going to need to see this. It's not worth it anymore. So, Jagiellonian are away at Freiburg, Motor are away at Feyenoord, and Gornik Zabrze are away at Stuttgart. Yeah, I had to get rid of those entirely because Twitch had to clear all the VODs for... Obviously, the VODs disappear after 90 days anyway, and I didn't start uploading the VODs to YouTube until Tromsø, I think. I think that was when I launched Straight Red Card? Is that what it's called? Come on. Points for Poland, please. I beg of you. Yeah, I mean, they've already got 6 points on the board. Any points from there is... I reckon one of them is going to win. I reckon 4 points from those games. God, I've missed doing this. Okay, that we need to discuss in a minute. That's a great result. What in the hell went wrong here? Mihaly Keita. Were they losing? No, they were 3-0 up. 3-0 up away at Feyenoord. Crushed it. Absolutely crushed it. Oh, that's just the main channel, Chris. You know me. Motor have won back-to-back games in the Champions League and have already got 6 points on them. They only need one more win to get knockouts. How are they doing this? Jagiellonia, on the other hand, what the hell went wrong with you? How did they concede 7 goals off of 2.62? It's not their finest hour. I think we can all agree they have had better days than that. Jesus Lord. That's not a good day. Wait, hang on. Did you actually just get a hat-trick? No, he didn't. Did Fessa get it? I think loads of people just got braces in that game. Not great. But the question is, did... man. German sides are, turns out, quite good at football, unfortunately. Eichel, Fujita, and Eichel again. God, they play a really aggressive tactical setup as well. 3 points on the board. It's not the end of the world. It's more points for Poland, crucially, and apparently Motor are just kind of good. So that means that it's only Gornik, actually, that have not won anything yet. But 9 points. I said 16, and I'm starting to think that maybe I underestimated them a little bit, frankly. Yeah, Italy having a bad year couldn't... Actually, that's probably a good idea for us to get them having a bad year sometime soon. Yeah, the fact that Gornik have lost 2 games, and there's still somehow big sides beneath them. Oh, I hate the fact that screen only shows the top 24. Where are Gornik? Oh, yeah, Inter. What the hell happened to Inter? That their goal difference is this bad. They lost. They have played PSG and Atletico so far, in fairness to them. What's the next round of matches out of interest? If we can see any... Wait, Brighton back in the Champions League again? How did the Premier League actually finish last season? I'm seeing a lot of this, and I'm wondering what the hell happened in the Premier League last year that's meant that this is the case. So who won it? City won it with 7 points. Sorry, by 7 points. Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, Newcastle, Brighton. So 6 teams. England have 9 teams in Europe this year as well. Southampton came 9th. Man United 8th, because, you know. Which means they're probably in the conference again. Norwich had a crazy good season. God, look at the difference in the points here. The goal differences. Brentford only had a -11 goal difference. They'd exceeded 44 goals, but nearly went down. Palace and Leicester went down. So England have 9 teams in Europe this year. So I'm guessing somebody's won something that's made that happen. Southampton would have... No, they went out. Oh, you're right, yeah. That's on that smart shuffle. It's not actually on the players, it's just it does that sometimes. Yeah, Norwich have turned into quite a dope, still being managed by Will still, lol. Is it 10? I don't think so. I mean, the game says 9. Unless the game's just wrong. Because if you look on the points, like the coefficients table, it shows England having 9 teams in there. Basically, when they're on view only, they don't really change their managers very often, if at all, in fact. The only time they really leave is if they go to a different job. So yeah, they've got 9. English side in the Conference League is Everton. Everton are in the Conference League. And they got there from finishing 10th. Unless, hang on, how's this happened? Yeah, Everton finished 10th and are in the Conference League. Southampton are in the Europa League. Man United are in the Europa League. Newcastle are in nothing. Why are Newcastle not in Europe? Oh. Is that the current season? Wait. Oh, you're right. That's this season. My bad. It was Tottenham. And Tottenham are in the Champions League. So, hang on. Have England got 7 teams in the Champions League? I think England have 7 teams in the Champions League. Wait, no. Newcastle came 5th last year. And they're still not in it, right? Newcastle have failed FFP or something, right? That must be what it is. Yeah, Newcastle were banned from Europe. But they're being managed by Ange. This is an Ange Postecoglou managed Newcastle United that have missed out on the Champions League because they failed FFP. Incredible. How would we go about seeing that? I don't think we can see their finances that deep. We could look at like their recruitment stuff. Sort of. They are overspending their alleged budget for wages by nearly 2 million quid. And have sold players. I don't know how... Is it in landmarks, maybe? Under finances? They're in administration. Maybe they can't play in Europe because they're in administration. So yeah, Newcastle went into admin. And whilst playing in the Champions League... That's impressive. So that's presumably... I assume that you can't play in the Champions League or in Europe if you are in administration. I'm guessing. With a points deduction. That's true. Yeah. Is there a points deduction? Let me just see if it shows anything like that. There's no sign of a points deduction. Maybe it's because it happened in the off-season or something. Yeah, I suppose if you're in administration in the first place, there's no way that you would have somehow passed FFP while being in admin, right? So I guess it kind of goes hand in hand. Either way, that is extremely funny. I tell you what, the further we go into this save, the more we're starting to see a few weird FM things, you know? The World Cup, for example, the qualifying for the World Cup and the World Cup itself were mad this time around. This all started with the last Euros, really. World Award winners, who actually... Wait, what? Really? FIFA best under-21 men's players. It's Vanetti, Diakite and Gomez. All 3 of them play for us. Amazing news. Don't forget, there is a chance that if he wins goal 50, we owe him £3.5 million. And weirdly, also owe his club £3.5 million too. Bednars, she does a bit. Where is it? It's there. She is Polish, but she plays for Wolfsburg, but she's from Wolfsburg. Unfortunate. Shout out Hannah, though. Big up her. We take that. Sorry, yeah, Hadrian has my save file, so he can check things like that without me having to. So apparently, Newcastle's finances at the end of last season was minus £320 million. I'm starting to see why they ended up in financial danger. I don't know if anyone else can quite spot it. It hasn't changed really over the last... Oh, God, is this just an intro or something? It does take forever to load. I hate having to gather them.
Update, we try to pick apart what on earth has actually changed in the game. We'll go through the changelog, because, you know, reading text, that's a fun community event we can all enjoy. Also, we're back in the Champions League. We've got all sorts of other goodies coming up today as we try to firstly smash aside a few Irish farmers. We'll get ourselves into the group stages with any luck, and yeah, maybe sign a couple of new players. Let's go, my friend. The camera's frozen. Fuck's sake.
How did I not notice is my point. To be fair, F121 had a lot of issues. F121, if I remember correctly, was the one where if your player went clean through on goal, you may as well not bother because they were going to miss. I think that was the one when one-on-ones were utterly broken. And was that also the same year when wingers would just incessantly shoot the ball into the side netting? If I remember, 21 was actually really quite bad. I think it got hit quite heavily in development time because of COVID. That's, you're right. It's because Mike wasn't working on it. Mike has only brought... As we know, only good things have happened to the state of the development of Football Manager since Mike joined the company. I think we can all agree. The Woodwork one too, yeah. That wasn't great either. This is the thing. We take those things for granted now where it just doesn't seem to be a thing in 26 anymore. It's great. Why have I got my goalie hidden? Oh, that's why, because I was doing the capture for that. Right, a couple of players are going to need rest for this game, but that's okay. We'll give them the rest that they need. Next match only, Mane will come out for, I guess, Hernandez. And Naeem could probably do with a little resty rest this time. That way he can go full balls next time. I'm also going to move Jens back up there and allow my guy, Kowalski, to start, because I have been starting him quite a bit. Thank you, Zims. How's it going, man? How are you finding like content and stuff lately? I see you've been streaming like what is that game that I see you streaming sometimes? Is it like Football Life Simulator or something? Is that any good? Let me try a bit of that. Wait, they're all unavailable. Let me just see what the bench is like. That's fine, we're good. And then it should be... Anyone missing? I suppose Tomasevich could technically play. So much more variety. Yeah, I think we've almost like got a bit jaded by the match engine at the moment because it's actually kind of good. Also, Venetti's now ticked over to having a positive match rating, which is a good sign. Right, dope. This is the result game anyway, but if we see another good performance from our striker... Ah, shit. Who do I need to put on the bench to make this not happen? Oh, I was hoping Kotovos would count. Piakovsky does, though, so that's okay. We'll put him on there instead of... I guess Herrera, maybe? I might have to leave another space. We're still not in a situation where our guy counts yet as an under-22 player. I don't exactly know how long it takes. I think it's 6 months, maybe, so pretty soon he'll count. I'll just take Mikic off the bench for this game so we don't have any issues with it. This is the first time I've instant result with this tactic. I'm hoping it doesn't turn into an absolute disaster. I reckon 4-1. We'll still consider our only shot on target against us because it's just what we do. I like this. Hadrian's doing like a financial audit on Newcastle now, and we won 2-0. Okay. Coffee and Montperousse, that's a good sign. See how good the game actually was. Get that up there as well. And obviously you can join Fantasy at any time. I only lock it during the matches we're like actively engaging in. Otherwise it'd be silly to like lock in and arc it all the time. So I don't know if this one's going to have too much. It might have quite a few actually. Whoa. Jesus, that's so many screenshots. I need to find Fantasy FM for a minute. Right, let's get rid of some of these. Narrow this down a little bit. Don't want to accidentally close some of the VOD comments for later as well. Right, get rid of those. I saw the clips. That's what it is. All the random clips of me shaving my legs and whatnot. Right. Better. Nope, still lost it. Where's it gone? There it is. Got there in the end. Right. Get that screenshot in. I suspect we'll get the JSON thingy again. But as long as the stats are right, then it's all good. On the bench. Oh, did he? In that case, I can give him an extra point for that myself. That's not a difficult one because he didn't actually do too much. Is Jens injured? That is not ideal. Right. Okay. So it was clean sheet, presumably man of the match as well. So we'll take that, take that. Loads more points for Coffee. A few more points for the Momper. I'm assuming it's going to do it again. Yeah. Yeah, it seems to be struggling with something for some reason, but that's okay. As long as the points sort of mostly look right. It says Montperousse assist. Montperousse scored though, didn't he? Not an assist. Oh, please don't tell me it's done it again. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think I know what's happening. It's misreading the assisters as goal scorers because of the side of the screen that it's on or something, I think. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense because it's not reading from that, is it? It's reading from this. So Montperousse scored and then Coffee got a goal and an assist. Right. Oh, dear. Okay. I just want to see if it's actually done that correctly as well. Forgive me, chat. it says Coffee got an assist, Coffee got a goal, which is fine. But it says Montperu scored. Wait. Hang on, it says Montperu scored. Oh, maybe he did score. Wait. No, I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. He did score. I was just reading it wrong. It was Jens that got the assist. And as far as I know, he did get credited with it, right? Yes, he did. Okay, that was absolutely fine. I'm an idiot. And I'll just give you the extra point for... who was it that got the extra one? It was Henrique. Nice. I'll give him the extra. The little 1 point boost for that. Which takes him to 3. Hit that okay. And then we should be good. Right, there we go. I think that's actually fine. Nice. Ooh, scared me for a moment there. Yeah, that injury to Jens is not ideal. Because we could really avoid... not. Yeah, we don't want that. Right. So this is Newcastle. No outliers at all. My God. So there's quite a few negative balances in Poland, which you sort of expect, I suppose. But 322 million pounds. How have they managed that? That is wild. It's 3 weeks out. It's not the end of the world, but it does kind of suck. We are unbeaten in 16 now. Yeah, what have they even been spending? Oh, it could have been a stadium, yeah. We need to look at the Europa League as well. And we've got Conference League as well now, because that would have started. Not, no, we won't, because there's no one fucking in it. Ooh, this is not looking good. Oh, this is not looking good at all. Are they about to shit the bed massively? Okay, never mind. Brookbet got a win at Bodø. That's more likely. Brookbet with a 4-2 victory in Norway. Ahmed grabs a hat-trick. Better. Well done, lads. And I presume that means Arca lost their game then. They could have been playing someone really good, to be fair. Ooh, they only lost 1-0 to Saints. Probably should have done better, honestly. Wait, hang on. Gilbert? This guy used to play in Poland. I swear this guy used to play in Poland. Southampton bought him off of Korona Kielce. I recognise that name immediately. He scored for them in Europe a few years ago, I think. Yeah, how are they managing to do that? Who's in the midfield now? The midfield now is basically the same, I think. The only addition is obviously Kowalski's back in his like number sort of... he's a really deep line playmaker role. But with Jens being slightly injured, that will definitely change things a little bit. But it's not the end of the world, because Jens mostly plays in where Kowalski is, or I play him slightly further up when he's not, so I'll move him around. But he's been moving around. Oh, it's the international break. Perfect. We'll whack a couple of friendlies in then. Oh, actually, that's a top of the table clash after that. And this is the big international break too, isn't it? So I can't put friendly in there, but I can do Wednesday. We'll play nearby team. We'll have those. They always get battered. We'll then have the Friday. What, we've got loads of time. God, I wish we could get some testimonials. I feel like I haven't had a testimonial in FM for years. Because I'm pretty certain in 24 it was completely broken and you were never, ever triggered to play one, which sucks because... My favourite one was when players wouldn't turn up for their own testimonial matches. Or things along those lines. Because they didn't consider they were big enough anymore. Small reputation teams will play against you. Just an excuse to bang them around a little bit. 874 million in transfers. So basically they were buying loads of people because that's probably the prerogative of the club. But they weren't actually selling anybody to meet that demand. And probably weren't always in European games to actually get the money back. Yeah, that seems... totally fine and not at all Enron style accountancy. I'm amazed they managed to avoid a points deduction then. I guess it happened at the exact right moment. Yeah, so I wonder if they sacked Eddie Howe because of financial mismanagement. Like it's entirely his fault, which it obviously isn't. I think Push still have a game in hand here. Herrera developing concerns. I totally get those concerns. I will offer to sell him. Because we've got other players around the squad now, and I feel like Herrera's also a Scourge player too, so I extended his contract solely so we wouldn't lose him for nothing, but potential issue with Naeem? Oh, I gave some new contracts out, by the way. So Montperu has a new deal now, taking him through to 2039, and I'm pretty certain, yeah, it gets rid of the match highest earner clause on Montperu. He is now earning 75 grand a week, but he's also well worth it. Because I figured he deserved it. I think John got a new deal as well, and there was one other. I think Naeem is certainly up there with him for sure. More local ones. What's his issue? New contract. 3 years left on your current deal. Probably not the worst idea to get him on a new contract as well, actually. They are our two best players, and the way he's playing this year means it's almost impossible not to. Let's see. Doesn't reflect the player. Okay. I'll try that. Nice. I'm still going to give him one, but I want it to be on my terms rather than his. Wait. Oh my god, that's the evidence there. Look, it removes it from the menu. I thought I was just going crazy about that, but look, it's no longer showing up as an inbox item. I knew that was happening. I'm glad I'm not crazy, because we've been looking for inbox items in the past and they just disappear. Jens will be back. Yeah, he will. He'll also miss an international duty with Norway, which might not be the worst thing for him. Right, re-signing. 80 to 97 grand a week is too much. And that's too much as well. He needs to stay online with the mumbler, really. Star player's not happening. Because we can't afford to have him as a star. Oh, actually, 75. We get rid of this. I'll offer him a much higher appearance fee. And a minimum relegation release clause. Oh, no, minimum relegation. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's relegation release clause, yeah. Minimum fee. No, relegation release clause. That's the one I wanted. Of £0. 86 grand. Okay. I'll give you 80. And I'll give you a little bit more on the clean sheet bonus if you really fancy it. 81. And a higher clean sheet bonus than that. It's slightly higher than Red Mumbler, but they're kind of... They are our two best players, so tying them down to contracts that are quite close in time to each other is probably a good idea as well. Pushes them both through then till 2039, when they'll be basically completely in their prime. They've probably got one more big contract left after that one. And that's still under 100k each for those two. I'm okay with that. I just don't want to go too high, because otherwise you know what happens with that. You end up with getting all of the squad players who are worth nowhere near that amount suddenly start claiming that they're worth that, and they're just not, are they? Right. Pias win again. Jesus, the title suddenly got a lot tighter at the top, despite us not losing a game yet. Mostly because we can't finish our chances. Play about that. Continue the loan. He wants to be withdrawn. Absolutely not. It's weird how sometimes it gives me the option to, like, don't inform me again, but some of them, I don't get that. And we got rid of Eldrick, true. I can't believe that Manchester City triggered his release clause. Maybe he actually has, like, secretly high PA or something, but he certainly wasn't showing any signs of that. Hang on, City already signed that goalie that they wanted, and now they've gone and got this guy as well. I do wish we got that Croatian guy. He looked like he might have been the one. Particularly he was a bit younger, but unless it's made Marion's going to be him, potentially. Right, any extensive... Oh, there is a few this time. Oh, loads, in fact. I weirdly feel like we end up doing more transfer business sometimes outside of transfer streams, just because you get more time to assess the players. He's extensively scouted, but I'm not really super convinced by him. He's only 15, I suppose. But still not super sure on him. Not if you know the PA. If I had to guess, it's probably... I think it might be higher than we think, so it might be like 130s. Which is still pretty good for a player that's genned in Jamaica. You're at Arca, we don't care about you. You're £63 million. He's quite good. I mean, he's very good. He's also 20 and £63 million. And I want that money for my goalie, man. Shakes head. Higher? Ooh, hello. Hello, this guy. Adebowale Uta... Oh, wow, he's really not very... it's the good on both feet, I think. His physicals are okay, but he has no jumping reach. His tackling's all right, but he can't cross or dribble. He's a proper overpriced Belgian right there. Yeah, obviously. Because we want me to find out about any of these things. Is this guy here? 21-year-old from Club Brugge as well. He's got okay attributes. Decent potential. He's 21 though. Hayden!
Went to a jobs fair today and just wanna say, if you ever feel down about any of the streaming or YouTube stuff,
100%.
you can always feel grateful you are not currently looking for a job like me. It's rough out here, bro. In Wisła News, I signed a GK in the Jan/February window as I discovered my issue was my GK was poor physically, which was neutralizing his GK attributes, and it has turned around my form completely.
That's sick. I'm still looking for the goalkeeper that's going to turn my form around. I don't think I've quite found him yet. Is it this guy? Is that a second guy at Club Brugge? And he's younger too. I don't hate him, honestly. I don't know if I'd want to pay that kind of fee for him, probably, but he's a bit more... I think I need to save my pennies at the moment if we are going to go and try and buy you-know-who. Who's this guy? He's surprisingly cheap, actually, considering the quality that he gives. But we don't really need him anymore, these types of players. Not at 23. Guy at Arca, then it kind of drops off. Are there any freebies in this list? Or any fun players while we're at it? Daniel Dostal. He's a really solid... Wow, he's quite cheap, actually. What do you reckon about him for the loan farm? Because he's fairly cheap. And looks like a reasonable player. Not for us, obviously. But yeah, no, I totally get that, Hayden. It's... I totally get how rough it is out there. And it's like... That's why I say about I never take this for granted. So when I'm like, oh, I'll take it because I'm tired. Obviously, that is a thing. But ultimately, I'm still so grateful that I get to do this as a job, you know? It's... Yeah, I hope that it never comes across like I'm not grateful for the position I'm in, because I fucking am, mate. Believe me. Any clauses? Oh, we might do. I feel like the game isn't anywhere near as good as it used to be about alerting you to that. The menu to find them is kind of buried. But we will have a look, because we probably do. Not that I put clauses in deliberately on those guys, but there might be some clauses knocking about from the past where perhaps that works. 1.5 million. I'd be tempted, honestly. Maybe I shouldn't just because of what I'm trying to do with this goalie, but what I'll do now is I'll have a little look. Where the hell even is clauses? Is it in squad? Why would it be in squad? Or is it? I genuinely don't know where it is. Club? Finances? Portal? Recruitment, maybe? Ah, it's recruitment. Right. And it's in we want. Adan Catalar. Oh, we can sell a clause. Ah, no, we don't want that one. Wait, how much are they going to give me for it? Oh, that's that clause there, the sell-on clause. A payment of 2.9 million. I mean, it's money. No, Hayden, believe me, I didn't take it that way at all. That was not sort of what I was trying to say. I hope that you didn't think I meant that. I'm just a very self-deprecating person that puts himself down quite a lot. And I always feel whenever I peak up and... I worry about being proud of anything because I feel like it opens you up to unnecessary things that then push you back down again in a kind of crabs in a bucket way, right? That's more like what it is. Like, I've done a lot of things that I'm really, really proud of, honestly. I'm honestly proud that despite the fact that 26 has been a disaster in terms of content interest, that the streams have still managed to maintain an audience at all, to be honest. I was very worried about that. Comrade, I have a great story for you. Sorry. How's it going, Fred? I have good news. I was waiting for you just so I could bring you some good news. But Pog hates this when I put myself down about, like... The thing I always say is if something good happens, it's luck. And if something bad happens, it's my responsibility, I suppose. So I think we should sell this because we're not going to get any money likely from it anyway. And it's an extra 3 million to push it in there. Well, that's very kind of you to say. I mean, we take that money as well, right? Presumably. It's just more free cash. We've sold a lot of people, haven't we? Okay, just those two. But it's 6 million quid, right? We can't go wrong with that. React for the next 20. Okay, I'll show you the good news. Mr. Willow Tiger, thank you so much for the Prime, my friend. That is immensely nice of you. I'm so sorry I missed your follow earlier in stream, but I did come back to it. Because I'm much like an elephant, both in body type and in forgetfulness. That doesn't make any sense. Right. The news is in. Moisic to the... Why is that? Because it looks just like our chairman. I know we've been over this, but yeah, Vanja Moisic has signed a proper contract for 4 years as well at Radomiak Radom and has played 2 games in the Extraclass since that contract happened. So good news, you're finally out of it. Do you reckon, if we get that kind of cash, where are we at in terms of our finances right now, in terms of the transfer budget availability? Because I really want to have enough money around, 65, to maybe try and go for that goalie. It's a risk, I realise, but I kind of feel like he might be him. Podolski's been sacked by Pogon. That happens quite frequently for poor Lucas Podolski, unfortunately. They haven't had the best start to the year, it would seem. Youngster, oh, perfect. Wow. 18 grand blow me. 18 grand a week indeed. There you go. You'll have 3 and be happy. So the skin I'm using is the Mr. Teeny skin, Bassa. If you do !skin, you'll get a link. It probably won't take you to the most recent version, but it'll be one of the more recent versions. I think there is a slightly newer version that changes a couple of things, but I tend to just like get what I like and then I'll update it when it breaks type of thing. But I know there are a couple of little tweaks. Oh, Molski's developing more. Oh, Molski's developing a lot more. Oh, this is good. What are we training him on out of interest? Is it final third? Yeah, it is. Okay. Wow. Look at this. Molski's... I'm a fan. While we're here, actually, it might be worthwhile checking on our other guy, who I'm very excited about. Even more so, perhaps. Is he training well as well? Maybe not quite as well. Oh, he's dropped off of training a little bit. I don't know if his acceleration... I think it has gone up slightly. A little bit concerned about that. Maybe it's just because of injuries, in fairness. Good pace acceleration. I think... Well, so I'll show you the guy that we're looking at. I think it's Marion, isn't it? Yes, this guy. This is the guy we're on the 20 decisions. So his acceleration isn't great, but that's not really what I'm concerned about. He has the things that I want, and a lot of things I didn't know I wanted. This is who I'm thinking about plunging 50-odd million into, potentially. Because I really do like a lot of his standout attributes. The one thing we don't know about him yet, though, is that big matches. Because he's 23, so if he's got anything on big matches, I think that would be the deciding vote for me, if we can see that information. Yeah, he's got concentrations, decisions, just great stuff. I feel like he'd be the most unflappable goalie ever. From 18 to 3. Forgive me, 18 to 3 what? I've completely lost track of what I was saying, so forgive me, but you may have to catch me up again. Bit of that. Yeah, I don't think he's too bad. Also, I think that our lad had a bit more eccentricity, did he not? He wasn't quite as ineccentric as Diakite is. Because I am starting to agree with you guys that maybe his lack of eccentricity was whole... No, he's got one eccentricity as well. Right, never mind. Oh. Yeah, it's a bit of a drop-off. But he'll live. Right. I mean, at least he can't have worse eccentricity than our boy. He said, circling back and retroactively coping. Why's my phone going off so much? Oh, just podcast stuff. Right, cool. I think the Clates podcast actually is out today, in fact, now that I think about it. Get those guys back in again. No interest currently, but they have found interest in the past, so I suspect they will again. He's unhappy. He can stay unhappy. Oh, God, I hate that. I think the plan, really, is just to get through as many Champions League games today as we can, and we're actually doing quite a good job of that. Some might even say that I'm locked in. Or it's just that we've started much closer to the first Champions League game than we normally do, and as a result, I had less room for wobbles. Wobbles and wiggles and yapping. Right, they're all in. Right, with those plugs. Hey, I'm good at it. I'm a pro. I know how to plug things. Holy. Holy. I actually did see that some of you picked up some holy stuff during the last stream as well, which was really surprising and cool, actually. Has anyone actually tried these new syrup things yet? Because they are dope. I might actually fill mine up with some more water while I'm here, because I want the flavour in it, honestly. I'm not one of those people that can't drink water if there's no flavour, but it's right there. I have access to flavour. It'd be rude of me to not use it. I've got another shaker sat in the fridge for my energy drink later. I'm just going to put this straight into my other holy flask here, because I'm definitely not spilled any of it on the floor. I just felt water drip onto my foot. That's gone well. I don't have to shake this one, which means less sexual emotes. Hey, I appreciate it. Sheep got a drink too, Hayden, right? Ah! Now my lid won't go on. What have I done? Technology has... There we go. Foiled me once again. Yeah, so basically we're trialing those guys so they don't retire, because they are essentially Patreon regens, which basically means at the start of the save, they're members of the Patreon that get to make a custom player that gets added into the save as a regen. And sometimes what happens is when they leave their clubs, they have a habit of retiring. So we trial them over and over and over. A lot of the time, they just end up signing contracts in Poland, generally speaking. Sometimes they do still retire, and it's a pain. And sometimes I just end up signing them up myself, which is what I did with a couple of them in the summer. Because otherwise, they are more likely. It seems that once you go past a year of trials, they either find one or they're just never going to find one. 6-0 there. Vanetti scored a goal at least, which means he's not in the Swiss team. Oh, wow. We won 6-0 and still underperformed our XG. That's impressive from the lads there. So Doshtal's coming in. Get him in goal for the Ducks. A bad time. Oh, dangerous. I did surgery myself at one point doing that. A very similar thing, and it was... I'm glad I did, but I really shouldn't have let it get to that stage, is the type of thing. Oh, that's much better. Right. Might even turn that down a little bit. Less apple, please. Still more friendlies to come as well. Right. Lose clip. Yeah, well, it wasn't even that. It wasn't like I'd use clippers, but sometimes you just get that tiny little shard that would end up embedded and you couldn't see it. We're a goose team hit. Right, Andrew, that could not be the better segue. I have something amazing to show you. In fact, I'm just going to make sure I hit continue so that the game continues to continue. Pog yesterday sent me the following picture with the caption, Goose House. And I was like, haha, that's funny. I didn't really see what the picture was. But wait. Just you kind of know what's coming, but at the same time, you're still not ready. Okay. Oh, I've pressed the wrong button. I give you Goose House. So this was Pogazata Marini yesterday, and they have these little jetties with a little picket fence and a little house in it, and that is an actual Canada goose sat in the goose house. Amazing. Because obviously it's nesting season for geese and swans and all that kind of jazz. So they're finding any places they can do. But how sick is that? I have now decided that I would quite like a goose house. There was also a goose nesting on a boat as well, which he sent me a picture of as well. But I had to share a goose house. So much so that I had it in my stream notes for today. Let me see if it's popped up yet. There we go. Goose house. Done. Talk about goose house. Sorted. Ah, but look how cute. It's adorable. Bad news, chat, though, is that I still don't have a porch goose yet. That was supposed to be my birthday present, and I've yet to receive said porch goose. Disappointment doesn't even quite cut it. Oh, shit. Lots of injuries. I think we're okay. Naeem's got a new contract. That's awesome. We take those. It's not the most space... A Porsche goose. I've got a Goose 911. 0 to 60 is... a lot of honking happens, shall we say. Goose house. It sounds like a German EDM club. I'll tell you who would really enjoy Goose House. Josh Allen. Actually, is Goose in the game other than in the place that we know about? Oh, this is interesting. So the surname... Widdick... Is that Wild Goose? Oh, that's so sick that the Wild Goose surname is in the lady name pool, but not in the men's one. And Grey Goose, of course. Not to mention, of course, our favourite, Blue Goose, who have let us down massively by changing their team name to, I believe, Red River United or some bollocks. Just when they were about to get the biggest fan of everything abroad, this happens. I'd have thought about genuine beta save. That's the levels I was of my excitement when we found Blue Goose. I would have found a way to make it happen. Rubio!
Life's a mess right now, but hope everyone's alright.
Oh,
Red heart
that's
emoji. Red heart
that
emoji.
sucks to hear, man. I hope that whatever's going on, obviously you don't talk about it, turns around for you soon and you can get back onto an even keel. We've all been there and we will be there again most likely, but it's shit, man. So just know we're around. Take his career for a pun, 100%. I've tanked my career for worse, Hayden. I just really wanted to do that, Africa's sake, man. A bit of that. Sick. Yesterday, I was looking at floor standing prize wheels for an upcoming video series. I didn't realize how affordable those were. You can get some really fancy ass ones that will cost you a fortune, but they use those in like arcades and stuff. But you can get a solid 14 slot floor standing prize wheel for like 45 quid on Amazon, which is not bad. And it just so happens to have the exact number of slots that I need. The viewers are wrong. Exactly. Oh, thank you, Mike. New Romania star. Wait, Poland star? Oh, you've earned 24 grand a week. That's good. He's a good keeper. And clearly Poland know that because he's now Polish as well. His name almost is perfectly set up to be translated into Polish anyway with all the Zs that he's got. Oh, Jesus. Wait, Hasmir and Marabezi also got international caps. Oh, God. They're both for Poland as well, aren't they? Hasmir's never getting Germany caps. This Polish national team is starting to cook. Right. Okay, that could cost us quite a lot of money. That is a problem. Oh, wait. Roman. Oh, no, VRL.
Cooper,
I thought it... Wait, is that the guy?
Do not hate me. I am familiar
That's
with
the
over
overpriced
600
Romanian.
dance moves, and I am programmed
It's coming
to
along.
get freaky.
Always use the promo code. Let me just... Oh, I pressed the wrong button. There you go. I'm actually scared of how much money this is going to cost us. Okay, so luckily Marabezi didn't cost us that much. But he has got Poland caps now, which is cool. Vasquez does, but what about who was the other guy? It was Hasmir. He's actually really solid. Their national team is probably starting to chef a little bit more now, right? I mean, they missed the World Cup, so there's that. Krytox, thank you for the follow. They have pretty much imported a national team. Almost all of which have come from Spain, but not all, because Jude Hasmir is German, and Matabese obviously is extremely, aggressively Italian. Found your beta save team. Wait. Judging by their stadium. Yappy Park! Oh. That's where I go every day. To sit in the sun in Yappy Park. We love a 6-1, don't we? Let me guess, we underperformed direction. Oh, no, overperformed this time. Molsky did a thing. I think I saw the name in there. Yes, he scored twice, in fact. Wingback still chefing. No, you got an assist at least. That'll take that. Singapore or Hong Kong. I genuinely can't remember the last time I managed in Asia. Technically, it probably would have been the Guam stream. The singular one-off stream we did with the Guamanian national team, where we, I think if I recall, actually qualified for the Asian Cup with them. But that's about it. And I guess no, because Pago Youth, that was OFC. Is that the only time I've ever managed in... It might be, you know. I think that might be the only time I've ever managed in Asia. In FM, was the single... And even that wasn't actually... technically was an international save. With the fact that it's nearly May, I'd be liking to hear Indonesia. No, I've never done it. I think it sometimes gets overlooked quite a lot because people look at South America because of obviously enormous footballing hotbed. North America because, you know, English speaking in places. Europe is obviously Europe. Africa because you get a lot of high quality players out of Africa, a lot, and it's sort of close enough that you kind of know it. But it feels like Asia seems to get left behind in those sometimes. Where Balo. Oh. Wait, didn't Bro have an international cap before? I swear he had a cap when I showed him earlier, right? Oh, it was his first goal. Right. Okay. Pretty certain the reason I signed him is because he had a cap. India. Yeah, I think at one point I would like to... Do they have a coefficient system for Asia and stuff? Canada. Sorry, Canada? Canada. Speaking of Canada. Oh, that's not it. I was really hoping that the Canada Goose would appear again, but sad. Why won't Firefox load? Boom, Canada Goose. Ultimately, I think the issue with a lot of the North American ones is just the lack of promotion and relegation makes it really difficult to... You'd have to change the leagues around, I think, a lot to make it really super interesting, I guess, for you. I don't think it would do very well from an audience perspective, I suppose. Because of that. Largely because of that. He's training well again. Nice. Bit complicated. And the European coefficient isn't complicated. I can't wait to see how complicated this is then, if that's considered not complicated enough. Maybe I should... I mean, a worldwide journeyman would be kind of good, but... I don't know. I think it's just so much of a risk. I would like to do Outcast to Icons again, though. Just because it's such a fun-ass site. Oh, there's Better Asked. Couldn't get working. I know that sort of stuff exists. It's one of those things where... They exist, but then you get the other side of people, because this isn't realistic, it's therefore not. It's kind of like a double-edged sword where you're kind of screwed on both sides. More stable than before. Maybe. I don't know. $195. He must be at top 5 in the world? Maybe even top 3, actually. Depending on the number of players you got loaded in your save, right? AFC Champions League. Oh, because it's... There's like a East and West type of thing with it as well, if I recall, right? Yeah, that's the other thing. Oh, that's the other problem. If you're doing a Pentagon, you'd have to load the leagues from the start because of the issues that we've discovered with loading leagues mid-save causes those huge imbalances. Even though it wouldn't be as drastic as the Spain situation, I've already shown by doing it with testing it with Scandinavia that it still causes massive issues. And particularly in Asia, it might be even more imbalanced just because of the comparative levels of quality. So that's maybe what would put me off of that slightly. Right, that was Shakai. Not this from the last few years. I suppose it would be fairly easy, right? People do some crazy challenges where they'll like, oh, is he back through again? Wanted at Brighton. Okay. Fickle. Okay, so he's got fickle personality, which isn't great. But it's his... We've got time to find out. What is he? Is he fully scouted yet, or is it still not extensive? Reasonable. So there's one more scouting notch that needs to be learned. We need to figure out his big matches. Once I know that, I'm in. I'm tempted. The fickle bit isn't great, but he's developed to this level while being fickle, so I guess it's not the end of the world, but I do want to prioritize him again, because I must know this information about him. Because I don't want to wait until the window, because Brighton will just come all over us there. Yes, we were looking through the scouts last stream, and we've actually got quite a big collection of different people, even in the scouting department. I thought it was mostly just coaches, but I guess some of them do become scouts. Right. Quite a few extensives in this report as well. Ooh, loads. Which is fine. Oh, did I move him up? That's fine. I'll, thank you. That would have actually been really bad if I hadn't done that. Right. Where's bro gone? Are you sure I didn't? Uh-oh. Marion? Help, I've lost Marion. Where's Marion gone? He's just been like 337. Ah, there he is, because I just added some new guys to it, didn't I? Yeah, there we go. Right, nice. Thank you. I just forgot I'd scouted a lot more players in the meantime. 2 teams in the league, I guess, but I feel like I like having more leagues loaded if I'm going to do it like that. The same reason I like the Outcast to Icon setup, because then you do get Wetty Ange Deli. So many questions. What's the hygiene rating like, potentially, of the deli exactly? Is that deli or Del? No, it is deli. Wetty. Right. Well, immediate search. Let me just look up the Wetties while we're here. Oh. We are actually living in a sans Wetty environment. Closest I can do is, I guess, Rutty and also Wendy. I am disappointed. Distinct lack of Wetties. Right. Wow, who are you? Ah, I see. Right. I get it now. He's quite good, isn't he? £19 million. Well, we don't need another striker right now, but my goodness. I can see why I've got him on my shortlist. Malaga dude is 24. He's probably a Scourge player anyway. Loads of Belgians again. Aren't those the same Belgians I had in the last report? And him. I feel like they get brought through twice quite frequently, which is frustrating. Anyone new? You're not new. You're not new. You... We've looked at for ages. What was the... Okay. He's 18 now. Tackling's a little on the low side, but I don't hate him. Pueo, he sounds like... Oh, he's up Barca already. Oh, Djurgården guy. Sami Koskinen. I would have assumed that he would be Finnish, not a Chilean Swede. But here you go. Guy Arca, Rosenborg dudes. Another Bodder guy. Anyone that's crazy cheap? Or he's really... Wait, why is he so... I guess he's got better CA? Any recommendations on them that are crazy standing out? No, it's mostly just the overpriced Belgians, I think, on that report. I think that's largely guys I looked through earlier. Oh, hang on. Andy Osbjörnsson. He doesn't sound Danish or Faroese, right? Where was he born? I'm guessing Chile. He's born in Villarrica. But he has Swedish second nationality because he came through at Djurgården with what sounds like a very Finnish name. Not convinced by that lot. Well, I mean, I looked at the Belgian guys earlier and they're the same guys. And there was a couple of guys from Bodder, but that was a different batch. Because I think the guys from Bodder, or the guy, was from a different search. But there should be a batch coming through soon from the team report scouting. Because I noticed that Bodder had 3 different guys, I think, in there that were all 5-star P. There's another set of Club Brugge players. Ah, that might be why they came back through again. Because we got a team report on Brugge. And so he's reiterated them. This is a random Spanish amateur. Oh, no, he's not. Okay. Chile. Van Giel. Okay, what about the guy at the top? Oh, good name. And he's a goalie. Remy van Steenberger. Reflexes are good. Error rich is ass, but time. Unambitious is not the end of the world. Low eccentricity. I don't hate him. He'll certainly be worth a scout, if nothing else. Dom Jale as well. That'll do nicely. Portuguese Scourge. It could be, but they're so few and far between that it's likely... Portugal... To put it this way, from what Hadrian's test showed, it was only really Spain that got a second Scourge. I think there was like 1 or 2 players in like Italy or Germany. England got hit with none. So I think it's unlikely that Portugal would have had any at all. If they would, it wouldn't have been likely very noticeable. What's Dennis just won? Does that count for Togo? Fair play to him. Yeah, I suspect it's unlikely. Bear in mind, I don't have Portugal turned on. So I suspect there's zero chance of it being Portugal because Portugal isn't set to view only or playable. So I think that should be okay. What the... Oh, that's okay. We have nearly 400 players on the books now. That's not enough. I need 400. What is our wage budget? They gave us a shitload of wage budget in the summer, if I remember. Yeah, we've still got over 500,000 there, so we're good. Well, nearly 500,000. Tone it down a little bit. Honestly, with amateurs, I'm basically looking for anybody who comes through and is around about 4-star PA. Even with the white star, that's fine. Because it's a numbers game. We signed a guy last stream, a Brazilian amateur player, I think. Or either he was a Brazilian amateur or he was one of the freebie Brazilian lads who has become so much better than we thought he was going to be. It's actually unreal. We want... What one do I like using here? That'll do. What's his name? Is it Augusto? Because there's a couple of guys. Yeah, Augusto. This fella here. I can't remember who we signed him from. Free transfer from these lads here. And then he joined us and it was fine. And then he got upgraded to 5-star PA. Wild. Lucas A. Drink 98, thank you very much for the Prime. That's super nice of you, friend. Hope you're having a wonderful, enjoyable day. I might even crack the window a little bit. That's right. Floating that out there. Favourite tree? I actually have an answer for you. It's Baobab. That is my favourite tree. 100%. Love me a bit of Baobab. Just, they're a cool looking tree. We are actually, Hayden. We have a non-contract search for Japan that finds a lot of those guys. In fact, we signed several players out of Japan in the summer, but this fella here might be one of the best amateur type players I've ever seen. And then there was another guy that was quite good too. Oh, there you go, guy out of Japan. I might have loaned out the other dude, but then there's also this guy, Mr. Aponza, who's now considered 5-star as well. Fia, thank you very much for the 10 months as well, my friend. Love to see it. I really do appreciate you guys a lot. I like Johnny. You notice I changed his name. There was a comment on the on our main video comment as well. That's right. Matt's taking things from the main videos too. Crazy times. To change his name to Johnny 10, which I guess makes him twice as good as Johnny 5. Hanging around the schools, yeah, there's a little cluster of them. We're just pretending to read probably manga, let's be honest. They're trying to assimilate. And just reading Blue Lock. Was that a manga before an anime? I don't know. It's the only thing I have a reference point for. I guess it depends, suspect, on what type of journeyman you want to do. Because that will be the biggest factor. My chud son. Oh, you mean like yourself? You are your own chud. So you've played 2 games for them so far, but you only signed for them right at the end of the window, and I think there has only been 2 games. So regular starter. From what I can tell, you've played in every game that you were eligible for so far. 7.5 average rating. Not especially excellent. But in time, you will learn. But yeah, for like it's just big that you've got a contract, to be honest. I was just so... When that actually came through, I was sat here at my desk, just by myself. No one was else. And I had a little, like, jump of glee. Tycoon for Katowice. Wait a second. A foreign tycoon looking to complete buyout of the club and invest large sums of money in new players and facilities. Okay. Is Nick Perez back? Maybe. Sanishi, thank you for the follow. Oh, speaking of affiliates, probably should just ask for another one anyway. You know, can't hurt, can it? Request a new affiliate club. I always forget which one. It's recruit foreign youngsters, isn't it? Oh. Wow, that was laggier than normal. Playing alongside players from different cultures. I don't think I've even seen that as an option, but sure, why not? Wait. That one worked? I genuinely don't think I've ever seen that as an option. Okay, well, there we go. New state unlocked, apparently. We'll have a bit of that. Do we get to choose, or are they going to choose for us? Because if so, that's going to suck. Please let me choose. Nope. Or maybe? Happy to announce that the board will shortly begin looking for a suitable affiliate club. Right. They probably just won't find it. They'll do the extensive search, won't they? How naive I am. I'm a very naive man. It's probably not even that. I think the best of people until I'm proven otherwise, right? Can you choose if I think you... Oh, no. Actually, that's a good point. I think only so far we've been given like a set of 3 and then we pick one. So maybe you're right. I haven't had that opportunity yet. Yeah, we've looked absolutely nowhere and can't come up with a solution. We've tried absolutely nothing. Nothing's worked. So at Fulham... Are you even still at Fulham? Oh, do you know what was even funnier? again, this happened off stream whilst at them. Steve, who's not been playing for Feyenoord, I think, got a bid on him from RZ of £13 million. I don't know if it went through or not. I will have to check into that, because it would be extremely funny if somehow he moved for a third time, is it PSV? A third time within Dutch football for over £10 million to a club where he would once again not play. There is something quite weird about that. I don't know if it actually ever went through, but I definitely saw a bid coming on him. So it looks like, actually, to be fair, last year, really good. 9 goals and 5 assists in the Championship for Fulham. Not started quite so well this year, but even so, it's actually pretty good numbers, to be fair, for the Championship. Although it looks like you're more playing off the bench this year, sadly. Come back to Poland. I feel like I would have been notified if you were, but that doesn't mean there wasn't interest. Currently, there is not interest, and you're actually considered foreign. Although they have set an asking price for, or is that? Oh, that's your release clause of £2 million. There you go. Telstra, go ahead. Yeah, he just needs to get himself down to like, what's a lowly Dutch club? This is where we need Ginger. He'd know all about this. NEC. Slander of the highest order. Least good Dutch club, I've always said. Never been a big fan of it. The only NEC I recognise is in Birmingham. James, I'm starting to think that we really should have spotted the... What is it that we both have specifically in common that might be causing that? Penny... Feather. Ignatius? I do like a bit of top cheese, to be fair. They are fun. So yeah, you're one of the many Patreon regions that ended up at Zagłębie Sosnowiec and haven't left yet, in fact. But shit London teams. True. Yes, that is it. That is the only thing we have in common. Agreed. You just look like a solid player there. I think you're one of like 3 or 4 that they've got. There will be a Patreon recap episode for the regens. That will be probably tomorrow. I'm going to be doing that before I head to my parents tomorrow night. So that'll be the thing I sort out for tomorrow, pretty much. And then I pull the trigger on my prize wheel purchase. Quite excited with that. I planned out all the systems for that now, so I'm quite happy to get started with it. Just need to buy a new microphone actually for that. But after that, I'm good to go. And that actually will be a series, not me going, oh, mate, I'm going to do massive long video, then it just never happens because I can't commit to it. Whereas the series, I can. So that's why I'm going to do that instead. So there's Ignatius. He's really good. Actually-wise, he's kind of sick. And probably should have been better. Red zone, the wheel. Matt gets rhabdomyolysis, the wheel. We did that one. We did that one. And we move. Love to see it. Team leader meeting. What are we talking about here? Dura's unhappiness. You know what? I might just skip the team leader meeting. I no longer consider myself a team leader, and therefore, they have no authority here. You have no... What was that? It was that parish meeting or something, wasn't it? You have no authority here. Was it Jackie Weaver? I kind of want to just see. Feels like it's a sort of name that could just about happen. Oh, it's gone. Get 1 goose per video. Oh, 100%. But that's one of the reasons I was looking into, like, do I need to, like, have... Because I'm going to buy a new phone so I can use it to film on. Because my phone is fine and all, but it is unfortunately a bit of an ass as far as cameras go. Whereas if I buy, like, a refurbished Pixel 8 Pro or something, it's actually got quite good lenses and stuff on it, and it's about the same price anyway. So I think I'll invest in that instead. That means I'll have to actually tidy my house if I'm going to be filming outside of specifically this room as well, which is a horrifying prospect. People will be like, wow, your walls are so incredibly beige. And I'll be like, hey, that's rented accommodation for you. Welcome to Calico. Honestly, Dan, we've been in an international break for about the last 25 minutes because it's the big international break. The one that lasts for, is it 3 weeks? It's huge. We're finally getting back to it. Still another week away, in fact. It ends at like the middle of October, I think. But it starts in the, yeah. Entry's closed. Is it? I think it should be open. No, it says open on my screen. You may have to refresh sometimes. It can be a bit weird today. It's having a few little glitches here and there. So I think that might be what's happening. Just do that. The game's just playing itself in the background, which is terrifying because it could do anything right now. And we wouldn't know. Molsky's been training really, really well. There are other rooms. I mean... It's just like a sitcom set like I was talking about. Yeah, it's... Because otherwise, if you're doing anything that involves any kind of fitness, you need to have the cliched shot of some kind of coffee being made, don't you? I just realised I can't pull my shorts up as much as I used to when I was streaming because I've got the windows open and it's very visible. Hopefully all my neighbours are at work. Otherwise they're wondering, what the hell is that man yelling about? But yeah, Molski's training really well. Kowalski's dropped off his training a little bit, but I suspect that's because he had an injury and we just played a game. But he's still looking really tasty, which is the main thing. And I guess Molski's doing more training that you can see immediate results from much faster. Yeah, because next year is the first year where we're getting that in real life, right? Do you want first on fantasy? You've been kind of cooking. Won't somebody think of overtaking Dazza today? Let me just check the fantasy scores for that, actually. Where is Daz? Ooh. Oh, he's 11th place. But the question is anyone that's actually likely to win one right now a chance to overtake him? Oh, it could get quite tight. It could be tight. We awarded sprint points for the last stream because we only technically had the one game in there. Let's see. I'm not sure what to suggest because it is open. But people were having this issue earlier. You can see that it is open. I know that sometimes refreshing things fixed it, or clearing your cache, or... Yeah. There has been a few little gremlins today. But it is what it is. Wait, we're now in takeover talks. Good lord. But yeah, I think either like incognito browser might potentially help as well. Oh, did I actually send the Inyaba one down again? I did. Oh, sorry, screen. My bad. I need to have a mod command that they can use to change the screen. They can move me around, but they can't do the screen. Ah, here we go. Please somebody can see it now. On the other code. I think so. That might help, Hayden. Yeah, potentially. Relishes. Relishes is like above 15, right? Or is it above 17? I forget what the brackets they fall into are. We have to, surely. It looks like it might cost us 60 million, but I would be tempted, honestly. I just think, from all the looking I did, I mean, I spent like an hour just looking through goalkeepers, and nobody came up as frequently as Max Marion. The wages would have to be... Oh! Okay. I just assumed he'd want a wage rise, but he apparently doesn't. That's not locked in either. I could maybe bump his wage down even further. Oh! Okay. That has completely changed things. I mean, ultimately, I'm not bothered about the stats because he's been playing in League R. So, numbers-wise, let's actually see how his career's gone. It's so tough to say. It's a huge risk, but I just kind of want to take a risk at this point. Hello, One Ring King. He has all the things I want and more. His command of area is great. His error reach is a tiny little bit low, but it's not abysmally bad. Handling's amazing. One-on-ones is amazing. Reflexes are really good as well. His agility is exceptional too, but also he has a great anticipation. His decisions and his concentration are ridiculously good as well. Yeah, I think I'll definitely clause him. 66 million they want. So we should be able to get him for about 57, roughly. So if I was to offer them 40 in a lump sum and then maybe give them 20 to kind of cover off the difference over the next few years. Can I do that? Shots of players. No. What, you reckon I send them Diakite? I'm concerned that they say no. And then we won't be able to go back. I just want to see what this looks like. Oh. Honestly, I'm okay with that. Because 40 million is a lot, but I say he's worth 40 million when you consider some of the players we've got. And that's what? 6.6 million a year for 3 years? That's like a mid-range signing for us. And we'll earn that kind of money back just by one more Spanish Scourge sale, I would say. In fact, one more Scourge sale will sell we'll cover him completely. And if his wages are going to be... I was worried he was going to want like 125, 150 grand a week, which we wouldn't really be able to offer. And I want to get in there before any English sides come swooping, because clearly... Thank you, everybody. Sometimes you do got to spend, and I don't often spend that much, as you know. So this is an opportunity for me to go, yeah, he not only likes big matches, he relishes big matches. That was the last thing we were waiting on. We wanted to see if he had... Well, I was hoping he'd have good big matches. It looks like he has very good big matches, which is exciting to me. I'll get you guys out there as well. I think he kind of ticks it all. Newcastle... Oh, we could actually have a look at Newcastle. True. What if they've got a goalie I could buy? Who's in goal for Newcastle these days? Let me just finish this scout report and I'll check. I mean, I'm kind of set on this guy. I like him. Plus, the Newcastle guy would probably, whoever he is, be on massive wages because clearly they've been spending beyond their means. Right, who's extensive? Oh, not that many. Okay, that's fine. Rest of you get another go around. There's another border guy in there? No. Some interesting clubs in here, though, which is good signs. 7 dudes left. I think Maid Marian is the one to go for. Think of all the Robin Hood memes we can make now. Like, it is dumb money that we're spending on it, but still. That's a deep cut joke for you there. Borja Perón. He's quite good. Ah, wait. Where did he come from? Oh, no, it's fine. It's Atletico. Do we need him right now, though? Maltese third division. Is that the one that Victoria Hotspurs are absolutely creaming at because they're now playing in the Maltese divisions? So yeah, that is a thing at the moment, Bolscott. If you make a sub, it removes the points of the player that you subbed out. So it's one of those things where you have to sort of weigh up the two things. I guess it's more done in a way where, say you got an injury mid-season or mid-save or mid-stream and you thought, oh shit, I need to get rid of this guy because he's not going to earn me any more points. But the guy I bring in is going to earn more. I think that probably will need to be likely probably get changed, I would have thought. Couple of guys in there as well. Yeah, you shouldn't get the new points, but that's, I think, how it works currently. But if people want, I could always go back to, once we start the May thing from scratch, I could always go back to this one-off sessions while we're still sort of, while it's still being ironed out, because frankly, it's going to be amazing, and it already is. So Tommy Andre Orsted Rasmussen. He's another of the four-namers, and I don't mind a four-name Norwegian. He has a broken leg. I might just shortlist him for the moment, since we're going to need probably most of our budget right now to sign this other fella, I think. He's very MP, yeah. Really? So, because when Irola announces, like, leaving, I think everyone, me included, once I was sort of informed of this, was expecting him to be going to Athletic Club. Oh, hang on. He's with Ali Reza Hassanpour. Oh my god. Arca signed a guy from Eshtigal for £1.9 million. He's got a release clause of 32 million. Polish sides are putting release clauses of 32 million pounds in their players' contracts now. He's fucking unreal as well. Weird he hasn't played in the Extraclasse. Yeah, I'd have thought so. Maybe he still will be, I guess. Oh yeah, no, Turgis has gone there, hasn't he? Yeah. Strange. Another Belgian fella. Maxime van den Bosch. Good name, maybe not for us. I agree, DG. We've signed several dudes out of Iran in this save, and they've all been at least decent. Like, Shokri is probably the best of the bunch, but there's also that Iranian striker. Is it Al Shankiti? The one I thought had signed for us, but then hadn't. This guy here's at Rakov. How's he getting on? Oh, the value's nice. He's only got 1 goal for them so far, so not maybe the best sign, but the development is looking tasty. 5-star PA, which is another good sign. Maybe because we've got less knowledge of him because he's out on loan, though, but his attributes are starting to look very, very spicy indeed. The thing I like about him as well is he came from NAFT MIS, not a team I normally sign players from at all. They're playing Unaba. Oh. Wait. Oh, yes, I think I still overtake them. Oh, Victoria have kind of fallen off at the end here. It'd be crazy if they got up again. It's weird seeing these team names, and some of which we do recognise, some of which we don't, I suppose. Or do I? Or is that Zebuj? Have they changed their name? I recognise the badge. Wow, Luta being down at the bottom there is weird to see, given how good of a team they became during that save. Oh, Zaytun, that's the one, not Zebuj. Which I'm obviously butchering the pronunciation of. Right, what's happening now? Bartosz Peda. That's a lot less money than Nick Perez was going to give us. I will say that for sure. Greg's now homegrown. I'm more interested in the situation with GKS Katowice, given that they're apparently in the process of perhaps a tycoon takeover, which they're going to need considering they're in the rally zone nearly at the moment. Shout out to Pushta though. They've got 11 points. Stay on 11, like 1 point a game, they'll be fine. Right, what are we saying here? Long-term contract, I would have given him anyway. Stepping stone, no. Important player, yes. 54,000, right, okay. Minimum fee release clause, go away. Wage-wise, go away. I'll leave that in there, honestly, because if he did get sold, he'd be sold for massive amounts of money anyway. Can't offer him a 5-year deal for some reason. Could stick in a relegation release clause. Will do, obviously. Yeah, he has 1 France cap, which does severely limit my ability to do so. It's weird that he's got 1 France cap as well. Like, who is keeping him out of the team? Let's see where that puts us. Okay, that puts us up quite a lot, which I expected. So let's find a midway ground here. 4.5 years. I suppose you're right, isn't it? Yeah. The game needs to be more specific there and actually say 4.5 years, like 4.5 or just something to make it more clear. I know you could just look at that, but like, still, I'm lazy like that. Clean sheet bonus on a goalie actually would make more sense to be higher, right? I'd accept 60 grand a week for him. Maybe a big bonus for something. For winning the World Golden Glove. I'll give you £3 million if you win the World Golden Glove. How about that? Okay, that's not that little. Oh, yeah, agent money. Bit of that. Oh, shit. Wait, is he offering more now? Has he just come back with more money? I mean, I don't want it to fall through, so I will just finalise at 6-7. But that's... I don't like his agent. I think we can make that one clear. Toulouse keeper doesn't want to... Oh, could be, yeah. I still want him. 42. You're 42? How dare you assume I'm 42? I will be when FM 32 comes out. If there could ever be such a thing. I'm sorry, I see it. I've got to do it. You've got to pander to the younger audiences these days. Because, you know, I definitely, as an FM streamer, have a very young audience, as I'm sure you're aware. We're not all definitely in our earliest of our 20s, probably. Right, Newcastle's goalie. Who is their goalie these days? Who could I steal from you? Mishta. They actually have a Polish goalie. That can't be their starting keeper, though, surely. Is this guy. Christian Rodriguez is their goalie. Jesus, he's a bit alright, isn't he? That's the thing, the wages. I want to scout him anyway, as I am actually curious. He's quite good. Colombian international, but he's on like probably 225 grand a week. Match with Gibraltar. I actually don't know, because I don't know what the rules of Gibraltar are in the base game. So I'm not sure what you'd need to change. But the crucial thing is to make sure that you are able to play a good amount of foreign players in league matches, because if you can't, then it'd be really difficult for you to build up without taking teams from other Gibraltarians. The other downside about someone like Gibraltar is you've not got a lot of other clubs to help you. It's quite limited with the number of clubs you have access to, and that might make it more complex as well, potentially. So the goalkeepers, they've got Alex Leverne of Nice, who's not playing, which means the actual goalkeeper is Lucas Chevalier of PSG. Yeah, I can see why. He's a little bit exceptional. I'd take Chevalier at this point, to be fair. Exactly, that's what kills the meme. In a way, I'm doing my part for the meme by killing it off slowly. I guess it is, but it also is less players, less clubs for you to loan players to. That's unfortunate. This one better not be too severe. Oh, not ideal. And one of the reasons I like Poland is because we've got an 18-team top flight and an 18-team second tier, which is a really nice pool of teams. We essentially have, well, 16 top flight teams we can loan players to, because obviously Cracovia doesn't work, and then the whole of the second tier. So I feel like when you've got too few teams, sometimes it can come back to bite you as well. Oh, Baldacchino now counts as homegrown. How is he looking these days? He's not even that bad. I think he might get multicaps. Maybe. If there's time. Right, we finally out of the international break now. Oh, there was actually an Egyptian fella. Ibrahim Anwar. Which apparently I've already scouted. Oh, that's the thingy, wasn't it? With the small leagues. At least with Scotland, you've got 4 divisions that are sort of the professional-ish kind of divisions, the not non-league. Scotland has its own issues, I think. Although, at least they've got better squad reg rules in Scotland. And you've got those, I always forget what it is. It's like a high potential thing that allows you to avoid work permits or something. I can't remember exactly what they call it. Like a player has high enough potential, but in like a really unclear way. So Kwasi Alpuds needs to drop out for a game. Probably a couple of games, actually. Which means it's back into the team for Abdullahi, I guess? Like, yeah, exactly like that. So, for example, that's what Arsenal had to do with Cassidy when they bought him off of us in the summer. He failed his work permit check both times, and then they bought him anyway, and he counted as their ESC thing, which, again, I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I guess there's less fluctuation, but one of the things I think is actually going to help Poland in the future in this save is the very thing that's sort of making it harder initially, although not that hard. With all the variation that we're having with teams qualify for Europe, that is helping more teams become strengthened as a group. And in a few years' time, if that continues, it means that it won't matter so much who qualifies for Europe because they'll all be able to offer something. Rochdale end up losing the... Oh, mate. They have to go up. I would feel so bad for them if they don't. It would just be a disaster. Obviously, you've got to win what's there, but I feel like that's one of those things where you do all that, and then sometimes just you burn out trying to win that race, and then you don't have enough to pick yourself up again. I think it's a bit like teams that qualify for the playoffs in like hockey or whatever, that get in there at the last second after a great run and then can't always sustain it. Although I'm not looking at the Philadelphia Flyers because they actually did do that. And sorry, Andrew. Oh, elite significant contribution. I would never have guessed that. Right, I did a quick wee, which means you get a whiz quiz, and I'll be back in just one moment with an energy beverage, and we can burn through and at least get to that next Champions League match, because we want to get 3 done today at least. So I'll be back in one moment. So bro played for quite a while, didn't he? But yes, it was Gary Payton. I actually didn't realise how early his career started, as it happens. That's wild. Technically, he did play in the Premier League, though, so therefore he does count. And technically a foreign player as well, because I believe he was Irish. Oh, Jerry. Okay. I definitely know the guy. It's Gary. What are you talking about? Me and Gazza go way back. Big J, I used to call him. Right, hold it on. That often happens, though. It's like, do you guys see Papi... Was it Papi Cisse playing, like, I think it was either a charity game or it was non-league football at the weekend. I think he scored an absurd amount of goals, if I remember correctly. He's an NBA player. Yeah, that's obviously who I was thinking of as a well-known NBA watcher and enjoyer myself. that is who I was talking about. Who plays for... Obviously plays for the Indiana Pacers, right? That's who he plays for. Imagine if that was right. I had like a 1 in 30 or something chance of getting that correct. I'm guessing I didn't. Something tells me I probably didn't. Withenshaw. Oh, that's who it was. Because they are basically just full of ringers. Because of Gary, Indiana. Do you know, that's probably where it went in my head. You're absolutely right, yeah. I'm assuming that that's how the wires ended up getting put into that particular selection of boxes to generate that. So you're starting to understand how my brain works, or doesn't. Okay. Vanetti's really low. I suppose it's because he's 5'8", isn't he? But he has looked a bit better lately. This is the top of the table clash as well. The game's going to kick off at me if I try to go into the game, isn't it? Because of the... Yeah, so I've got to do the same thing again. I'll do the next match, actually, though. No, I won't do the next match, rather. I'll bring Piakovsky back in for... For who? So many defenders on the... The problem is we had all those strikers, and now none of them are playing. Which is why they're kicking off at me, of course. Yeah. I will just remove from the bench Mikic. It's a lot of central midfielders. Almost too many now. Gary Payton is the current sporting director of Velio Takamatsu in the 5th year of Japan. I didn't, but I do now, and my life has just become immensely more fulfilled and worthwhile as a result of it. So thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that with us today on this fine afternoon, James. Get good players and increase the scouting network to find hidden gems. Okay. So I take it's leveling. From what I'm interpreting from that, you're are you new to FM in general or just new to FM26? I'm guessing it's new to FM in general, which I would say you're in the right place, but careful with my advice. But I will do my best to help. We'll start with that. We'll help you through this. Don't worry, because you're in for a lovely old time. 5-2. Okay, better. We take those. I'm assuming Anwar Naeem did all sorts of mad things. Vanetti just scored twice. That's a good sign. Duru scored twice. Chat, our strikers have scored 4 goals in a game. Have we fixed it? I think we might have fixed it. They've actually done a thing. Wingbacks kind of took a day off, apparently. How very bizarre. Right, let me get some points out for you for that. Thankfully, no one off the bench did anything useful. Diakite certainly didn't do anything useful again. 6.5 rating in that game. 2 more goals conceded. Christ. That was more likely from us, though. Let me just grab that picture. Slam that hard into the fantasy table. Hopefully it's working now. Right. Paste a screenshot. I mean, it'll do the same thing again, most likely. This is going to be a much more difficult one to unravel as well if it does go wrong. 24, that's about... Okay, fair enough. That's still a good number of hours, to be fair. So, like, you'll know the basic stuff, I'm guessing. Patience is obviously quite important. When it comes to youth players, if you're just starting a new save, obviously you have to wait for youth intakes. But it's not going to be instant. What you will notice, though, is in the first roughly 3 seasons of your save, your intakes will likely be better than perhaps you'd expect them to be. So do pay attention to that. As for improving your scouting network, it's not as difficult as it used to be, because in FM now, you can essentially just decide you want to have more scouting, whereas in the past, you used to have to ask your board to do it for you. But yes, it is a question of... It's also a question of, like, it's patience for terms of the youth players, but finding the new best youth players, obviously they're not going to be around. If you're looking for, like, brand new players, like regens and stuff, it takes a couple of years for them to populate throughout the system for you to be able to find them. You can obviously go after existing young players that are quite young, but then... and I suppose you would find them with the same types of methods, I guess, but it will also depend on what sort of database setup you're running. I realise that's quite a vague answer, and it is tough to, I suppose, provide the one I'm trying to give. I don't know. I feel like I'm being quite unhelpful here. Montperouche just dropped a 21-point game, by the way, I think. Because he got 2 assists, a goal, man of the match award as well. How's the formation work? I'll show you in a moment. It was a silly idea that ended up getting away from itself. Thank you, Talp. Talp. So yeah, that should be okay. Hopefully these points all allocate correctly. Because if so, I'm going to have a massive job unpicking them. Still done the old error, but... hopefully that shouldn't cause too much of a trouble this time. Wait, did it even do it? I'm not sure that even applied them that time. Forgive me, chat. 1 second. Oh, no, it did. It did. I'm pretty certain it did. Yeah, it did. Phew, I had to refresh the page. Oh, yeah. I can still see 4 people tied at the top of the league now. Good God. Okay, sick. We might even reach 200 points today, potentially. I would go through and check, but hopefully we'll just have to trust that they're correct for today. Oh, they're the same lineup. Yeah, which means someone's going to have to overtake them by doing something a little bit different, really, if they're going to get ahead. OPPDA maxing. No, so basically, essentially, the way the tactic works now, I had a silly idea where I wanted to sort of make a system where, essentially, my wingbacks became our focal points of the attack when we had the ball, but by cutting into, but literally almost play like strikers in possession, and then my actual striker itself became like a kind of a stationary tent pole that they could just bounce the ball off of to create chances, essentially. And so we started testing a few things out, and it kind of works. So what happens a lot of the time in possession is we end up with a front 4 of our striker out to the right, this guy here, around about here, this guy there, and this guy here. And then this guy, because he's off-centered slightly, and he's on longer passes. Oh. Well, that's gone well, hasn't it? Professional streamer, everybody. Hi. How's it going? I do this for a living. Basically, him, and him are always our most advanced players when we're in possession. I'll show you in a match, it'll be easier. And because he's on longer passes, he tends to spray balls into this channel, which means he leaves this guy alone. And because he's offset, he then allows this guy to move into this space here. And these guys overlap and underlap sometimes as well. And these guys pull out wide to allow for more space too, whilst also playing quite a narrow system. Tactics? I don't know what you mean. I thought they were called Tic Tacs, actually. Mint flavour preferred. nursing through the rest of the match. That's, I guess it's only a fracture. Not a solid break, right? Suck it up. Oh, is this their squad? Mark Albrighton. Oh, I saw. Yeah, okay, I understand now. Wow, this is so... A little bit this feels a bit Barclays, but not... Oh, man, Waghorn. That's good. That's actually really cool. Danny Drinkwater as well. Take him. I would. Save his arms, you know? Bro needs those to do press-ups and flex in the mirror and whatnot. Actually, we'll get a proper test of this tactic because we're playing Anderlecht in the Champions League in a minute, which will be a good little... Wait, why are you suspended now? Sure. We actually finally top again. Ah, we are. And we have a game in hand now, which means the gap could start to increase a little bit. And we can finally start pulling back a little bit of that negative XG that we're still under the cosh of right now. Those two are legit really good. Pushcha, they're very bad, aren't they? They're so bad. I guess if they did play in a proper league, it'd be quite unfair against the other teams they were playing against, because if you rock up with that kind of team... Are they a bit like a non-league Harlem Globetrotters type situation, I suppose? Because it just wouldn't be fair on everybody else, would it, really? God, these guys need loans. I'm hoping since they were all summer signings that we'll be able to find some for them in January. I tried to fob them out. Yeah, Marta's successor is not having a good time. Are they unlucky, or is he just bad? I mean, they are unlucky a bit, but they're also just not very good either. How is he doing so badly with that team as well? Like, it's such a good team. Arguably one of the best teams in the league now. Marseille better at least be doing well as a result of that. Because otherwise it will be all for nothing. How's the takeover going, lads? Because there is a news page, isn't there? Make it 8 without a win. Okay, good. Then they sound like they need the takeover more than ever. We need to entertain the proposition. Didn't it say that a tycoon was eyeing them a minute ago? There we go. Oh, that was 10 days ago. God, I just want it to happen. Just, as long as it's not us, I'm more than happy with the tycoon coming into Poland. Hello, Si. Thank you, buddy. Criticism of Hasmir. Might be more than one suitor. God, I hope I hope it ends up being the one with all the money. Because at least that way, I mean, they've got a decent amount of money in Poland anyway, but teams tend to get a bit more spenny. They've won again! How have they done that? Pushcha have just beaten Lechia Gdansk away from home. Wow, they actually deserve that one. They're so lucky this season. But 14 points on the board after 12 games. If they could stay up, I reckon we could make them our puppet team properly. Brookbet lose again to the worst team in the league. Yeah, literally, they just lost to the bottom club. You know what? If this accelerates his decline and means that they get rid of the manager sooner and replace him with someone who knows what they're doing before they get too far cut adrift, then this is probably a good sign. Shout out to Alex Greenwood's Rook Herjov. She has one of the worst win percentages of the top flight. I think it's like 28%, but she's been there for ages and they never quite get relegated. Joao Rego. Wait, is that who... As in... Where is he? Oh my god. Fair play. I like some of the hoovering up talent we've been seeing. I mean, Joe Bellingham at Gornik is funny enough, but the main reason is because he was obviously he left us. As soon as I set the manager, the better at this point. That's not ideal. Ooh, really good guy at Rangers. 15 as well. Ah, he might be one of the good guys I saw from Bodder. It was definitely 5-star PA, so that's the hope. Get rid of those guys. So temperamental, man. They're all expensive. Oh no, wait. Oh, wait, is he fully scouted? Oh, he is. We've got decisions to make. Speaking of decisions, has that goalie actually made a decision about whether he wants to join us yet? Or is he still dragging his heels? Right. So Marcelo Varela. I think I'll just take him anyway if he's free. Oh, never mind. Okay. Screw you, Marcelo. Didn't like you anyway. If he didn't concede, then he's done the job, right? I don't know, Wills, because I'm not sure how much I don't know how much a Tycoon would actually give us. We were rumoured to be linked with the Tycoon last season. Oh, God. I don't even know what to make of this guy. He's only 16, but he's 6'1" with 7 jumping reach. We have a guy who's 5'9" and has 18 jumping reach. And I have a screenshot to show you as well. Yeah, this guy, I don't know what. He's got good tackling. He's very aggressive. He's basically... I was going to say he's an angry little man, but he's not. He has like a little man complex. We've basically got a Norwegian Napoleon. But I certainly wouldn't want to pay loads of money for him. He is a bit Lisandro Martinez, yeah. Just needs like a neck tattoo. I'm going to ask his agent. 7.4 million? I think... Yeah, no. I'm not paying 4 million for him. I don't believe the potential might be true, but I just don't think even with the potential I'd be able to do much with him. What about Mikey Simpson at Rangers? He sounds more fun. Oh, what? Oh. He's got one jumping reach. The window's open. I may as well just jump. Actually, if he jumped out the window, he wouldn't even clear the sill. What is he? He's only 15, which means he's probably going to develop into a much better player, but I just don't know what that is. He's not got any finishing ability. His passing's kind of shit. He's slow. Can't cross. He's 5'5". So he's fairly in line with that, but even so, he's one of those players that the game just kind of ruins by not giving them any... Like, he was almost a non-starter. He could have 200 PA, and the way that the game would distribute it would mean that he'd unlikely to ever be great. I don't think his passing's ever going to be good enough to be a good playmaker. I know it will improve, but he's probably in the wrong sport. But I don't know what the sport even is. Coaching? Maybe he's got good teamwork. He's... Well, I mean, is he though? He's not even fast. He's like an advanced... Yeah, he's like an advanced playmaker, wide player, basically, when they used to play them. Curling? Maybe. I bet he'd cheat. Swedish curling team like, oi. Was it the Canadian? No, it was the Canadian curling team, wasn't it? Sorry, Sweden. I've slandered you there. Rodrigo Cabrera. A couple of years. He just won't, though. He's not going to develop into being faster. Put it this way. The attributes that he would need to develop to become a winger... First, he'd need to develop to the point where the starting point of me considering him a winger would be. That's the thing. Like, if he's got 14 pace, 14 acceleration, we're at the bare minimum of starting as a winger. And then he'd have to develop beyond that. I'm not a fan. Doesn't have the greatest jumping reach. The biggest understatement in the history of football. My apologies, Chris. I would say sorry in Swedish, but I don't know what it is. Is it Ledson? No, that's not it. That's Ryan Ledson. Any mods? I'm using a skin that adds a few things, which is the Mr. Teeny skin. But other than that, and like some Fulot. Okay. And then Fulot. Forgive my pronunciation. I was using Bepanex, but I briefly took it out of the folder so that the game would run a bit smoother, and I'll put it back in again when I want to start digging about in the match engine again like I was last week. But I was really pleased with the sort of things I was finding. I was actually able to get it to print out a live ticker of the live score data from the games. So I know that that information is accessible. And they found more German teams. Oh no, there's Thun in there. Right. So what are the proposed affiliates? FC Thun, Magdeburg, and Alemannia Aachen. A German side probably would be the best bet. Do we already have a German side? Because if we do, then there's no point in getting another one. We actually don't. We've got a Slovakian side, a Dutch side, a Spanish side. Yeah, it would have to... As much as I think Thun would be cool, that only really works if we had a better base youth rating in Poland. I think it has to be one of these two. The question is which one? Who's got the better youth recruitment? The bad vibes teams? I don't know. I mean, ultimately, I'm playing a game, right? Like, is it this one? It's this one, right? They've got average. They're just average across the board. Magdeburg is closer to Poland. Aha! That could be the one. Aston! Thank you very much for the 3 months, my friend. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday, enjoying the sun. What I am now finally enjoying. I think I'm just going to, in future, go with the more lighter approach. I don't think it's noticeably that different, honestly. I think that it's not like I'm super washed out, and I could always adjust the settings on my camera if it was starting to look a bit like that. But I think it's just a bit nicer, if anything. Things are looking a bit dingy. It only means I can have the window open when it starts to get really fucking hot. It'd be like back in the league days. Right, so that was Magdeburg. What about Alemannia Aachen? Are they any better? Oh, good. So the difference between them is very, very minimal in the sense that their youth facilities are better, but it's not really that matters, is it? It's the recruitment stuff. Go back to your dungeon. Thun is fun. What are Thun settings? Because the thing is, what we're looking here really is the difference between the youth rating in Switzerland and Germany. They do have great youth facilities and are above average and adequate for academy coaching. But I don't know what the difference is between Germany's youth rating and Switzerland's youth rating, and I suspect that it's quite large. To the point where we would probably be costing ourselves a chance at good players by doing so. What's any other differences that the game is pointing out to me? They both benefit them. I don't know, chat. What do you reckon? We'll just do a straight up straw poll, essentially. 1 in chat for Thun, 2 in chat for Magdeburg, 3 in chat for Aachen. And I shall just cede myself to your advice. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that is quite a big difference then. I'll just take a general eyeing it up, the options. Okay, so it seems to be between Aachen and Thun. It's a bit of both. There's a lot of 3s now coming through. It's pretty close, but I think you're probably right. Aachen might well just be the one. Possibly. We did sign a player from Magdeburg. Let's do Alemannia Aachen. Why not? Maybe the board will let us have a... What's the other one we're missing? I guess an Italian club? I wish they just let us... Yes. Maid Marion has said yes to our proposal, chat. We can now finally play badminton with an anthropomorphic fox. Let the Disney memes begin. Yeah, that's a huge difference, to be fair. 155 is notable. If we were in a massive nation... This is the way I tend to look at it with recruitment of those sort of clubs. If you're in a massive nation that already has a really high youth rating, or at least is reasonably solid, go for the fun nations, because then you're likely to get good players from your youth rating with their nationalities. If it's the other way around, though, say you're in Malta, where we have a really shit youth rating, go for nations like Spain, Germany, France, England, and such, because then you're more likely to get good players coming through there that may have Maltese nationality connected, and you'll get better players. So we're in the sort of middle ground with Poland, where we can kind of go either way. More importantly, though, £60 million Maid Marian's in. I'm here for it. Honestly, I don't like particularly very much Disney films, lately. But the one Disney film that I've always loved is the Robin Hood one. There's something about that film I just adore. And now that we get Maxine Marion in, let's go. I'm going to enter an archery contest and all sorts. You should have heard my other joke earlier about Robin Hood. Like, I had all sorts. It was a finance joke and everything. Nobody got it, or they just didn't think it was funny, which is much more likely what was happening. Fantasy, yes, we do. Yeah. It's been a bit glitchy today just because of probably something I've done wrong as it happens, but nevertheless, it is actually set up. My inner furry taker. A friend of mine's actually a furry, or he was. I suspect that he still is, considering his Steam picture is very much an anthropomorphic fox. Perhaps he was also given a sexual awakening by... I say also. Oh, now... Oh, dear. I've just exposed myself there, haven't I? Hide the drawings. He's out of me there, right? Yeah. The whistle stop song from Disney's Robin Hood is the melody of B3... Is it actually? That's kind of dope. He said moving swiftly on. Worst meme in history. Let's go. Wait, what? What happened? Other than Marlon Hilly's boys being involved. I assume that is it. Have I missed... I'm sure there's something I'm missing here. Marge Simpson voice. Well, we know about the Marge Simpson voice, yeah. Oh, Birds of Michigan. That's not allowed. Oh, where's the penalty scores? Oh, there. 6-7's pretty solid work. I was kind of hoping it would be the theme for like HP Kyrgyz as well. Robin Hood on the brain, but the Disney version, not the one with Baldrick in it. Correct, yes. I don't recognise any other versions of Robin Hood, not even the Bryan Adams version. And I realise you're like, what the hell does that even mean? But if you know, you know. It's like, I assume this is something everybody does, or I'm an idiot, which you already know, that you'll have like random things that you call other stuff that don't make any sense to anyone outside of your initial tiny bubble, right? There was this trend on TikTok at one point of people with that have the phone that have a word written on it, and they'd get the person to say the random thing that they call it. It's, yeah. The Kevin Costner version, yes. Otherwise known as the Bryan Adams version. What's with the website? Oh, my bad. I must have had my ad blocker on. We heard it, Carl. We ignored it. See, at least you understood it. It's mostly just because I watched Dumb Money the other day. God, putting me down. See, this is why I've got low self-esteem, right? Because I tell Pock, they never laugh at my jokes. There's no keck W's, no lulls. That's the first time anyone's ever moaned that sentence. that was just getting no keg W's. He's injured again. It's only a bruised ankle, but I'm convinced that he's now deliberately docking matches. Fun with fur. Oh, the problem is, because that's now a named clip, that's going to end up in the recap, because I just hoover them all up. Now, when my parents got married, I think that might have been number one when my parents got married as well, actually. No, it can't have been. My parents got married in 1990 or 1989. So no, it can't have been. I don't think. That was like early 90s, wasn't it? Fida's just not had it anymore. Hello, Guillaume. 2033, actually in Brazil, nice. Won Serie A twice and battling for third. Lost, of course, 4 times. Sometimes it is just a pure luck, Guillaume. We've had the opposite of that in this save. We had never won a knockout tie of the Champions League, and then we went all the way and won it in Season 7. And then got to the final the following year, lost it, and we've not won a knockout tie since. FM is weird like that. It sometimes just take that tiny little bit of luck to change your fortune around. I need a trainer or an assistant trainer. Let's have a little bit of a looky. I'm not sure, actually. Fixture decisive quest. You think? You think? Responsibilities. Oh, I changed my responsibilities as well. I tweaked it and added in a fee. Not a fee, sorry. You'll see what I mean. I put 10% on those. Just because I feel like that seems to get more success with loans. Just trying it out for a little bit. Trying it on. See how it fits. So, responsibilities. This is not the right menu, Matt. Training. Leeds general training. So I have it in charge. Well, I actually have my goalkeeping coach. Why is my goalkeeping coach? Oh, it's all gone wrong. I wish that you could see their attributes. Now, who is my best guy? So I have it. I would advise. That's the screen site. It's buried like crazy, but that's the reason people don't know where it is a lot of the time. 27 weeks. Is that still the record for the most number ones, or did something like Gangnam Style beat that? Default to a 0. Oh. Wait, what would it default to without that, then? Shouldn't that be... Okay. Interesting thought. Because I feel like unspecified is actually not great. This is good news. I was making some more progress on the loan farm video yesterday because I was going to try and get it all knocked out in one day. But I run into the same problem where every time I feel like I've got a conclusive set of advice, I'll find a thing and I'm like, let me just quickly investigate that. I'm going to call ahead to it and have it out for like next week anyway, because it has to come out at some point. But now people keep sending me new save files. So I'm like, ooh, let me look at this Wales one instead. So what I'm saying, chat, is it's your fault. I don't know how we'd be able to see that, James. Because wouldn't you not see that until someone bids on them? Or... Oh, we just do one player and... Good shout. Great idea, actually. Yeah, you're right. I understand what you're saying now. What I was going to do was just click my staff. I just want to see who my best, like, coach is so I can put him in charge of training. I mean, we're training okay, but it'd be nice to know who's actually, like, genuinely good. God, I hate the... That's me. Stranger's probably the best, isn't he? Yeah, so I'll put Stanger in charge of training. That's scouting responsibility, Matt. Oh, we got there anyway. So Mr. Stanger will be in charge of it. Where is bro? There he is. Big up William. Right, we choose a random player. Probably from our second team would probably help, wouldn't it? Sod's alright, it just randomly works now, even though we're not in a window. Right, so Augusto. If we offer him out... Oh. Might just leave that for a minute, just in case. So transfer, offer via transfer room, loan offer, 0.55. I wish there's a way you could default that to like a small number, but obviously this one's fine because it does it by percentage. But you're right, that's much, much better. So much better. That's a great, really good tip there. That's also going to change the advice I'm going to give in the video too, because I think that's actually the setup you want. This might even push us even further ahead. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Gretsch just got 3 goals in this game. Where does Gretsch play? Left back. So the left back has just got a hat-trick in that game. That's a really good sign, because the left back's been the side that I've been a little bit concerned about. Is it Champions League after this one? Witness protection guy's name. I think his name is still Philadelphia Flyers, which means he needs a new name. LMNOP-Q. Oh, chat. Give me your double QQ names for Mr. Philadelphia Flyers, which I believe is his name currently. Right. Yeah, so it is. We're going to rotate fully for this game. Quentin Queenie. I like it. That is how you spell Philadelphia Flyers. Not very popular in Pittsburgh right now. Oh, that's Philadelphia. It's always sunny, chat, in Philadelphia. There he is. There's my guy. I beg of you. I'm just here to rub it in, Andrew. That's what I do. Were you here when I set his name at this just to annoy you? I don't think you were in chat at the time. What did you think of, was it Porter Martone getting proper cup checked in that game? Was it Bizot that just spears him in the balls with his stick? I suppose if you're going to go down swinging. At least you made it 4-2. It wasn't even a gentleman's sweep. It was a full-on, gave it a go type of game. Right. Who was favourite stick puck player? Possibly. I think, is it Blake Bizot? I can never remember his name. The Pens have some strange players this year. They've got like a South African dude. What am I doing? Changing his name. There we go. Got there in the end. I think they have a South African, right? Or at least he was South African born. Was it Quentin Queenie? My guy. I think that's Quintin, but that's even better. He's Quinten. Not Quentin, Quinten. That means he's got Colombian ancestry. Because only Colombia would go, yeah, we'll flip that bit around. That'll improve situations. Right. Abdullahi's not a happy boy, is he? So this is full rotación. That's such a terrifying thing up there, right? Youth prospects. Duru apparently is a youth prospect these days. Kowalski gets to start. Paradej. Molski will also start. Be rude not to. But I should probably start Mikic as well. That's a nice little trio there. Blake Lizotte, not Bizot. Because he couldn't even get his name right. What do you think? Do you think it's into rebuild time now? Or is it go again because Crosby and the lads? Is that probably okay? Oh, Gusto gets a start. Nice to see. Wait, Alvarez is starting. He probably should actually. No, Damašević can play because he can't play in the Champions League. Makes sense to give him a run. There we go. And Duru's probably going to bang. I agree. I think he just gets more and more handsome with every name change. That's the strat. I need to change my name more frequently. With Gino first. True. When's his contract up? Or is it this summer? Nah, it can't be, right? Okay, that's fine. 4-0 against Pogon, admittedly. And another good game from Duru. 2 goals from Duru. Kolfi gets a goal and an assist there for Molski. Couple of goals for Alvarez. Serial killer eyes. Do you know, I've never actually looked into his eyes. Wait, Alvarez did that off the bench. Coffee was substitute, but he did... Right, I'm going to have to add in 2 assists for Alvarez. And an 8.9. Damn. He's had a good game there. Yeah, Kowalski is just doing things. When I put him in the DLP role with that change to the... with the little tactical tweak I've done with it, I really do like that setup now. It seems to generate... And I think this offsetting the striker as the target forward actually was the play all along. Who knew? Right, let me get that there. Get that in. No, I have to add one next one. Not hard to find other great players in the division once a squad play. Yeah, this is why I always go for... if you can't sign them, make them. And what I mean by that is, if you reach that plateau point where you realise that you just simply can't sign the players that are going to make you better, that's the point where you have to be starting to produce those players yourself, either from your own academy or signing them young and developing them as best you can. Right. Okay. No, you can't touch that screen. Chris, that screen isn't sortable, which is a really annoying feature of the game again. Scout Sway, thank you very much for the 11 months, friend. How are you? Let me just add in... Right. Who got the man of the match award, actually, in this game? Was it? Oh, it was actually Alvarez, which means technically I have to turn that off because Alvarez isn't in this list of players. So I'll turn that off. Which Duru still gets loads of points, though. There we go. Get that in there. Then I need to refresh the page, most likely, because that'll be easier then. That'll do that. And there we go. That's done. Right, now I'll go and find Alvarez, my boy, and give him loads of points because he got, what, 2 goals or was it 2 assists? 2 assists. Do that one manually. Assist for you. That should take him to 11 points, although I don't think that's doing it manually. I guess I don't want to refresh the page again, just to make sure. And one more. And then I'll give him the extra 2 points for that. Market value player. So it will depend heavily on what league you're in. The actual leagues themselves are sort of hard limited on their value. I think they're felling so long. I'm not sure I understand, Sub, what exactly is happening. And then I will give him 2 extra points for his performance. To add 2 more on top of that as well. So which takes him to 16 points for that. And, oh no, he gets extra for the man of the match award, doesn't he? So it takes him to 21. There we go. Nice. Gone restricted. Ah. How old is Gino? Is he the same age as Crosby or is he a year older? I think that should be okay. Oh, feeling so long. Do you mean like the matches just take a long time? It could be the highlight setting that you're on. That's likely what's making a lot of difference. Oh, we finally have a new leader. Molotov movement cooking out in front now. Yeah, so the reason our players are worth a bit more in Poland than perhaps if you're doing a similar Poland save without this database is because we basically, Hadrian changed the database so that at the very top end, the players can have a higher value. Because what would happen otherwise if we didn't do that is Poland would get to like 3rd in the world, which is where we are right now, or 3rd in Europe. And our best players would still be worth nothing, even though that would be unrealistic for the 3rd best league in Europe at that point. So each league has like a lookup map that judges their reputation and their value, not reputation, their values based on their PA or other factors, I believe. And it's one of the way the spacebar stopped working again. But that's what can happen. Key highlights. That's what I play mine on. FM26 generally does just take longer to play matches. I played like 6 or 7 off-camera games or off-stream games on Tuesday after stream. It took me 3 hours. Now, I was doing a lot of tweaks and stuff, but nevertheless, it was... it definitely does take longer. For sure. Oh, Midtjylland dude. Oh, we've looked at him before. I recognise the name Bangsbur. It's quite a good player, but he's quite expensive and he's a winger. Yeah. It was just to basically allow it to get to a stage, because the logic was we were unlikely to have any of those kind of guys until the latter stages of the save anyway. Now, what's actually happened, because of the Spanish Scourge stuff, we've ended up with some of those players in Poland a little bit sooner. We're going to get another £21 million here. That's awesome. And it's still glitching out. Won't let me use the spacebar. Shit. Let me get off the next screen. I'll go back to it. Over 200. That's the thing. Which league are you managing in Poland as well, Riley? Riley? Really? Because that's one of the things we put in place for that exact reason. The game doesn't do a very good job at scaling those values. And we saw in Malta, actually, that it will actively harm the players' values at times as well for absolutely no reason, which is really frustrating. Yeah. It's one of the things we put in place. My spacebar is completely broken. It literally won't let me use my spacebar anymore. Influenced. I mean, hey, what can I say? I'm an influencer. Exclamation mark holy. I do like me some Cola Koala, to be fair. It'll fix. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so I had a highlight in one of the matches I was watching yesterday where quite literally the highlight was us winning a free kick in the middle of the field, and that was a key highlight. They definitely do need to investigate the things that they're counting as highlights. So basically, what you have to change to make the values change, there's a lookup table inside the league, I think itself, that has the values matched, like has like value ranges matched to, I believe, it's either reputation or PA, or it could be CA actually. Oh, is it national teams? Okay. But that's essentially what you have to do. It's one of the, because there wasn't a lot of tweaks that were done to Poland in this database compared to, say, Malta. But that was one of the things we did sort of tweak about. I don't think any other Polish... Oh, there we go. It's fixed again now. Hey, it's Hamron. Speaking of Malta. Yeah. Just not selling players. They should still go up to a certain extent. Or maybe they don't. Because it used to be more dynamic. It feels like in 26 it's more hard limited. Because in older games, the reputation of the league and the country as it grew would seem to inflate the values somewhat. And then dip, admittedly. But in 26 it seems way more, like, capped. We've got the media best 11. I think our media best 11 for the extra classer is likely all us. Last year there was a guy in it that wasn't one of our players. But I wasn't on loan from us either, but I think he got sold. It was a guy at Lech Poznan. Where do I see the best 11? Is it on media? This one here, isn't it? Yeah, so the one dude that's not in the media best 11, or rather, is this guy, Christian Eberling. Who's good. Weirdly, I guess the reason is because they always put a winger system in the media best 11, and we don't have wingers in our tactic. I think it has to be soon, James, right? And I'm expecting it to be a big update as well. Little moustache. Time to sign it? Absolutely not. Like, him having a medium S11 player that isn't one of ours is the best thing we would want in this save. The fact they've even signed a player of that kind of quality is awesome. And I didn't have to do anything about it, which is great. Get this trial as well. It will have to be the World Cup update, yeah, which I'm still very unsure as to what to expect out of that. The other thing is, I think that FM has improved over the recent years is that players' values do seem to be more dependent on bids on the players. So you can sort of, although it does seem to get wiped out at the start of every window, but at least you have a chance to get a bit more money for your players if you can get a bidding war going or something. That's another thing. If you are trying to get rid of a guy, don't be afraid to do the bidding war thing. Clates had a video about this in 24, which I'm pretty certain it still works, which is where if you get if you accept an offer on a player, offer them out for like maybe £2 million more, depending on, or like say 5% more. That way you can scale it. And then just keep playing them off against each other. You can stagger it up to some quite exceptionally large numbers. I think we've actually earned like double the amount of money from doing that, you know? Hello, Lavinio. You'll be pleased to know, chat, I did go for a run since last stream. My watch got all messed up and didn't count the run I'd set up in Runner. So I had to use like one of the Garmin suggestion ones, and it said I was going to do 6k, and it said 6:05. I was like, that's fine, that's nearly the same. I realised that was pace once I'd started, so I actually ended up running 7k. But I got it done. That's the main thing. I've got to do some pyramid intervals, I believe. Motor, have they won again? Oh yeah, Motor won their first 2 league games. They've beaten... Oh god, who did they win? I'm going to go do a 14k at the weekend too. I'm not really on a plan at the moment. I'm just sort of seeing it through with like instant runs. Because I want, in theory, the plan is going to start when I start this new series. So that will become part of it, because the series will essentially be deciding my running plan. 100k trail. Which one's that? You'd have to say, obviously, if it's going to dox you in some way. I'm just curious, because I might have to sign up for something like that at some point soon. Right. Let's go. Instant resulting runs. Imagine. In Menorca. Oh, really? Wow. Awesome. Get those guys in there as well. Right. Champions League, finally. Now you can actually see how this tactic works in progress. 100 kilometers. That's a long way. What's that? 62 miles? It's one thing about running. You get much better at converting miles and kilometers and things. Yeah, Motor Lublin have won both games. I believe one of the others has won one game. You have any predictions? No, I didn't. What are the games? I know it's Forest versus Villa. Who's at home and stuff? So let me know. And the other tie is... I forget, actually. Hello, Hazard. How's it going, friend? Hope you're well. Forest at home. Okay. They're both going to be taking this super seriously. Because they're... I mean, it's Forest's way back into Europe again. And also into the Champions League. And Villa will feel pretty comfortable, but they'll still want to win it because it's a European trophy, right? I reckon 2-1 Villa for the first leg. 2.5 marathon. Easy business. I could walk that. Braga versus Freiburg. Ooh. Legend. Braga versus Freiburg. I reckon 2-0 Braga. Just because I want Braga to do well. I do like a bit of Braga. Oh, and Palace Shakhtar. I reckon Palace will... Oh, yeah, it's being played in the Kraków Stadium, isn't it? Because Johnny was saying earlier. Naughty Nutty. Thank you for the 6 months, man. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday.
Party #Bulldog partner for Jalot.
I want more of those words. Lovely. Just more bulldog. Unless it's an XL bulldog. That's different. Take me 6 months. I don't know. I think you could walk a marathon. I guess 100k is a bit different, isn't it? I reckon... Oh, it's away. Well, it's away, but it's in Poland. I think 1-1 Shakhtar Palace. And Rayo Vallecano, their club, if I recall correctly, is an absolute disaster, but they're still winning matches. I say 2-0 Strasbourg. We need more fun words in English. We've got a few, but there's that word that's one of the few words that has 3 consecutive double letters in it or something. I can't remember what the word is. We need Inferno. He'd know. He knows all the words. That is the correct lineup, I think. Yeah, and much for the bench is good though, because we've got to be able to bring back in Mr. Miki. Oh no, wait, hang on. Kwasi Alpud is back again instead of Abdullahi. Ah, obrigado, Felson. Thank you, friend. Bit of that as well. Strasbourg. The only thing I know about Strasbourg is that what the ECHR is. Let's go. Bookkeeper. That's the one. See, average minds think alike. It's just good. It's a good word. I mean, it's not. I mean, on its own, it's just kind of. It is what it is, right? But it's got something to it. Fans hate the owner. I see. Because I heard some stuff about, like, the club is not really a very unified... I suppose that would probably suggest that. Right, let's go. Oh, Coffee's injured. Let's not go. Let's remove Mr. Coffee from the team. Then go. And I'll lock the fantasy points for a moment. I guess Mr. Abdullahi goes back into the team again. Oh, is he? Okay. Right, now we go again. Let me just lock it this time. Wouldn't want anyone cheating now, would we? Not when there's so much on the line. Open and locked. Here we go. Half-heartedly... Ah. Oh, what? Because I had to rotate around it. Right, I see. Do the European version of Have You Seen Luton Stay? Ah, yes. It's the sports publication / social media account that hasn't got anything to publish, so they just publish things like that. The, oh my god, I can't believe that Luton's ground is in the middle of this thing. And look, they walk through, it's like, wow, crazy. I know. I almost think that I don't know if this was... I don't know if you have any Luton fans in chat. I think there's a couple, maybe not in chat right now, but in the sort of community at large. Did that get annoying? The sort of media fawning in a way that perhaps was almost, I would consider almost patronising, perhaps. I feel like it sort of speaks of a lack of actual research. Like, we haven't got anything interesting to actually say, so we say that instead, I suppose. And I'm guilty of that, of course. I'm Mr. Surface Level. As you well know. Who's the Luton manager? I actually don't know who the Luton manager is. In my head, it's still Rob Edwards. Which I know not to be true. Jack Wheelchair? That can't be his name. I feel like that's one of an incredible typo. Autocorrect has absolutely done him there. Jack Wheelchair. Wait a minute. Was that a joke about him being injured all the time, or was that an actual autocorrect? Because either way, that's fantastic. It works both ways. Oh, that's superb. Gorgeous. Oh. I really hope that was a typo. Oh, man. That would have been so much funny if that was just a straight up typo. Bit of a nominative determinism there. Incredible. Wheelchair in this? I think he's a coach, isn't he? Well, obviously he's a coach. He's a coach, isn't he? Help. My brain has gone missing. Motor Lublin are playing Tottenham. There is a chance for something really funny to happen, and Goalkeeper beating Ludogorets. We need that win. It's not a bus, he's a coach. Montperousse, I bet you drive the bus just fine. Old-fashioned home. I like old-fashioned grounds. I mean, obviously, like Craven Cottage, albeit with the slight renovations now. I think it's got like that old-school vibe about it still in a lot of places. That's pretty much all the time, Hazard. It's surprising when it is working, if anything. In case you're wondering, what you're seeing on the screen right now, as far as I can tell, is the entire outfield contingent of players on the pitch. So there's their little low block. Every player of ours you see here, that is all of them. There is nobody back defending. That is it. We have to be so careful doing this, because if we lose the ball, we're cooked. But the idea is you just eventually just drive through them, and then that happens eventually. Vanetti pulls off to the back post. Bang. Another tap-in. He is a bit of a tap-in merchant, but we're putting him in a position to be a tap-in merchant just by this absolute wood chipper of a system. What I'll do, if someone reminds me after stream, is I'll put this version of the tactic up, because it has got some tweaks that I think makes it much better than the one we were playing before, particularly this striker one today. Oh, thank you, Hazard. That was a really fun video. I watched it back yesterday. Robbo was so good in that video. Like, so funny. People sat on his lap. Oh. Managers are accessible to everyone. I think the reason he's only 2.5 stars is because we're playing him as a target forward, and the game values certain attributes there a little bit more, so it kind of punishes him for it. Because after all, he is a 5'8" man. So the game just immediately goes, he's short, therefore he can't possibly be a target. It's like, just because the ball's not going at head height doesn't mean he can't be the target, right? That's great from Naeem again. I need a big game from him today. Oh, nice. Montperousse, he's going to bang this, isn't he? Oh, what a finish. I hope this is onside, because that is some strike from John. Holy shit. That was like a Zlatan type one. Honestly, no, Christian, I'm really glad I made some of the choices I did. I was the only person that hated Hashimi. That's so close to going. But look at this on the up bounce. Little unnecessarily flamboyant finish there. I'm really glad that the target forward thing is finally starting to work. I think it was just a really cool video. No, Arthur did a really, really good job. And like Tom said in the video, he speaks better English than Robbo does. That was a lovely thing. I do like those animations when you see them. Right, Spurs are unfortunately beating Motor Lublin now, which is a shame, but somewhat to be expected. But Gornik, if they get that, that's the 4th win, and we'll already be on to 12 points. I like how the top 2 in the Champions League right now is Wisła and Brighton. That's a much better first half. Anyone letting us down? Montpellier is having a bit of an off day, but he will do that with his lack of consistency sometimes. That and he's hitting the bar too much. I think that's why Zealand chose us, perhaps. It was a bit of a mishmash of everyone, really. I think that was the idea. Like, FM has almost become harder this year to do collaborative content in, I would say. And it was not particularly easy before. Sagnussen's fine. I think he was probably, for content reasons, that's probably the best thing that could have happened out of it. I loved all the random cutaways to him just sighing. Particularly those box-to-box players he was looking at. We were not impressed with any of those guys. Just because at the time. So I don't know. Most of my interactions with Z start with it being the middle of the night and me receiving a message on various platforms that just start with yo. And I'm like, right, okay, Zealand's cooking. What's he going? Oh, that's a great pass. I think he's offside anyway. He's missed it. But you always know something's coming. Hello, Daz. We've been playing pretty well. We're going to potentially go 3 for 3 in the Champions League if we don't bugger this game up. We've not conceded a goal yet in Europe, actually. We put 2 past Liverpool at Anfield, 4 past Dinamo Zagreb, and now we're 2-0 up in... Oh, I love the little dig out there. So we're doing good. The league is starting to look a bit more in our favour as well. And crucially, the other Polish sides are kind of chefing in... Oh, good effort. In the Champions League this year. We're on for potentially our 4th win for a Polish team in the group stage by matchday 3. Which is sick. World is so wholesome. Oh, 100%. Most UK coded game ever. And what a good face it is, frankly. Like, if you're looking for an ambassador, Z's the man for that kind of stuff. He's just the nicest guy, honestly. He's just a nice dude. It's like one of those people that you just wish for the success that they're having and you feel really good about it as well. No, absolutely. I think that's what made it so good is because it kind of gave an insight into the way that we as players sign people. Oh, that's a big miss. And the decisions you make. I don't use that app at all. No, I'm quite happy with the regen faces at the moment. But what will happen is, basically, around about every year or 18 months, I get bored of the current system. So at one point, I'll like the faces as they are, and then I'll switch over to... I'll get bored of it, and so I'll switch to one that generates faces, and then I'll get a bit bored of what those faces look like. What is he doing? And then I'll switch back across. But for the moment, I'm actually kind of all right with these faces. For the time being, at least. Yeah, the Lavia guy, is that Romeo Lavia, or is that just the guy with the same name as him? No, it's a guy called Joachim or Joachim Lavia. So it could be it is a guy. He's having a terrible game, yeah. I think with Hashimi, from what I can remember about his profile, he's not the sort of striker I would have signed. He felt quite Vostorecky. Red Mumbler has had a dreadful game, you're right. This feels like the perfect time for Molsky. Molsky? Oh, there he is. He's actually further up the list than I thought he was going to be. And Jens has had an average game, which means a 2-0 lead. It's probably safe to get Kowalski on. Name's done okay. John's maybe a bit tired, so we'll get Alvarez in. Wisła Carlos off for Dushan? Mix it up a little bit there. Oh, he would. I mean, I've obviously known not like stupidly well. Not as well as I know some of the other content creators, because obviously you don't see each other as often, with him being in America and all that. Oh, it's in! Jens has got 3 and 3. You just hang around in circles. Oh, no way. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's one of those things where when you're at events with creators and stuff, obviously with Z being the largest of the creators in our sort of space, so to speak, there's a lot of people clamoring for his time, understandably so, but he gives people that time. And when you do get a chance to talk to him just on a much more casual basis, he's just the nicest dude, really. I remember one time was a much smaller group of us for some random thing years ago. Not even that long ago, actually. The first goal conceded. It was Lavia as well. We ended up like drinking at a hotel bar till like 4 in the morning with like me and Tom and Z and I think Mike. And it was just really kind of chill. The old school Zidane is actually the thing I prefer as well. I agree, yeah. Oh, look at Molski's hair. I mean, he probably should be doing a bit better than this one. That is literally the first goal we've conceded in Europe. And I'm not going to blame him entirely. But it's, you know, not great. Yeah, Mike had to be up at 7 a.m. the next day. I very much didn't. It was good. Right. Oh, go on. I just want to see Kowalski continue to show stuff off the bench and go on, drip it back across. Oh, it's so close. I do feel like sometimes the game knows how overpowered we've made our system right now. And at times, I think it almost makes you miss chances more often just to keep the scoreline down a little bit. 1-1 in that game now. Sag. They really have got to be winning that. I think that's probably their easiest game. We need to do VOD comments as well. I've even got my reminder going off at me. I'll have to make sure I do it after this match. Please don't concede a second goal. There we go. Oh, breakaway chance. Come on. Let's build this up. I'm much happy with Vanetti in that striker role now. I do wonder if we got a more sort of beefy target man type of player in that role, whether that would even be more effective now, but I think it's okay. Oh, that's a great finish. Holy shit. Those never go in. Bro from wrestling circles? No way. I always see Luke's wrestling stuff on Instagram. Approachable everyone in the community. They absolutely are. I've never met anyone at like any event that I've been to for FM, obviously, because that's the only events I really go to, that hasn't been like openly lovely and just a nice person to be around, frankly. It's almost like that's actually quite a useful thing to have to grow a brand, I guess. Not being a weapon, I suppose. Don't know how I've grown one. Wait, Molski didn't get this? He may have still got it, actually. Sometimes the game doesn't credit them in the match engine, but they do in the actual stats overall. But even when I've been to things that aren't to do with FM, like that Holy thing I went to a couple of weeks ago, where I was one of 2 FM people there. I think it was 2. Yeah. And even that was awesome too. Gorn it up. Get in, lads. And Motor are back in it too. One more. Go on. Make it happen, baby. Yes! Spurs have Spursed it. As if. Spurs have thrown away a 2-goal lead. Motor are never beaten. Look at all it's bouncing about. Our spreadsheet plays behind you. Yeah. Skew more mature. Agreed. It definitely does. And actually, I think I prefer that in a way anyways. Veretti's throw, and it's somehow missed again. Quantum Spursiness is back, baby, for 26. Things you love to see. That's a good result. Really good result. And crucially, loads more Poland points on the day. Motor earn themselves their 7th point. What have Arsenal done here? Nah, they're 4-1 up. I mean, I don't know what they're doing elsewhere, but they're smashing a Sheriff about. They drew a PSG. Wait. I didn't even see that game. I guess it's because there was no goals going in. That is a stupidly good result. Like, how do you think it was? Oh, yeah, no, I always try to. Like, if someone messages me for advice, or about anything, really, or just looking for something, I will try to respond as quickly as I can. Sometimes I'm a bit slow, but I will usually get back to people, particularly when it comes to things like content and stuff. I'm always there to, if anyone needs anything, I'll help out in any way I can, right? Hopefully people that have asked me for stuff in the past, and I've hopefully helped, will be able to attest to that. That is such a good result, though. I want to see if they've mugged them off. Right. It's a great win for us, obviously. It's a man of the match award for... No, it's not. It's man of the match for John. Let me get the points out in a minute. FM. Don't do that to me, bro. Scared the shit out of me. I'll get that back into that one. Grab our pointy points. No one comes off the bench and does anything. At least there's no benchies to worry about. But that could be a... That is going to be a good round for John Havers. The windowsill. God, it's nice to be able to use the windowsill as an option now. Right, back we go. Grab that. Grab that. Slide this bad boy in. Get those stats right. Molski is sitting off the bench too. Oh yeah, he's still... but he's listed on the bench, right? As in... Ah, you're right. Yeah, I will have to give Molsky a little bump. That's fine. I'll get him the assist and the extra point for a 7. I didn't notice because his name wasn't lit up in green. Oh, which means he may not have actually got a 7. I think because his name's not lit up, that means he actually got a 6 point and something else. So he doesn't get the extra point for that. Because it has to be above a 7. But I will give him his assisty point. So we got no clean sheet, player of the match bonus for John, apply the points, and then Molsky will get 1 for his assist. I'll just do that. Refresh the page. Yeah, 6.99, so therefore he doesn't get it. In my book, at least. And Molsky, where's my man, will earn himself an assist. He gets 5 points for that, to be fair. So that's good from the Molsky boy. Don't know how many Molsky havers we actually have, but I reckon we... Actually, I would say we'd get some Kowalski havers, but probably not, just because I think like Kowalski's not going to be a big points getter. Even when he's cutting about doing things. So, oh, it's tight at the top. It's very tight at the top. We'll do one more game, which will be a league game, in a minute. To sort of see if we can decide on the day, I suppose. Totally ignored and abused. Yeah, I think... Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, me going big time is literally impossible because there's nothing big time about me. I feel like you could message basically anyone that I know in the FM community and you'd get the same kind of responses. No one I'd be like, oh yeah, don't message them. Like I feel like I could reach out to anyone if I needed to, you know? Right, so 0-0 draw against PSG. They should have, you know, that's a good result. They deserve the point. They've got it. Love to see it. I'm showing you the wrong screen. Forgive me. I can already see the screen. Motor Lubin versus Tottenham. That was a penalty as well. Let's see. Oh, that's lucky as hell. 2 goals from Marty late on. Completely bailed them out. The Spanish Scourge has been carrying Motor. They really are just like 1 win away from qualification already nearly. And then the last one, of course, was... Where's it gone? Gornik versus Ludogorets. Thoroughly deserved. Quintero with a brace and Joe Bellingham with the assist for that as well. Great. Superb. Well done, lads. So that is another 5 points for Polish side. So what are they up to now? I predicted 16 in the end. So 7 points for Motor. And then Gornik have got 3. So that's 10. And Jagiellonia have got 4. So they're already up to 14. Yeah, he got released. And I noticed randomly when I was going through that he'd gone... We were coming to play Gornik in a league game. And it said Bellingham to play against old team. I was like, wait, what? But yeah, turns out that's where he'd gone. They're actually both tracking for qualification if they carry on like this. Now, they'll obviously have some tougher games that will probably cut them back a little bit. But a point against Spurs and a point against PSG is definitely possible. Well, clearly they've just done it. There he is, Jack Wilshere. And that's my guy. Do you reckon we could maybe sign Jack Wilshere? Oh, he's literally managing Luton. Can I sign him away from Luton? It's like, yeah, sure, Luton's fine and all, but wouldn't you much rather be in the backroom staff at a Polish side? I for one would. Classy John on form. Isn't he just? What we like stats-wise now? Who's the top goal scorer? Is it still Naeem? It is, actually. But Vanetti's catching up. Naeem's average rating being over an 8 is insane. Montpellier has got to catch up a little bit there, which is definitely fine. But Vanetti's starting to look better and better now that we made that little tweak. Montpellier has got way more assists now. I think he's definitely become more creative. God, look at the numbers he should have. When he finally clicks later, he's going to be absolutely unplayable. Yeah, I think it must have happened right at the beginning of that. Yeah, I think it's dropped off a little bit because he had a couple of... I think it was in the Dinamo Zagreb game. He had a weirdly bad one. He's back to 5-star PA. Ooh. Oh, he is. That's great. That's really, really good news. I must admit, I still think Kowalski is... He feels like the guy that we could finally have. I mean, I want Molsky and Kowalski in our team long term. It's just nice to have them both. And hopefully, we can get a decent intake this year as well. But we've had 2 solid players come through the last 2 years, so I'm not going to get too greedy. But it would be nice if we could get a third one. Maybe a striker? I think a striker would be fun. But at least we've got 2 of them that look like they might have decent potential. Even if one of them is like slightly lower than the other, we've given ourselves a chance at finally having someone who could become an elite talent. Which is what we're really looking for. Right, we could do with a nice win here for Katowice. Hip injury, hate to see it. Hearts B. They have a B team? Guess they do. I'm scouting them. Bit of that. That same guy. Wait, this guy though. Gurgasawa. It's another goalie. Something worth scouting further for sure. I can't believe I spent £60 million on a goalkeeper today. That's just gone under the radar. That's like 3 times our record transfer fee, and I've just dropped it on a goalie today. A goalie that isn't even playing for us yet. But I do think it was the right choice. And it also means that if someone does come in for Diakite, I can pull the trigger on selling him, and we could maybe get well over 100. Saka's just won the Ballon d'Or. I don't think they have. Incredibly. That might have been enough to push them through there. You've had comments. Yes, I do. Right, we'll just click the done button on them now so I don't forget. And now... Oh, firstly, I wanted to show this guy. This is a link from, I believe, Discord, actually. But now it's not showing it properly. Basically, this guy here, 156 centimeters. I believe he has 16 jumping reach. I'm not showing him properly. There you go. I hate the way that Gyatso does this. But yeah, apparently, I think that's 16. 156. Yes, £60 million. I found a goalie that I actually kind of liked finally. And decided to drop £60 million on him. For the memes. Right. This one here. Can you pull up the Minuteman scanner for a filter? I absolutely can. They'll be available in the new pack once I update it, but I realise I keep saying that and then not doing it. So yeah, I absolutely can do that. Let me just get it up on screen, that way I don't forget. So that way when I do the last VOD comment, don't worry, I'm not deliberately showing it on screen right now, don't worry, there's one more VOD comment. I just want to get Minuteman loaded in the background. So, booth threats. That way I can explain it properly. And I won't forget when I come off this screen. There we go. And lastly, I think you're probably right. It was probably 22 cycle when we had MTK. There's when I started doing... No, it's probably 23 cycle. MTK was 23, wasn't it? Malta was 24. So I think it probably was the MTK cycle where I switched things around a little bit there. Nearly got things right on the halftime. Well, I got the halftime score. I think my logic was right, at least in predicting that, right? I waffled and I meandered today, but I got the things we wanted to cover covered. I wanted to get through the first 3 Champions League matches, and I did. And that I am proud of. I guess. And yeah, Bonacci was from Servette, or Servette, but apparently Beat is actually quite a common first name in the name pool for Switzerland, and I just don't recall seeing it that frequently at all. But there you go. So, yeah, this is the Minutemen one. So basically what it is, 15 to 18, at least 3,000 minutes, and I have knowledge level none, so it doesn't show you players you know about, and it's month to month, which basically will encompass amateur and non-contract players. At this stage in the season, it's semi-useful. I would do it right towards the end of December and right towards the end of May. So towards the end of December, you're going to get all of the Summer League teams, and obviously the others you'll get in more sensible times. Last Sunday mainstream was October 1st. There you go. So yeah, it would have been right before the... Good God. There you go. Doesn't go back any further than that, I don't think, but those were the Admanavaka streams, I think. And then COVID hits, bang. In we go. Jesus. Look at the consistency on Tuesday, Thursday, though. That's what I mean about be consistent, right? Just generally speaking. So yeah, I had those 3 Sundays there. That's what really did it, I think. It was those Sundays missing there. That's why it created the illusion that I'd missed too many Sundays. I mean, I kind of had, but also, look at it ever since. Making up for it, mate. Look at all those Sundays. You can see the little game gaps where I take my week off each year. Roughly. Consistent the burnout period. Yes. That's when because there was a period where I basically did like these ones here, where it was literally, that's what, 6 weeks straight? And then that's another 6 weeks. Actually, it's even longer than 6 weeks there. That's like start of the game cycle. So I think that was when I said to Pog, like, listen, I'll have 1 Sunday off a month or something. And look at that one there as well. Jeez, that was last year. Holy. But I said to myself then, I'll just burn through till Christmas and have a little bit of time off. And then, yeah, we got unlucky. One of those was where the internet went off, to be fair. That wasn't on purpose. I literally had no internet that day, which kind of sucked. But yeah, I was still learning about how to control balance, which I'm getting better at, slowly. Right. Yeah, they haven't sacked their manager yet, incredibly. When do we play them? Can I be the man that holds the sword of Damocles? Oh, the next game is actually a cup match. I don't think it has happened yet. It seems to be rumoured constantly. Sack looms. Doesn't appear to have happened yet. There's no signs any of like an embargo or anything either. Oh, we got top 3. It's got to be Montparouche, right? Surely. Yeah, there you go. What a trio. Bukayo Saka, who did in fairness get 21 goals this season, playing for, oh, he's still at Arsenal. Jamal Musiala and Stefan Montparouche. That's awesome. Top 2nd in the Ballon d'Or for Stefan Montparouche. Deserved. He's great. And to be fair, after the year he had last season, he deserves it. I think that was his best ever season for us. When was the year before? God, his goal contributions are wild. 26 that year. 36 goal contributions that year. 18 because of slightly different tactics. 32 again. Last year was 30. This year he's got 13 in 13. So I reckon this is the year he goes up to 40. He just needs to, start taking his goddamn chances. Which admittedly... Oh, the new goalie. Yeah, if you missed the new goalie earlier, let me show you him. His future transfers, isn't it? Oh, I just type his name in. It's easier. He's the guy. He was a guy I kept seeing when I was doing some scouting and looking up players. And I thought, fuck it, we'll have a look at his attributes. And originally he had between 11 and 15 on reflexes, and we couldn't see his big matches. So I was like, let's get that sussed out first. Luckily, he got 15 on big matches. Sorry, 15 on reflexes and relishes big matches. It's dope. For fun, I told myself, yeah, it can be a bit... It's addictive, isn't it? Like, when the vibes are good, like they happened especially this week. Like, Tuesday stream, I finished Tuesday stream just like, big smile on my face, because it was just such a fun day. And today's been really good as well. When the chat's flowing and we're just bouncing off each other and just having fun things happen, there's just nothing better, honestly, as a content creator. Other than maybe a video like popping off like crazy. But yeah, this is the guy I just dropped 40 million up front with 20 on it as well. I'm hoping he's a match engine keeper, but he has all the things that I think are going to make him a match engine goalkeeper. His average rating in League is kind of average. Arguably less, but I don't really care about that because to me, I can't judge him until I see him in a match engine game that I'm actually like involved in. I'm just not concerned with his stats. I like his attributes, and that's enough for me. Right, Lechia in the league. We'll finish off with actually watching this one because it's fun. I will start Kowalski though. We'll give Jens a little push up further and give Kowalski a chance to start a bit deeper today. And where's my bro? God, I always look too far down on him. Punching tendency. It just means that, like, are they less likely to catch it, I suppose, which I'm not a huge fan of it because I feel like it does seem to lead to more goals against, but we will see in time. That'll be okay. Anyone left out there? No. I don't think they'll let me into this game, though. No, I need to take one off the bench. Probably Abdullahi for the time being. Yeah, I think it's just more to do with the way that they handle crosses, I suppose. Nice, right. Name's a little tired. Vanetti now has 6 goals this season. That's creeping up. He had 2 at the start of the stream. So he's scoring in Europe. I like that Jens has got 3 this season, and they've all been in Europe as well. The wing-backs, though. Naeem has got 11 goal contributions, and John has 8. Alvarez himself has got 6. Christ, that left side has been cooking. There's been more rotation there. Right, here we go. Last one. Let's go. Let me just lock the picks for the final one. This is the decider, so to speak. Dip my toe back in. That's the thing. It's just about finding your community, I think. That was my biggest concern when I started streaming. I was like, having seen how YouTube comments can be, I was thinking that Twitch would be worse, but in actuality, it's the exact opposite of that. It is far more welcoming and nice. And not that YouTube's been that bad. I think that kind of started to disappear as well. Maybe my audience changed slightly. I don't know. Sometimes there can be something to be said about having a video go viral to the wrong audience occasionally, where you get a lot of growth off of something that you don't normally do, and you feel pressure to continue to do more of that rather than what you normally do, and you end up with the wrong people that wouldn't like the other stuff you do, liking that thing. I think sometimes I wonder if the agent video, the Aaron Walker one, maybe did that a little bit to me. It made that sort of be the thing, and then because I wasn't doing that all the time, it kind of hurt things a little bit. Perhaps, I don't know. But that's why I'm now in a position where I just sort of don't, not that I don't care, I have lost the anxiety that comes with trying new things. That's why I'm doing the running thing, because fuck it, right? Why not? There's really no downside to it. Did that just go into the net, by the way? I would like to claim the first goal, please, if you'd be so kind. Ooh. It's like a premonition of future things. So you don't get... Yeah, I think it's also... I think I also just grow a bit of a thicker skin as well. When it comes to live, I don't mind the occasional troll because I kind of find it a little bit okay to kind of... I'll play with them for a little bit for content. Like, it's one of those... It's a bit like heckling a comedian, but not quite as that kind of level. But it is like, I do this for a living, pal. Are you really going to engage me in a war of words? Have you heard me speak? Kowalski with a 6.9 as well. Lots of shots. Decent amount of shots on target. God, I haven't seen that emote so large in ages. Thank you, Don, for the giant pochomp. Because, of course. Lads, can we pick it up a little bit? It's rare that we have a league game where we don't have 2 XG and double-digit shots on target. I'm hoping today won't be one of those games. Monparousa's had an absolute shitter again. I might genuinely. Because this is just down to his fitness levels. Sorry, not his fitness levels. His consistency and occasional tiredness. Molsky may as well come on. Half-time sub for Molsky. He's going to make it happen. Don't you get to see them yourself? Do you not? I didn't even get like a notification about it as well. It is strange that. It's a bit like those effects that you can have that show up over the top of the stream that I believe is a Twitch thing as well, that I don't see those because obviously I'm looking at the stream through my OBS monitor, which is not the same thing as the thing you see. So I miss all of those things. I just see the notification and assume that that's what's going on. Exactly. If anything, occasional trolls, lamely, I think could be a bit of fun. I get to be sassy, Matt. It's one of my favourite things. Right, come on, Joao. This is going in. We've had too many free kicks today. He has got one for us this season, I think. Vanetti's not been amazing today either. Maybe it's just the way that Leckie are set up. They're kind of flooding that area of the pitch with players. Naeem's still doing his best, bless him, but it's not really happening. Yeah, I mean, we're still having tons of shots. This is one of these typical games that we seem to have that just seem to end 0-0. It's time for Duru. And Alvarez. And probably Coffee as well. Oh, no, we don't have Coffee. We do have... Oh, Coffee's injured, isn't he? Maybe Jens for Paolo? Molsky's not done great, but I don't really want to sub the sub. Yeah, they're very bright there, aren't they? I do love Kowalski's hair in the game. My mods. But that's the thing. That's why you appoint them. You keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, right? Why do you think I made half a mod? All my ops are mods. Or 3-year-olds, if you ask my mate's son. I was going to say, if someone tries that shit with Tony, like, what are they doing? They're not even close to the same. I am nowhere near... Oh, my God. Are we going to lose this game? Naeem might... This would be our first defeat of the season as well. I was thinking the chance of us going unbeaten this year is very slim, but not zero. But with the amount of games we were already in, thinking, hey, you know, it could work. No. It's going to be given. We have to find an equaliser now. Or Diakite pulls out an absolute monster save, but I'm not particularly confident he's going to do that anytime soon. He just never seems to. Who's taking the penalty as well? Because Leckie are newly promoted. It's a guy called Zage. Come on, Diakite. Oh, dear. It's just not even close. Yoram Zage, he sounds like he might be slightly Spanish, potentially. And now we've got 15 minutes to find an equaliser. This is going to pull us back into the title race again. Naeem's had such a good game, too. He better get punished for that rating. You would still only be 2 points clear. In a year where we've actually been this good, it's crazy how much better some of the teams around us have got. And it's the same kind of teams as last year. We're going to lose this. I might even go very attacking for the final few minutes of this game. Get the keeper up. See if he can bail himself out. But we are going to have the double-digit shots on target. And is he a real dude? Ooh. 26 shots, 12 on target, and we're going to lose 1-0 to a penalty, obviously. Wow. That is not a good result for us. How have we lost that game? At least I remember it on this screen now, so I don't have to worry about the other thing. But not a lot of points being given out, I suspect. Although Naeem might still win man of the match, you know. Just because nobody else has done a great... Oh, no, their goalie wins man of the match. Shocker. I think if anyone's good at it, probably should have been him. Right, so we can finally see what's going to happen there. I'll just get that pasted in while I get us off this screen. Ay, ay, ay. That sucks. Imagine that be the only defeat. Different views for the squad page. I don't know. My views pack does contain every single view that I've made, other than missing a couple of the ones I've made really recently. But outside of that, it should have everything in it, as far as I know. The only ones I've made recently is one for the shop map thing I've been doing, but that's not... probably not what you're looking for, I suspect. Ay, ay, ay. As if that's happened. Right. Let me just quickly check on the pointy points. There's probably not going to be many points being handed out anyway, I suspect. Let's see. Actually, Mana gets a little point. Naeem does a tiny bit for his rating, and then it's just Kowalski and Carlos getting themselves that. No clean sheet, no man of the match points. How much difference that's really going to make, I don't know. So let's go find out. It looks like, unless I refresh this and changes anything, but I don't think it will do. No, we've got a... oh, it does actually change slightly. Joint winners with 170 today. Almaz Ben, just 1-2 FM, Amanda. I don't know if that's going to be enough to overtake Dazza, especially with Dazza earning an 8th place. That's probably going to be enough for Dazza to win the F1 championship for April, I think. I think he's managed to score in every single one. It's going to be close to the top. Choppy's going to have moved up a fair amount as well, but not quite. Where was Hadrian on this one? I'm scrolling. 132. Not too bad. Not too bad. It's 89. Yeah, that's because it takes away the points of the player you got rid of. I believe that's going to be changing with an update, perhaps. Still Mauritius. Yeah, exactly. It's better. Hello, Darren. How's it going, friend? We were just about to finish. Can't finish up the year. We'll do that before we finish, actually, just so we know what's going on. So, Champions League update right now. Do you know what, Darren? Crushing it. We're obviously top of our group. Won every game so far. Motor Lublin, 8th. 2 wins and a draw. And that draw was against Tottenham, where they were 2-0 down in the last 10 minutes. Amazing. I don't know, Chaser. I think we sort of talked about it earlier, but it's basically like if you get an injury or something, you're kind of leveraging it based on like what would this player do in the future. On Sunday, I believe it was 7 points because we did sprint points on Tuesday, so a lot of people got a lot of extra points as a result of that. So yeah, Lublin got 8 so far. Jagiellonia have currently got 4 because they've got a win against Sheriff, they got a draw against PSG, and then lost their other game, which I can't remember who that was against. Freiburg, 7-2, we don't talk about that. Gornik as well have got a win to their name, which I think was the most recent one against Ludogorets. They lost the other 2, unfortunately, one of which was a bit disappointing, if I remember. Oh no, never mind. They only narrowly lost to City as well. Erling Haaland in the 91st minute. So good points on the board for Poland over 3 matches. They've already, like 14 points or something stupid? It's good news. The Europa League, we actually haven't checked the latest round fixtures in the Europa League, so to be fair, this could be good or bad news. I'm starting to think it might be bad news. Oh no, Brook's better back. And Arca. Oh, it's bad. Not amazing news. Brookbet beat Galatasaray. They can't beat an egg in the league, but Ranjbar's cooking for them in Europe at least. So they're definitely doing okay there. 2 wins out of 3 is pretty good news. Arca losing to an unnamed energy drink team. Not good. They basically just lost to German sides this season, it would seem. Yeah. Frustrating. Nice down at the very bottom as well. And obviously, unfortunately, we have no one in the Conference League this year because Piast Gliwice lost on penalties in the playoff round to PSV Eindhoven, which is the biggest annoyance because they're crushing it in the league right now. And it sucks that they're not playing any European football because they perfectly primed and ready for it. So we're down to 6, which is a shame. So what does that do to the coefficients? Oh yeah, if you missed it as well, Newcastle are in administration, or were in administration, for they were in £300 million worth of debt. So on the season, we've got 3.1 points because we're obviously missing a team. There is a chance if it goes really badly wrong, Germany and France could overtake us. But they would need to... that could actually happen. There's a chance we slip back down to 5th, which wouldn't be the end of the world. They still have to outscore us by 5 points, which is very possible if we had a really bad year. Yeah. There's manager movements. It's probably Brookbet sacking their manager for the league form, I'm guessing. Let's see. Unless it's pre-season stuff. Yeah, no, it's the pre-season ones. So, no, sorry, it's not. Is Podolski getting sacked earlier because of the bad performance and Marta leaving to join the new club? So currently, Cuesta is still in the job. Marta at Marseille, good question. Let me just quickly check here. I can find out. Marseille are 2nd in Liga at the moment, so probably? Oh yeah, she has. Unless they were good last year as well. It's not going to do it every year, is it? No. So yeah, they are definitely the 2nd best team in France by a decent margin, but she's keeping them there. Oh, have they played? In that case, fuck it, yeah. Check. See what the league is saying. Have they played? Oh, I don't know if they have or not, actually. League's getting a bit stretched. So the Sunday games are Brook better away. Yeah, okay, we'll do the Sunday games too. Won't take much. Just press spacebar once. And yeah, Rook Herjop, that's a huge gap at the game at the bottom between those two. I think Alex Greenwood may end up losing her job this season as well, because eventually Rook Herjop are going to get relegated. Every year they survive by the skin of their teeth. And we've just got £21.5 million, and it's another dropped set of points. And another point gained for Puszczyn Police. They're actually doing it despite being incredibly bad most of the time. They are the luckiest team in Poland. I think they've already overperformed their points by like 5. They should be... okay, they're getting a bit better now, but they have actually nearly overperformed by 6 points. They've only had 6.5 XG this season in 14 matches. That's insane. They're creating nothing, and to be fair, they're not exactly scoring lots either, because that's implying they've only scored 7 goals. Their goalkeeper, though, +8. Whoever's in goal for Puszczyn Police is basically single-handedly keeping them in the extra class at the moment. Have they actually only conceded 7? They've scored 7 times this season in total, and that's it. But they've only conceded 14. Yeah, they do still have our loanees. Incredibly, it didn't... somehow it didn't stop them. They were able to keep them, and I was able to shuffle loads more out of them. Wait. The goalie is an American fella called Bill Smith. Chris Rock's about to get slapped by him, I suspect. That's... what an interesting... He's kept 5 clean sheets in 7 league games. Wait, 7 league games? Who's their other goalie then? Yeah, whereabouts is he from? Santa Clara, California. For sure. So who's their other goalie then? Because they're clearly not playing him every week. Oh, it's Ukros, isn't it? Of course. The guy they've got on loan from us. So they're alternating between Ukros and Bill Smith, who definitely isn't the Philadelphia Flyers guy. Okay. That's... I really hope... because if they stay up, we can follow them more players. We might be able to get some more to them in January. But right now, they are genuinely overperforming at an insane level. I mean, they're +8 between them, I guess. I'd like to believe that our guy is the one really responsible for that, you know? So, let me find someone to send you lovely folks over to. Remember, I'm not here on Sunday because I'm having a... what's the word I'm looking for here? It's bank holiday weekend and I'm seeing family and stuff. Ah, Clatesey's still alive. That's unusual. Let's go say hello to Mr. Clatesey. This is where Clatesey's about to finish as well, but we do the same double raid thing. But it's okay. Because I don't normally get to raid Clatesey. It's normally the other way around. We need some kind of copy pasta, but we don't have one currently. We will figure out a copy pasta. That's what I'll put that on the short list of things to do for next stream, is figure out a coffee pasta? Christ. I will see you guys on Tuesday. We'll be back for more Champions League goodies, and hopefully Malta... Why am I stuck with Malta in my head? Hopefully it keeps cooking. Oh, did he come on late today? Ah, okay, fair enough. I know he was coming on earlier in the past, but I don't know what his schedule is like these days. Even better, actually, because that means we've got a nice little smooth intro straight into Clates, which is perfect. Our favourite. Anyway, thank you for joining me today, friends. Thank you for celebrating my 6th year party thingy with me. The VOD will be up, I reckon, under an hour. Genuinely, I reckon I can get the VOD out in under an hour. See you at 4:30 VODies. Yeah, thank you so much. You're all wonderful as always, and I'll see you guys very soon.